Section 23 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 23. How Lox Deceived the Ducks, Cheated the Chief, and Beguiled the Bear. Micmac and Passamaquoddy Legend. Somewhere in the forest lived Lox with a small boy, his brother. When winter came they went far into the woods to hunt, and going on they reached at last a very large and beautiful lake. It was covered with waterfowl. There were wild geese and brant, black ducks and wood ducks, and all the smaller kinds down to teal and whistlers. The small boy was delighted to see so much game. He eagerly asked his brother how he meant to catch them. He answered, " We first must go to work and build a large wigwam. It must be very strong, with a solid, heavy door." This was done, and Lox, being a great magician, thus arranged his plans for taking the wild fowl. He sent the boy out to a point of land, where he was to cry to the birds and tell them that his brother wished to give them a kingly reception. Nakamit means to act the king. He told them their king had come. Then Lox, arranging himself grandly, sat with dignity next to the door, with his eyes closed, as if in a great state. Then the little boy shouted that they might enter and hear what the great sagamore had to say. They flocked in and took their seats in the order of their size. The wild geese came nearest and sat down, then the ducks, and so on to the smallest, who sat nearest the door. Last of all came the boy, who entered, also sat down by the door, closed it, and held it fast. So the little birds, Altuma Bedijik, sat next to him. Then they were all told, " Spegwedijik, shut your eyes," and were directed to keep them closed for their very lives until directed to open them again. Unless they did this first, their eyes would be blinded forever when they beheld their king in all his magnificence. So they sat in silence. Then the sorcerer, stepping softly, took them one by one, grasping each tightly by the wings, and ere the bird knew what he was about, it had its head crushed between his teeth. And so without noise or fluttering he killed all the wild geese and brant and black ducks. Then the little boy began to pity the poor small wild fowl. He thought it was a shame to kill so many, having already more than they needed. So stooping down he whispered to a very little bird to open its eyes. It did so, but very cautiously indeed, for fear of being blinded. Great was his horror to see what Lox was doing. He screamed, " Kedemetzlik, we are all being killed." Then they opened their eyes, and flew about in the utmost confusion, screaming loudly in terror. Then the little boy dropped down as if he had been knocked over in the confusion, so that the door flew wide open, and the birds, rushing over him, began to escape, while Lox, in a rage, continued to seize them and kill them with his teeth. Then the little boy, to avoid suspicion, grasped the last fugitive by the legs, and held him fast. But he was suspected all the same by the wily sorcerer, who caught him up roughly, and would have beaten him cruelly, but that he earnestly protested that the birds knocked him down and forced the door open, and that he could by no means help it. Which being somewhat slowly believed, he was forgiven, and they began to pluck and dress the game. The giblets were preserved, the fowls sliced and dried, and laid by for the winter's store. Then, having plenty of provisions, Lox gave a feast. Among the guests were Marten and Mahtigwess, the rabbit, who talked together for a long time in the most confidential manner, the rabbit confiding and the marten attending to him. And while this conversation had been going on, Lox, who was deeply addicted to all kinds of roguery and mischief, had listened to it with interest. And when the two little guests had ceased he asked them where their village was, and who lived in it. Then he was told that all the largest animals had their homes there, the bear, caribou, or reindeer, deer, wolf, wildcat, to say nothing of squirrels and mice. And having got them to show him the way, he some time after turned himself into a young woman of great beauty, or at least disguised himself like one, and going to the village married the young chief. and having left little Marten alone in a hollow tree outside the village, the boy, getting hungry, began to howl for food, which the villagers hearing were in a great fright. For the young chief s wife, or the magician, Lox, soon explained to them what it meant. " It is he said, Owuklaku mu ijit, the spirit of famine. He is grim and gaunt. Hear how he howls for food. Woe be unto you should he reach this village. I remember only too well what happened when he once came among us. Horror, starvation." " Can you drive him back ?" cried all the villagers. " Yes, t is in my power. Do but give me a well tanned hide of a yearling moose, and a good supply of moose tallow. Then the noise will cease." Moose tallow is a great delicacy among these semi Arctic Indians. And seizing it, and howling furiously the name of his brother after a fashion which no one could understand, Achawin, and bidding him begone, he rushed out into the night, until he came to Marten, to whom he gave the food, and wrapping him up well in the moose skin, bade him wait a while. And the villagers thought the chief s wife was indeed a very great conjurer. And then he announced that a child would soon be born. And when the day came Badger handed out a bundle, and said the babe was in it. Nulmusa ga kela imadichol. They kissed it outside the blanket. But when the chief opened it, what he found therein was the dried, withered embryo of a moose calf. In a great rage he flung it into the fire, and all rushed headlong in a furious pack to catch Badger. They saw him and Marten rushing to the lake. They pursued him, but when they reached the bank the wily sorcerer cast in a stick. It turned into a canoe, and ere long the infuriated villagers could reach them they were on the opposite shore and in the woods. Now it came to pass one day that as Lox sat on a log a bear came by, who, being a sociable fellow, sat down by him and smoked a pipe. While they were talking a gull flew over, and inadvertently offered to Lox what he considered, or affected to consider, as a great insult. And wiping the insult off, Lox cried to the gull, " O ungrateful and insolent creature, is this the way you reward me for having made you white ?" Now the bear would always be white if he could, for the white bear, Wabeyu is the aristocrat of beardom. So he eagerly cried, " Ha ! did you make the gull white ?"" Indeed I did," replied Lox, " and this is what I get for it." " Could you, my dear friend, make me white ?" Then Lox saw his way, and replied that he could indeed, but that it would be a long and agonizing process. Mooin might die of it. To be sure the gull stood it, but could a bear? Now the bear, who had a frame as hard as a rock, felt sure that he could endure anything that a gull could, especially to become a white bear. So with much ceremony the great enchanter went to work. He built a strong wigwam, 3 feet high, of stones, and having put the bear into it, he cast in red hot stones, and poured water on them through a small hole in the roof. Ere long the bear was in a terrible steam. " Ah, Dr. Lox," he cried, " this is awfully hot. I fear I am dying." " Courage," said Lox, " this is nothing. The gull had it twice as hot." " Can t stand it any more, Doctor. O o o !" Dr. Lox threw in more hot stones and poured more water on. The bear yelled, " Let me out ! Oh, let me out ! Oh !" So he came bursting through the door. The doctor examined him critically. " Now there is on an old bear a small white or light spot on his upper breast which he cannot see." This is very white on the Japanese bears. And Dr. Lox, looking at this, said, " What a pity ! You came out just as you were beginning to turn white. Here is the first spot. 5 minutes more and you d have been a white bear. Ah, you haven t the pluck of a gull, that I can see." Now the bear was mortified and disappointed. He had not seen the spot. So he asked Lox if it was really there. " Wait a minute," said the doctor. He led the bear to a pool and made him look in. Sure enough, the spot was there. Then he asked if they could not begin again. " Certainly we can," replied the doctor, " but it will be much hotter and harder and longer this time. Don t try it if you feel afraid, and don t blame me if you die for it." The bear went in again, but he never came out alive. The doctor had roast bear meat all that winter, and much bear s oil. He gave some of the oil to his younger brother. The boy took it in a measure. Going along the creek he saw a muskrat. He said to the muskrat, " If you can harden this oil for me, I will give you half." The muskrat made it as hard as ice. The boy said, " If my brother comes and asks you to do this for him, do you keep it all." And returning he showed the oil thus hardened to his brother, who, taking a large measure of it, went to the muskrat and asked him to harden it. The muskrat indeed took the dish and swam away with it, and never returned. Then the elder, vexed with the younger, and remembering the ducks in the wigwam, and believing now that he had indeed been cheated, slew him. This confused and very strange story is manifestly pieced together out of several others, each of which have incidents in common. A part of it is very ancient. Firstly, the inveigling the ducks into the wigwam is found in the Eskimo tale of Avur Ungnak (Rink, page 177). The Eskimo is told by a sorcerer to let the sea birds into the tent, and not to begin to kill them till the tent is full. He disobeys, and a part of them escape. In Schoolcraft's Hiawatha Legends, Manobozho gets the mysterious oil which ends the foregoing story from a fish. He fattens all the animals in the world with it, and the amount which they consume is the present measure of their fatness. When this ceremony is over, he inveigles all the birds into his power by telling them to shut their eyes. At last a small duck, the diver, suspecting something, opens one eye and gives the alarm. The sorcerer is passing himself off for a woman, and the trick of the moose abortion occurs in 3 tales, but it is most completely given in this. To this point the narrative follows the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Chippewa versions. After the tale of the chief is at an end, it is entirely Passamaquoddy, but of the latter I have 2 versions, one from Tomah Josephs and one from Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. I can see no sense in the account of the bear s oil hardened by ice, but that oil is an essential part of the duck story appears from the Chippewa legend (Hiawatha, page 30). In the latter it is represented as giving size to those who partake of it. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 24. The Mischief Maker, a tradition of the origin of the mythology of the Senecas. A Lox legend. Seneca. An Indian mischief maker was once roving about. He saw that he was approaching a village, and said, "How can I attract attention?" Seeing 2 girls coming from the wigwams, he pulled up a wild plum bush, and placed it upon his head, the roots clasping about his chin. "It will be strange to see a plum tree on my head, bearing ripe fruit. These girls will want trees also." So he thought. The tree shook as he walked, and many plums fell to the ground. The girls wondered greatly at the strange man with the tree. They admired it, and said they too would like to be always supplied with fruit in such a manner. "I can manage that," he replied. So he pulled up a bush for each and planted them on their heads. The plums were delicious, and grew as fast as they were plucked, and the girls stepped along proudly, for they had something which certainly no girls ever had before. The mischief maker went on to the village. On the way he reflected, "There is no such thing in the world as a plum tree growing on a man's head. I will take this off." He did so, and on entering the village gave a loud signal, a whoop. All the people listened, and the chief sent messengers to inquire what news he brought. He said, "I have seen a very strange sight. As I was coming hither I saw 2 girls walking. Trees grew on their heads, the boughs were covered with plums, and the roots which came through their hair were fastened about their necks. They were beautiful, and seemed to be very happy." "We will go and see them," cried the women. They had not gone far before they saw one of the girls lying on the ground, while the other pulled at the tree on her head. The roots gave way, and the tree came out, but all the hair came with it also. Then the other lay down, and her friend in turn pulled the tree from her head. They were very angry, and said, "If we meet with the man who played us this trick, we will punish him." When the women who had gathered round them learned how the trees had been fastened by magic upon the girls' heads, they returned to the village, resolved to chastise the man who had played the trick. But when they reached home he was gone far and away to another town. Before reaching it he sat down and said, "Now I will show these people also what I can do." He went a little distance into the woods, where he found a wigwam. A woman with a bucket in her hand came from it. He saw that as she passed along she reached high with one hand and felt her way by a thong which ran from tree to tree till it ended at a spring of cold water. She went on, filled her bucket, and so returned. Then another woman after her did the same. "They must be blind," said the Mischief Maker. "I will have some fun with them." And so it was. There lived in that wigwam 5 blind sisters. Then he untied the thong from the tree near the spring and fastened it to another, where there was no water. Then a third blind woman came with a bucket and followed the line to the end, but found no water. She returned to the wigwam and said, "The spring is dried up." "No, it isn't," replied one of the sisters, who was stirring pudding over the fire. "You say that because you are too lazy to bring water. You never work. Here, do you stir the pudding, and let me go for water." The Mischief Maker heard all this, and made haste to tie the end of the thong where it belonged. The blind woman filled her bucket, and when she returned said to her sister, "There, you lazy creature, I found the water." By this time the Mischief Maker was in the house, and slipping quietly up to the fire he dipped out some of the pudding and threw it, scalding hot, into the face of the scolding woman, who cried in a rage, "You throw hot pudding at me, do you?" "No, I didn't throw any at you," replied the sister. Then the Mischief Maker threw some into her face. She screamed, being very angry, "You mean thing! You threw hot pudding at me when I did you no harm." "I didn't throw any," said the other in a rage. "Yes, you did, you mean thing." "Stop, stop!" cried the others. Just then hot pudding flew in all their faces. They had a terrible quarrel, and the Mischief Maker left them to settle it among themselves as they could. He entered the village near by, and gave the usual signal for news. The runners came out and met him. The chiefs and all the people assembled, lining the paths on both sides for a long way. They asked, "What news do you bring?" He replied, "I come from a village where there is great distress. A pestilence visited the people. The medicine man could not cure the sick. Till I came there was no remedy. The tribe was becoming very small. But I told them the remedy, and now they are getting well. I have come to tell you to prepare for the pestilence. It will soon be here. It is flying like the wind, and there is only one remedy." "What is it? What is it? What is it?" interrupted the people. He answered, "Every man must embrace the woman who is next to him at this very instant. Kiss her, quick, immediately." They all did so on the spot, he with the rest. As he was leaving them, an elderly man came to him and whispered, "Are you going to do this thing again at the next village? If you are, I should like to be on hand. I didn't get any girl myself here. The woman I went for dodged me, and said she had rather have the pestilence, and death too, than have me kiss her. Is the operation to be repeated?" The Mischief Maker said that it certainly would be, about the middle of the morrow forenoon. "Then I will start now," said the middle-aged man, "for I am lame, and it will take me all night to get there." So he hurried on, and at daylight entered the village. He found a wigwam, by which several beautiful Indian girls were pounding corn in a great wooden mortar. He sat down by them. He could hardly take his eyes from them, they were so charming, and they wondered at his strange behavior. He talked with them, and said, "My eyelids quiver, and by that I know that some great and strange news will soon be brought to this tribe. Hark!" Here he moved up towards the one whom he most admired. "Did you not hear a signal?" "No," they replied. The middle-aged man became very uneasy. Suddenly the girls gave a cry and dropped their corn pestles. A voice was heard afar. The runners leaped and flew. The chiefs and people went forth. With them went the girls and the middle-aged man, who took great pains to keep very near his chosen one, so as to lose no time in applying the remedy for the pestilence when the Mischief Maker should give the signal. He was determined that a life should not be lost if he could prevent it. The stranger went through his story as at the other village. The people became very much excited. They cried out to know the remedy, and the old bachelor drew nearer to the pretty girl. The only remedy for the pestilence is for every woman to knock down the man who is nearest to her. The women began to knock down, and the first to fall was the too familiar old bachelor. So the Mischief Maker waited no longer than to see the whole town in one general and bitter fight, tooth and nail, tomahawk and scalper, and then ran at the top of his speed far away and fleet to find another village. Then the people, finding they had been tricked, said, as people generally do on such occasions, "If we had that fellow here, wouldn't we pay him up for this?" The Mischief Maker was greatly pleased at his success. It was nearly dark when he stopped, and said, "I will not enter the next village to-night. I will camp here in the woods." So he had piled up logs for a fire, and was just about to strike a light when he saw a stranger approaching. "Camp with me here overnight," said the Mischief Maker, "and we will go to the village in the morning." So they ate and smoked their pipes, and told stories till it was very late. But the stranger did not seem to tire. Nay, he even proposed to tell stories all night long. The Mischief Maker looked at him aslant. "My friend," he said, "can you tell me of what wood my backlog is?" "Hickory?" inquired the stranger. "No, not hickory." "Maple?" "No, not maple." "White oak?" "No, not white oak." "Black walnut?" "No, not black walnut." "Moosewood?" "No, not moosewood." "Ash?" "No, not ash." "Pine?" "No, not pine." "Cedar?" "No, not cedar." "Birch?" The stranger began to yawn, but he kept on guessing. Then his head nodded. By the time he had found out that it was slippery elm, he was sound asleep. "This fellow deserves punishment," remarked the Mischief Maker. "He is an enemy to mankind." Here he adroitly put some sticky clay on the sleeper's eyes, and departed. When the stranger awoke, he thought himself still fast asleep in darkness, and then that he was blind. "If I ever meet with that fellow again," he said, "I'll punish him." The Mischief Maker played so many pranks that all the tribe sent out runners to catch him. He heard their whoops in every forest. He knew that he was being hunted down. He hurried on, and once at night hid in a cave under a rock. The runners did not quite overtake him, but they saw that his tracks were fresh, and thought that they might catch him in the morning. In the morning he was up and far away, long before they awoke. The next night he hid again in a hollow log. In the middle of the afternoon the next day he heard the whoops of the pursuers very near, and knew that they were gaining fast on him. He climbed a thickly limbed tree and hid in the top. Here the runners lost his track, because he had broken the weeds and bushes down beyond the tree, as if he had gone on further. They ran for a long distance. Then they returned and camped, and built a fire under the tree. The smoke crept up among the branches and curled above, and rose in a straight column to the sky. The fugitives sailed away on the smoke, going up and up, past beautiful lakes and hunting grounds, stocked with deer, large fields of corn and beans, tobacco and squashes, past great companies of handsome Indians, whose wigwams were hung full of dried venison and bear's meat. And so he went on and up to the wigwam of the great chief. Here he rested. He remained for 100 moons, observing the customs of the people and learning their language. One morning the great chief told him that he must return to his own people. He disliked to do this, for he was happy in the new place. The chief said, "These are the happy hunting grounds. We have admitted you that you may know how and what to teach your people, that they may get here. Go, and if you do what I tell you, you may return to remain forever. You have not been allowed to come here to remain, but only to observe. When you come again, you shall join us in all things. You shall hunt and fish then, and have whatever you wish. But return now, and teach what you have learned." A cloud of smoke in the form of a great eagle came to him, and seated on its back he was borne down to the top of the tree from which he had risen. He opened his eyes. The sun was shining. His pursuers had gone away. He descended and travelled on. His mind was filled with what he had seen. He said, "I will no longer play tricks, but tell the people about what I have learned in the happy hunting grounds." After a long journey he drew near a village. He gave the common signal. Runners came to meet him. The head chief and all the people came to hear. He was asked, "What news do you bring us?" He said, "I, that was the Mischief Maker, am the Peacemaker now. The Great Spirit took me to the happy hunting grounds, and I am sent back to tell you how to get there." Then the Peacemaker described all he had seen. The people built a great fire and danced around it, and shouted as they had never done before. Then he said, "This is the message I bring you." So the people sat in a great circle around the fire and listened. He spoke: "The Great Spirit is unseen, but he is about us. He will not forsake us. He rules all things for us. He will take care of us. He told me that we should return thanks to him, for he changes the seasons and makes corn and beans and squashes grow for us. He is displeased when we kill our brothers. He hopes that we will not forget him. He will never die. His name is Ha-wen-ni-yu, the ruler. He bids us keep away from his wicked brother, whose name is Ha-ne-go-ate-ge, the evil-minded. He is very bad. He brings pestilence and fevers, and lizards and poisonous weeds. He destroys peace and brings war. Ha-wen-ni-yu will care for us if we trust in him. Obey his words, and Ha-ne-go-ate-ge will never harm us. The Great Spirit has messengers who aid him in his work. They watch over the people. They take care of the mother and her newborn babe, that they receive no harm. They watch over those whom the evil-minded has troubled with disease. The evil-minded has messengers who do his work. They scatter pestilence and whisper in our ears, and tell us to go against Ha-wen-ni-yu. The Great Spirit has messengers. Heno has a pouch filled with thunderbolts. Heno gathers the clouds and sends the rain. He is a friend to the corn and beans and squashes. He also punishes witches and evil persons. Pray to Heno when you plant, and thank him when you gather your crop. Pray also to Ha-wen-ni-yu, who will send Heno to care for you. Let Heno be called Grandfather. Ga-o is the spirit of the winds. He moves the winds, but he is chained to a rock. The winds trouble him, and he tries very hard to get free. When he struggles, the winds are forced away from him, and they blow upon the earth. Sometimes he suffers terrible pain, and then his struggles are violent. This makes the winds wild, and they do damage on the earth. Then he feels better and goes to sleep, and the winds become quiet also. There is a spirit for the corn, another for the beans, and another for squashes. They are sisters and are kind to each other. They dwell together and live in the fields. They shall be known as De-o-haka, the keepers of our life. There are spirits in the water, in fire, in all the trees and berries, in herbs and in tobacco, in the grass. They assist the Great Spirit. Ha-ne-go-ate-ge has messengers. These are the spirits of disease, of fever, of witches, weeds, and murder. But the Great Spirit will keep them away from his children. This is the message I bring from the happy hunting grounds. Obey these words, and the Great Spirit will give you a place there." So Peacemaker taught the people. They threw tobacco on the fire according to his instructions, and on the column of its smoke he was borne away to the happy hunting grounds, and the people danced and sang around the dying embers of the council fire. This is probably an ancient legend with a modern moral. The idea of an Indian Tyll Eulenspiegel going about the country making mischief recalls a great part of the adventures of Hiawatha or Manobozho. In fact, it could not fail to suggest itself to a believer in shamanism or powwow, according to which evil spirits and men like them are continually teasing mankind out of sheer malice. The reform of the wicked man, under the influence of the Great Spirit, is of later days. I do not believe that the idea of a Great Spirit, in the sense of which it is generally used by Indians, or is attributed to them, was ever known till learned from the whites. Nothing is more natural than that during the 200 years past, intelligent Indians, who felt that there were many evils in the old barbaric state, yet who were still under the influence of its myths and poetry, should have made up legends like this, purporting to be revelations. There is one of the kind given in the Hiawatha legend as Eruinira, an Indian visit to the Great Spirit, which bears on its face every mark of modern manufacture for a purpose. For these very reasons, however, the tale here given is of great interest to the impartial historian. I am indebted for it to the kindness of Colonel T. Wentworth Higginson, who informs me that it was written by the Rev. J. Wentworth Sanborn, alias Oyogawe, of Batavia, New York. In the first part we have in the Mischief Maker the same character or principal who appears as Lox the Wolverine, the Raccoon, and Badger among the Wabanaki. The setting the blind women together by the ears, and the dashing of hot pudding, soup, or water in their faces, is another form of a Lox story, which occurs again in the Kalevala. But the entire spirit of the tricks is that of Lox, as those of Lox are like those of Loki. The Reverend Moncure D. Conway once said to me, as Miss E. Robins has also said in an article in the Atlantic Monthly, that it is only in the Norse mythology that the Evil One, or Devil, is represented as growing up from, or inspired solely by, reckless, wanton mischief, the mischief of a bad boy or a monkey. But the very same is as true of so much of a devil as there is in the Wabanaki mythology. It is as a grotesque shadow of Loki, but still it is his. The Germans say the devil is God's ape. The Indian Lox is the Norse devil. How Lox Told a Lie. Passamaquoddy. Lox had a brother who had married a red squaw. When she was touched, the red color rubbed off. The brother kept this wife in a box. One day, returning, the brother saw that Lox had red fingers. "Aha!" he cried in rage, "you have taken my wife out of the box." But Lox denied it, so that his brother believed him. The next time the husband returned, Lox's fingers were again red, and again he was accused, and once more he denied it. But as he swore with all his might that he was innocent, something, as if on the floor, laughed and said, "You lie. I was with you. I helped you." Lox thought it was his right foot, so he cut off the toes and then the foot, but the accusation continued. Thinking it was the other foot, he cut that off. Yet, as the testimony was continued, he found that it was Taloose, even he himself, the bodily offender in person, testifying against his lying soul. So in a rage he struck himself such a blow with his war club that he fell dead. I cannot give in full all the adventures of Lox. I may, however, observe one thing of great importance. Lox, in these tales, is the evil principle, that is, a giant by birth. His 2 feet in this story are male and female. They talk as if they were human. In the Edda, a giant's 2 feet beget together a 6-headed son. Vafthrudnismal. Foot with foot begot of that wise Jötun a 6-headed son. This 6-headed son reappears as a demon in the Passamaquoddy tale of the 3 strong men. Taloose, literally translated, is the phallus. The red squaw refers to the Newfoundland Indians covered with red ochre. They are believed to be now extinct. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. The Amazing Adventures of Master Rabbit, with the Otter, the Woodpecker Girls, and Mooin the Bear. Also a full account of the famous chase in which he fooled Lucifer, the wild cat. How Master Rabbit sought to rival Keeoony, the Otter. Of old times, Mahtigwess, the Rabbit, who was called in the Micmac tongue Abligumooch, lived with his grandmother, waiting for better times, and truly he found it a hard matter in midwinter, when ice was on the river and snow was on the plain, to provide even for his small household. And running through the forest one day he found a lonely wigwam, and he that dwelt therein was Keeoony, the Otter. The lodge was on the bank of a river, and a smooth road of ice slanted from the door down to the water. And the Otter made him welcome, and directed his housekeeper to get ready to cook, saying which, he took the hooks on which he was wont to string the fish when he had them, and went to fetch a mess for dinner. Placing himself on the top of the slide, he coasted in and under the water, and then came out with a great bunch of eels, which were soon cooked, and on which they dined. "By my life," thought Master Rabbit, "but that is an easy way of getting a living. Truly these fishing folk have fine fare and cheap. Cannot I, who am so clever, do as well as this mere Otter? Of course I can. Why not?" Thereupon he grew so confident of himself as to invite the Otter to dine with him, Adamadusk Ketkewop, on the 3rd day after that, and so went home. "Come on," he said to his grandmother the next morning, "let us remove our wigwam down to the lake." So they removed, and he selected a site such as the Otter had chosen for his home, and the weather being cold, he made a road of ice, or a coast, down from his door to the water, and all was well. Then the guest came at the time set, and Rabbit, calling his grandmother, bade her get ready to cook a dinner. "But what am I to cook, grandson?" inquired the old dame. "Truly, I will see to that," said he, and made him a nabogun, or stick to string eels. Then going to the ice path, he tried to slide like one skilled in the art, but indeed with little luck, for he went first to the right side, then to the left, and so hitched and jumped till he came to the water, where he went in with a bob backwards. And this bad beginning had no better ending, since of all swimmers and divers the Rabbit is the very worst, and this one was no better than his brothers. The water was cold, he lost his breath, he struggled, and was well nigh drowned. "But what on earth ails the fellow?" said the Otter to the grandmother, who was looking on in amazement. "Well, he has seen somebody do something, and is trying to do likewise," replied the old lady. "Ho! come out of that now," cried the Otter, "and hand me your nabogun." And the poor Rabbit, shivering with cold, and almost frozen, came from the water and limped into the lodge, and there he required much nursing from his grandmother, while the Otter, plunging into the stream, soon returned with a load of fish. But disgusted at the Rabbit for attempting what he could not perform, he threw them down as a gift, and went home without tasting the meal. How Mahtigwess, the Rabbit, dined with the Woodpecker girls, and was again humbled by trying to rival them. Now Master Rabbit, though disappointed, was not discouraged, for this one virtue he had, that he never gave up. [Footnote: It will be seen in the end that this great Indian virtue of never giving in eventually raised Rabbit to power and prosperity. Il y a de moral ici. End of footnote.] And wandering one day in the wilderness, he found a wigwam well filled with young women, all wearing red head dresses, and no wonder, for they were woodpeckers. Now Master Rabbit was a well bred Indian, who made himself as a melody to all voices, and so he was cheerfully bidden to bide to dinner, which he did. Then one of the red palled pretty girls, taking a woltes, or wooden dish, lightly climbed a tree, so that she seemed to run, and while ascending, stopping here and there, and tapping now and then, took from this place and that many of those insects called by the Indians Apchel mul timkawal, or rice, because they so much resemble it. And note that this rice is a dainty dish for those who like it. And when it was boiled, and they had dined, Master Rabbit again reflected, "La! how easily some folks live! What is to hinder me from doing the same? Ho, you girls, come over and dine with me the day after to morrow." And having accepted this invitation, all the guests came on the day set, when Master Rabbit undertook to play woodpecker. So having taken the head of an eel spear, and fastened it to his nose to make a bill, he climbed as well as he could, and bad was the best, up a tree, and tried to get his harvest of rice. Truly he got none. Only in this did he succeed in resembling a woodpecker, that he had a red poll, for his pate was all torn and bleeding, bruised by the fishing point, and the pretty birds all looked and laughed, and wondered what the Rabbit was about. "Ah," said his grandmother, "I suppose he is trying again to do something which he has seen some one do. 'Tis just like him." "Oh, come down there!" cried Miss Woodpecker, as well as she could for laughing. "Give me your dish." And having got it, she scampered up the trunk, and soon brought down a dinner. But it was long ere Master Rabbit heard the last of it from these gay tree tappers. Of the adventure with Mooin, the Bear, it being the third and last time that Master Rabbit made a fool of himself. Now truly one would think that after all that had befallen Master Mahtigwess, the Rabbit, that he would have had enough of trying other people's trades. But his nature was such that, having once set his mighty mind to a thing, little short of sudden death would cure him. And being one day with the Bear in his cave, he beheld with great wonder how Mooin fed his folk. For having put a great pot on the fire, he did but cut a little slice from his own foot, and drop it into the boiling water, when it spread and grew into a mess of meat, which served for all. [Footnote: Mr. Rand observed that this is evidently an allusion to the bear's being supposed to live during the winter by sucking his own paws.] Nay, there was a great piece given to Rabbit to take home to feed his family. "Now, truly," he said, "this is a thing which I can indeed do. Is it not recorded in the family wampum that whatever a bear can do well a rabbit can do better?" So, in fine, he invited his friend to come and dine with him Ketkiwopka, the day after to morrow. And the bear being there, Rabbit did but say, "Ngumi kuaskawal wohoo," "Grandmother, set your pot to boiling." And whetting his knife on a stone, he tried to do as the bear had done, but little did he get from his small thin soles, though he cut himself madly and sadly. "What can he be trying to do?" growled the guest. "Ah," sighed the grandmother, "something which he has seen some one else do." "Ho, I say there, give me the knife," quoth Bruin, and getting it he took a slice from his sole, which did him no harm, and then, what with magic and fire, gave them a good dinner. But Master Rabbit was in sad case, and it was many a day ere he got well. Section 26
of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 26. Rabbit. Story 4. Relating how the rabbit became wise by being original, and of the terrible tricks which he by magic played Loup Cervier, the wicked wild cat. There are men who are bad at copying, yet are good originals, and of this kind was Master Rabbit, who, when he gave up trying to do as others did, succeeded very well. And having found out his foible, he applied himself to become able in good earnest, and studied mteoulin, or magic, so severely that in time he grew to be an awful conjurer, so that he could raise ghosts, crops, storms, or devils whenever he wanted them. For he had perseverance, and out of this may come anything, if it be only brought into the right road. Now it came to pass that Master Rabbit got into great trouble. The records of the Micmacs say that it was from his stealing a string of fish from the otter who pursued him, but the Passamaquoddies declare that he was innocent of this evil deed, probably because they make great account of him as their ancestor and as the father of the Wabanaki. Howbeit, this is the way in which they tell the tale. Now the rabbit is the natural prey of the Loup Cervier, or Lucifer, who is a kind of wild cat, none being more obstinate. And this wild cat once went hunting with a gang of wolves, and they got nothing. Then Wild Cat, who had made them great promises and acted as chief, became angry, and thinking of the rabbit, promised them that this time they should indeed get their dinner. So he took them to Rabbit's wigwam, but he was out, and the wolves, being vexed and starved, reviled Wild Cat, and then rushed off howling through the woods. Now I think that the rabbit is mteoulin. Yes, he must be, for when Wild Cat started to hunt him alone, he determined with all his soul not to be caught, and made himself as magical as he could. So he picked up a handful of chips, and threw one as far as possible, then jumped to it, for he had a charm for a long jump, and then threw another, and so on, for a great distance. This was to make no tracks, and when he thought he had got out of scent and sight and sound, he scampered away like the wind. Now, as I said, when the wolves got to Master Rabbit's house and found nothing, they smelt about and left Wild Cat, who swore by his tail that he would catch Rabbit if he had to hunt forever and run himself to death. So, taking the house for a centre, he kept going round and round it, all the time a little further, and so more around and still further. Then at last, having found the track, he went in hot haste after Mr. Rabbit, and both ran hard, till night coming on, Rabbit, to protect himself, had only just time to trample down the snow a little, and stick up a spruce twig on end and sit on it. But when Wild Cat came, he found there was a fine wigwam, and put his head in. All that he saw was an old man of very grave and dignified appearance, whose hair was gray, and whose majestic sogmoye appearance was heightened by a pair of long and venerable ears. And of him Wild Cat asked in a gasping hurry if he had seen a rabbit running that way. "Rabbits?" replied the old man. "Why, of course I have seen many. They abound in the woods about here. I see dozens of them every day." With this he said kindly to Wild Cat that he had better tarry with him for a time. "I am an old man," he remarked with solemnity, "an old man living alone, and a respectable guest like you, sir, comes to me like a blessing." And the cat, greatly impressed, remained. After a good supper he lay down by the fire, and having run all day, was at once asleep, and made but one nap of it till morning. But how astonished, and oh, how miserable he was, when he awoke to find himself on the open heath in the snow, and almost starved. The wind blew as if it had a keen will to kill him. It seemed to go all through his body. Then he saw that he had been a fool, and cheated by magic, and in a rage swore again by his teeth, as well as his tail, that the rabbit should die. There was no hut now, only the trampled snow and a spruce twig, and yet out of this little Rabbit had conjured up so great a delusion. Then he ran again all day, and when night came Master Rabbit, having a little more time than before, again trampled down the snow, but for a greater space, and strewed many branches all about, for now a huge effort was to be made. And when Wild Cat got there he found a great Indian village, with crowds of people going to and fro. The first building he saw was a church in which service was being held. And he, entering, said hastily to the first person he saw, "Ha! Ho! Have you seen a rabbit running by here?" "Hush! Sh! Sh!" replied the man. "You must wait till meeting is over before asking such questions." Then a young man beckoned to him to come in, and he listened till the end to a long sermon on the wickedness of being vindictive and rapacious, and the preacher was a gray ancient, and his ears stood up over his little cap like the two handles of a pitcher, yet for all that the Wild Cat's heart was not moved one whit. And when it was all at an end, he said to the obliging young man, "But have you seen a rabbit running by?" "Rabbits? Rabbits?" replied the young man. "Why, there are hundreds racing about in the cedar swamps near this place, and you can have as many as you want." "Ah," replied Wild Cat, "but they are not what I seek. Mine is an entirely different kind." The other said that he knew of no sort, save the wild wood rabbits, but that perhaps their governor or chief, who was very wise, could tell him all about them. Then the governor or sagamore came up. Like the preacher, he was very remarkable and gray, with the long locks standing up one on either side of his head. And he invited the stranger to his house, where his two very beautiful daughters cooked him a fine supper. And when he wished to retire, they brought out blankets and a beautiful white bear's skin, and made up a bed for him by the fire. Truly, his eyes were closed as soon as he lay down, but when he awoke there had been a great change, for now he was in a wet cedar swamp, the wind blowing 10 times worse than ever, and his supper and sleep had done him little good, for they were all a delusion. All around him were rabbit tracks and broken twigs, but nothing more. Yet he sprang up, more enraged than ever, and swearing more terribly by his tail, teeth, and claws that he would be revenged. So he ran on all day, and at night, when he came to another large village, he was so weary that he could just gasp, "Have you seen a rabbit run this way?" With much concern and kindness they all asked him what was the matter. So he told them all this story, and they pitied him very much. Yea, one gray old man, and this was the chief, with 2 beautiful daughters, shed tears and comforted him, and advised him to stay with them. So they took him to a large hall, where there was a great fire burning in the middle thereof, and over it hung 2 pots with soup and meat, and 2 Indians stood by and gave food to all the people. And he had his share with the rest, and all feasted gaily. Now, when they had done eating, the old governor, who was very gray, and from either side of whose head rose 2 very venerable long white feathers, rose to welcome the stranger, and in a long speech said it was, indeed, the custom of their village to entertain guests, but that they expected from them a song. Then Wild Cat, who was vain of his voice, uplifted it in vengeance against the rabbits. "Oh, how I hate them, how I despise them, how I laugh at them, may I scalp them all." Then he said that he thought the governor should sing, and to this the chief consented, but declared that all who were present should bow their heads while seated, and shut their eyes, which they did. Then Chief Rabbit, at one bound, cleared the heads of his guests, and drawing his timhaen, or tomahawk, as he jumped, gave Wild Cat a wound which cut deeply into his head, and only fell short of killing him by entirely stunning him. When he recovered, he was again in snow, slush, and filth, more starved than ever, his head bleeding from a dreadful blow, and he himself almost dead. Yet with all that, the Indian devil was stronger in him than ever, for every new disgrace did but bring more resolve to be revenged, and he swore it by his tail, claws, teeth, and eyes. So he tottered along, though he could hardly walk, nor could he indeed go very far that day. And when, almost broken down with pain and weariness, he came about noon to two good wigwams, looking into one, he saw a gray-haired old man, and in the other a young girl, apparently his daughter. And they received him kindly, and listened to his story, saying it was very sad, the old man declaring that he must really remain there, and that he would get him a doctor, since unless he were well cared for at once he would die. Then he went forth, as if in great concern, leaving his daughter to nurse the weary, wounded stranger. Now when the doctor came, he too was an old gray man, with a scalp lock strangely divided like two horns. But the Wild Cat had become a little suspicious, having been so often deceived, for much abuse will cease to amuse even the most innocent, and truly he was none of these. And looking grimly at the doctor, he said, "I was asking if any rabbits are here, and truly you look very much like one yourself. How did you get that split nose?" "Oh, that is very simple," replied the old man. "Once I was hammering wampum beads, and the stone on which I beat them broke in halves, and one piece flew up, and, as you see, split my nose." "But," persisted the Wild Cat, "why are the soles of your feet so yellow, even like a rabbit's?" "Ah, that is because I have been preparing some tobacco, and I had to hold it down with my feet, for truly I needed both my hands to work with, so the tobacco stained them yellow." Then the Wild Cat suspected no more, and the doctor put salve on his wound, so that he felt much better, and ere he departed put by him a platter of very delicate little round biscuits or rolls, and a beautiful pitcher full of nice wine, and bade him refresh himself from these during the night, and so, stealing away softly, he departed. But oh, the wretchedness of the awakening in the morning, for then Wild Cat found himself indeed in the extreme of misery. His head was swollen and aching to an incredible degree, and the horrible wound, which was gaping wide, had been stuffed with hemlock needles and pine splinters, and this was the cool salve which the doctor had applied. And as a last touch to his rage and shame, thinking in his deadly thirst of the wine, he beheld on the ground, still left in the snow, a last summer's pitcher plant, full of what might indeed pass for wine by the mere sight thereof, though hardly to the taste. While seeking for the biscuits on a platter, he found only certain small pellets, such as abound about a rabbit warren. And then he swore by all his body and soul that he would slay the next being he met, rabbit or Indian. Verily, this time he would be utterly revenged. Now Mahtigwess, the rabbit, had almost come to an end of his mteoulin, or wizard power, for that time, yet he had still enough left for one more great effort. And coming to a lake, he picked up a very large chip, and having seamed it with sorcery and magnified it by magic, threw it into the water, where it at once seemed to be a great ship, such as white men build. And when the Wild Cat came up, he saw it, with sails spread and flags flying, and the captain stood so stately on the deck, with folded arms, and he was a fine, gray-haired, dignified man, with a cocked hat, the 2 points of which were like grand and stately horns. But the Wild Cat had sworn, and he was mindful of his great oath, so he cried, "You cannot escape me this time, Rabbit. I have you now." Saying this, he plunged in and tried to swim to the ship, and the captain, seeing a Wild Cat in the water, being engaged in musket drill, ordered his men to fire at it, which they did with a bang. Now this was caused by a party of nighthawks overhead, who swooped down with a sudden cry like a shot. At least it seemed so to Wild Cat, who, deceived and appalled by this volley, deeming that he had verily made a mistake this time, turned tail and swam ashore into the dark old forest, where, if he is not dead, he is running still. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Gillis. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes by Charles Godfrey, Leland. Section 27. How Master Rabbit Went to a Wedding and Won the Bride. Passamaquoddy. Cheematequess, or the Great Rabbit, was once very stout or large of body, having a very long tail. And one day in the old times, as he sat on the rock, with his fine long tail trailing afar into the bushes, an old man came by who asked the way, and Master Rabbit, being as usual obliging, offered to show it to him. So they talked together and grew intimate, but as the old man went very slowly, while Rabbit was always running, he said, "Go on before, and I will follow." So the guide was soon out of sight, and then the old man, hurrying without heeding, fell down into a deep pit or chasm, where he cried out aloud for help, but was not heard. After a time, Rabbit, missing his follower, turned back and tracked him till he found the pit. Yet they could not between them manage to bring the traveler up again, until Rabbit said, "Catch hold of my tail." And when this was done, he gave a jump, but alas, the fine tail broke off short within an inch of the root. One would think that by this time Master Rabbit must have had enough of helping, but all the stories of him show that he never gave up anything which he had once begun. So he simply said to the old man, "Catch hold of me round the waist." And when this was done, he gave another leap and brought the prisoner out. But the man, being heavy, had slipped down and almost broken Rabbit's back. So it came to pass that since that day Master Rabbit has had a very short tail and a slender waist. The old man was on his way to marry a young girl, but she was in love with Mikumwess, the forest fairy. However, the old man married her, and invited Master Rabbit to the dance, which in old times made the ceremony. And the guest dressed for the occasion by putting earrings on his heels, for rabbits or hares dance on their tiptoes, and a beautiful bangle round his neck, and he danced opposite the bride. Now the bride had on only a very short skirt, and in crossing a brook it had got wet, so that as she danced it began to shrink and shrink, until Master Rabbit, pitying the poor girl, ran out and got a deerskin, and hastily twisted a cord to tie it with. But it seemed as if Master Rabbit's efforts to oblige people always got him into trouble, for he twisted this string so rapidly and earnestly, holding one end of it in his teeth as he did so, that he cut his upper lip through to the nose, for which reason his descendants all have hare lips to this day. Now, having dressed the bride, she was so grateful to Rabbit that she danced with him all the night. The old man, seeing this, was so angry at her fickleness that, without saying a word, he walked away, and left her to Matequess, with whom she lived very happily until she ran away with Mikumwess, with whom, if she has not run away again, she is living yet. This story is at an end. How Master Rabbit Gave Himself Airs. Micmac. It happened once that Lox was living in great luxury. He had a wigwam full of hundreds of dried sea ducks, moose meat, maple sugar, and corn. He gave a dinner, and among the guests invited Martin and Matequess, the rabbit. Now it is a great weakness of Master Rabbit that he is much given to hinting at one minute, and saying pretty plainly the next, that he has been in better society than that around him, and has lived among great people, and no one was quicker than the Martin to find out that wherein any one was foolish or feeble. So when Master Rabbit, smoothing down his white fur, said it was the only kind of a coat worn by the aristocracy, Martin humbly inquired, if that were so, how he came by it. "It shows," replied Master Rabbit, "that I have habitually kept company with gentlemen." "How did you get that slit in your lip?" inquired Martin, who knew very well what this Indian really was. "Ah," replied the rabbit, Where I live they use knives and forks, and one day, while eating with some great sagamores, my knife slipped and I cut my lip. And why are your mouth and whiskers always going when you are still? Is that high style? Yes, I am meditating, planning, combining great affairs, talking to myself, you see. That's the way we do. But why do you always hop? Why don't you sometimes walk like other people? Ah, that's our style. We gentlemen don't run like the vulgar. We have a gait of our own, don't you know? Indeed. Well, if you don't mind a question, I would like to know why you always scamper away so suddenly, and jump so far and so rapidly when you run. Oh, don't you know, I used to be employed in very genteel business, public service, in fact, diplomatic. I carried dispatches, books, letters, papers, and so I got in the way of moving nimbly. Now it comes naturally to me. One of my old aristocratic habits. Upon this Martin gave it up. He had seen something of good society himself, as he lived habitually with Glooskap, but Master Rabbit was too much for him. The young man who was saved by a rabbit and a fox, Passamaquoddy. There dwelt a couple in the woods, far away from other people, a man and his wife. They had one boy who grew up strong and clever. One day he said, "Father and mother, let me go and see other men and women." They grieved, but let him go. He went afar. All night he lay on the ground. In the morning he heard something coming. He rose and saw it was a rabbit, who said, "Ha, friend, where go you?" The boy answered, "To find people." "That is what I want," replied the rabbit. "Let us go together." So they went on for a long time, till they heard voices far off, and walking quietly came to a village. "Now," said the rabbit, "steal up unseen, and listen to them." The boy did so, and heard the people saying that a Kuwaku, a cannibal monster, was to come the next day to devour the daughter of their sagamore. And having returned and reported this to the rabbit, the latter said to the boy, "Have no fear. Go to the people and tell them that you can save her." He did so, but it was long before they would listen to him. Yet at last it came to the ears of the old chief that a strange young man insisted that he could save the girl. So the chief sent for him, and said, "They tell me that you think you can deliver my daughter from death. Do so, and she shall be yours." Then he returned to the rabbit, who said, "They did not send the girl far away because they know that the demon can follow any track. But I hope to make a track which he cannot follow. Now do you, as soon as it shall be dark, bring her to this place." The young man did so, and the rabbit was there with a sled, and in his hand he had 2 squirrels. These he smoothed down, and as he did so they grew to be as large as the largest sled dogs. Then all 3 went headlong, like the wind, till they came to another village. The rabbit looked about till he found a certain wigwam, and then peered through a crevice into it. "This is the place," he said. "Enter." They did so, then the rabbit ran away. They found in the cabin an old woman who was very kind, but who, on seeing them, burst into tears. "Ah, my dear grandchildren," she cried, "your death is following you rapidly, for the Kuwaku is on your track and will soon be here. But run down to the river, where you will find your grandfather camping." They went, and were joined by the rabbit, who had spent the time in making many divergent tracks in the ground. The Kuwaku came. The tracks delayed him a long time, but at last he found the right one. Meanwhile the young couple went on, and found an old man by the river. He said, "Truly, you are in great danger, for the Kuwaku is coming, but I will help you." Saying this, he threw himself into the water, where he floated with outstretched limbs, and said, "Now, my children, get on me." The girl feared lest she should fall off, but being reassured, mounted, when he turned into a canoe, which carried them safely across. But when they turned to look at him, lo, he was no longer a canoe, but an old duck. "Now, my dear children," he said, "hasten to the top of yonder old mountain, high among the gray rocks. There you will find your friend." They fled to the old gray mountain. The Kuwaku came raging and roaring in a fury, but however he pursued, they were at the foot of the precipice before him. There stood the rabbit. He was holding up a very long pole. No pine was ever longer. "Climb this," he said, and as they climbed it lengthened till they left it for the hill, and then scrambled up the rocks. Then the Kuwaku came yelling and hollowing horribly. Seeing the fugitives far above, he swarmed up the pole. With him, too, it grew, and grew rapidly, till it seemed to be 1/2 a mile high. Now the Kuwaku was no such sorcerer that he could fly, neither had he wings. He must remain on the pole, and when he came to the top the young man pushed it afar. It fell, and the monster was killed by the fall thereof. They went with the squirrel sledge. They flew through the woods on the snow by the moonlight. They were very glad. And at last they came to the girl's village, when the rabbit said, "Now, friend, good-bye. Yet there is more trouble coming, and when it is with you, I and mine will aid you. So farewell." And when they were home again, it all appeared like a dream. Then the wedding feast was held, and all seemed well. But the young men of the village hated the youth, and desired to kill him, that they might take his wife. They persuaded him to go with them fishing on the sea. Then they raised a cry and said, "A whale is chasing us! He is under the canoe!" And suddenly they knocked him overboard and paddled away like an arrow in flight. The young man called for help. A crow came and said, "Swim or float as long as you can. I will bring you aid." He floated a long time. The crow returned with a strong cord. The crow made himself very large. He threw one end of the cord to the youth. By the other he towed him to a small island. "I can do no more," he said, "but there is another friend." So as the youth sat there, starving and freezing, there came to him a fox. "Ha, friend," he said, "are you here?" "Yes," replied the youth, "and dying of hunger." The fox reflected an instant, and said, "Truly, I have no meat, and yet there is a way." So he picked from the ground a blade of dry grass, and bade the youth eat it. He did so, and found himself a moose. Then he fed richly on the young grass till he had enough, when the fox gave him a second straw, and he became a man again. "Friend," said the fox, "there is an Indian village on the mainland, where there is to be a great feast, a grand dance. Would you like to be there?" "Indeed, I would," replied the youth. "Then wait till dark, and I will take you there," said the fox. And when night came, he bade the youth close his eyes and enter the river, and take hold of the end of his tail, while he should draw. So in the tossing sea they went on for hours. Thought the youth, "We shall never get there." Said the fox, "Yes, we will, but keep your eyes shut." So it went on for another hour, when the youth thought again, "We shall never reach land." Said the fox, "Yes, we shall." However, after a time he opened his eyes when they were only 10 feet from the shore, and this cost them more time and trouble than all the previous swim, ere they had the beach underfoot. It was his own village. The festival was for the marriage of his own wife to one of the young men who had pushed him overboard. Great was his magic power, great was his anger. He became strong as death. Then he went to his own wigwam, and his wife, seeing him, cried aloud for joy, and kissed him and wept all at once. He said, "Be glad, but the hour of punishment for the men who made these tears is come." So he went to the sagamore and told him all. The old chief called for the young men. "Slay them all as you choose," he said to his son-in-law. "Scalp them." But the youth refused. He called to the fox and got the straws which gave the power to transform men to beasts. He changed his enemies into bad animals, one into a porcupine, one into a hog, and they were driven into the woods. Thus it was that the first hog and the first porcupine came into the world. This story, narrated by Tumah Josephs, is partly Old Indian and partly European, but whether the latter element was derived from a French-Canadian or a Norse source I cannot tell, since it is common to both. The mention of the horse and the hog, or of cattle, does not prove that a story is not pre-Columbian. The Norsemen had brought cattle of various descriptions even to New England. It is to be very much regretted that the first settlers in New England took no pains to ascertain what the Indians knew of the white men who had preceded them, but modern material may have easily been added to an old legend. End of section 27. Recording by Jonathan Gillis.
Section 28 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 28. The Chenoo Legends. The Chenoo, or the story of a cannibal with an icy heart. Micmac and Passamaquoddy. Of the old time. An Indian with his wife and their little boy went one autumn far away to hunt in the northwest, and having found a fit place to pass the winter, they built a wigwam. The man brought home the game, the woman dressed and dried the meat, the small boy played about shooting birds with bow and arrow. In Indian wise all went well. One afternoon, when the man was away and the wife gathering wood, she heard a rustling in the bushes, as though some beast were brushing through them, and looking up she saw with horror something worse than the worst she had feared. It was an awful face glaring at her, a something made of devil, man, and beast in their most dreadful forms. It was like a haggard old man with wolfish eyes. He was stark naked. His shoulder and lips were gnawed away, as if, when mad with hunger, he had eaten his own flesh. He carried a bundle on his back. The woman had heard of the terrible Chenoo, the being who comes from the far icy north, a creature who is a man grown to be both devil and cannibal, and saw at once that this was one of them. Truly she was in trouble, but dire need gives quick wit, as it was with this woman who, instead of showing fear, ran up and addressed him with fair words, as " My dear father," pretending surprise and joy, and telling him how glad her heart was, asked where he had been so long. The Chenoo was amazed beyond measure at such a greeting, where he expected yells and prayers, and in mute wonder let himself be led into the wigwam. She was a wise and good woman. She took him in. She said she was sorry to see him so woebegone. She pitied his sad state. She brought a suit of her husband's clothes. She told him to dress himself and be cleaned. He did as she bade. He sat by the side of the wigwam and looked surly and sad, but kept quiet. It was all a new thing to him. She arose and went out. She kept gathering sticks. The Chenoo rose and followed her. She was in great fear. Now, she thought, my death is near. Now he will kill and devour me. The Chenoo came to her. He said, " Give me the axe." She gave it, and he began to cut down the trees. Man never saw such chopping. The great pines fell right and left, like summer saplings. The boughs were hewed and split as if by a tempest. She cried out, " Nutabigul, busugul." My father, there is enough. Footnote: the tremendous pine chopper is a character in another Indian tale. End footnote. He laid down the axe. He walked into the wigwam and sat down, always in grim silence. The woman gathered her wood and remained as silent on the opposite side. She heard her husband coming. She ran out and told him all. She asked him to do as she was doing. He thought it well. He went in and spoke kindly. He said, " Nechilch, my father-in-law," and asked where he had been so long. The Chenoo stared in amazement, but when he heard the man talk of all that had happened for years, his fierce face grew gentler. They had their meal. They offered him food, but he hardly touched it. He lay down to sleep. The man and his wife kept awake in terror. When the fire burned up and it became warm, the Chenoo asked that a screen should be placed before him. He was from the ice. He could not endure heat. For 3 days he stayed in the wigwam. For 3 days he was sullen and grim. He hardly ate. Then he seemed to change. He spoke to the woman. He asked her if she had any tallow. She told him they had much. He filled a large kettle. There was a gallon of it. He put it on the fire. When it was scalding hot, he drank it all off at a draught. He became sick. He grew pale. He cast up all the horrors and abominations of earth, things appalling to every sense. When all was over he seemed changed. Footnote: the Chenoo is not only a cannibal, but a ghoul. He preys on nameless horrors. In this case, having yielded to the power of kindness, he has made up his mind to partake of the food and hospitality of his host. To change his life, but to adapt his system to the new regimen, he must thoroughly clear it of the old. Rand Manuscript. This is a very naive and curious Indian conception of moral reformation. It appears to be a very ancient Eskimo tale recast in modern time by some zealous recent Christian convert. End footnote. He lay down and slept. When he awoke he asked for food, and ate much. From that time he was kind and good. They feared him no more. They lived on meats such as Indians prepare. Footnote: that is cured, dried, smoked, and then packed and pressed in large blocks. End footnote. The Chenoo was tired of it. One day he said, " Nitus, my daughter, have you no pelawisos?" (fresh meat). She said, " No." When her husband returned, the Chenoo saw that there was black mud on his snow shoes. He asked him if there was a spring of water near. The friend said there was one half a day s journey distant. " We must go there to morrow," said the Chenoo. And they went together very early. The Indian was fleet in such running, but the old man, who seemed so wasted and worn, went on his snow shoes like the wind. They came to the spring. (The Micmacs have two words for a spring of water, one for summer, utkoba, which means that the water is cool, the other for winter, kisubok, indicating that it is warm. S.T. Rand.) It was large and beautiful. The snow was all melted away around it. The border was flat and green. Not uncommon round warm springs even in midwinter, and among ice and snow. Then the Chenoo stripped himself and danced around the spring, his magic dance, and soon the water began to foam, and anon to rise and fall, as if some monster below were heaving in accord with the steps and the song. The Chenoo danced faster and wilder. Then the head of an immense Taktalok, or lizard, rose above the surface. The old man killed it with a blow of his hatchet. Dragging it out, he began again to dance. He brought out another, the female, not so large, but still heavy as an elk. They were small spring lizards, but the Chenook had conjured them. By his magic they were made into monsters. He dressed the game. He cut it up. He took the heads and feet and tails, and all that he did not want, and cast them back into the spring. " They will grow again into many lizards," he said. When the meat was trimmed, it looked like that of the bear. He bound it together with withes. He took it on his shoulders. He ran like the wind. The Indian was a great runner. In all the land was not his like, but now he lagged far behind. " Can you go no faster than that ?" asked the Chenoo. " The sun is setting. The red will be black anon. At this rate it will be dark ere we get home. Get on my shoulders." The Indian mounted on the load. The Chenoo bade him hold his head low, so that he could not be knocked off by the branches. " Brace your feet," he said, " so as to be steady." Then the old man flew like the wind. Nibesokana vigil, samas tisku, guldidwej, wasu mugwiggle. The bushes whistled as they flew past them. They got home before sunset. The wife was afraid to touch such meat, but her husband was persuaded to eat of it. It was like a bear s meat. The Chenoo fed on it. So they all lived as friends. The Indians are much less particular than white men as to food, but they avoid chojik, or reptiles. Rand manuscript. Then the spring was at hand. One day the Chenoo told them that something terrible would soon come to pass. An enemy, a Chenoo, a woman, was coming like wind, yes, on the wind from the north to kill him. There could be no escape from the battle. She would be far more furious, mad, and cruel than any male, even one of his own cruel race, could be. He knew not how the battle would end, but the man and his wife must be put in a place of safety. To keep them from hearing the terrible war whoops of the Chenoo, which is death to mortals, their ears must be closed. They must hide themselves in a cave. Then he sent the woman for the bundle which he had brought with him, and which had hung untouched on a branch of a tree since he had been with them. And he said, if she found aught in it offensive to her, to throw it away, but to certainly bring him a smaller bundle which was within the other. So she went and opened it, and that which she found therein was a pair of human legs and feet, the remains of some earlier horrid meal. She threw them away. The small bundle she brought to him. The Chenoo opened it and took from it a pair of horns, horns of the Cheptickalm, or dragon. One of them has two branches, the other is straight and smooth. In the winter of 1882 to 1883, Tomah Josephs killed a deer whose horns were precisely like those of the Chepitchcalm as regarded shape. They were golden bright. He gave the straight horn to the Indian ; he kept the other. He said that these were magical weapons, and the only ones of any use in the coming fight. So they waited for the foe. And the third day came. The Chenoo was fierce and bold. He listened. He had no fear. He heard the long and awful scream like nothing of earth of the enemy, and she sped through the air far away in the icy north, long ere the others could hear it. And the manner of it was this, that if they without harm should live after hearing the first deadly yell of the enemy, they could take no harm. And if they did but hear the answering shout of their friend, all would be well with them. In this we clearly perceive the horrible scream of the Angakok, or Eskimo shaman, trained through years and generations to utter sounds which terrify even brave men. But he said, " Should you hear me call for help, then hasten with the horn, and you may save my life." They did as he bade. They stopped their ears. They hid in a deep hole dug in the ground. All at once the cry of the foe burst on them like screaming thunder. Their ears rang with pain. They were well nigh killed for all the care they had taken. But then they heard the answering cry of their friend, and were no longer in danger from mere noise. The battle begun. The fight was fearful. The monsters, by their magic, with their rage, rose to the size of mountains. The tall pines were torn up. The ground trembled as in an earthquake. Rocks crashed upon rocks. The conflict deepened and darkened. No tempest was ever so terrible. Then the male Chenoo was heard crying, " Nullusok, Chugoye, Abog, Unmoe, my son in law, come and help me." He ran to the fight. What he saw was terrible. The Chenoos, who upright would have risen far above the clouds as giants of hideous form, were struggling on the ground. The female seemed to be the conqueror. She was holding her foe down. She knelt on him. She was doing all she could to thrust her dragon s horn into his ear. And he, to avoid death, was moving his head rapidly from side to side, while she, mocking his cries, said, " You have no son in law to help you. Ni Nujubujul, I ll take your cursed life and eat your liver." It is generally said that there can be no swearing in Indian, but Mr. Rand considers this gross error. It is a mistake, he writes, to suppose that the red man cannot swear in his own tongue. It cannot, of course, be expected that simple savages can swear like cultivated Christians, but they do the best they can. They introduce the venom into their speech by inserting an extra syllable. Thus Nabol or Nabov means " I will kill you." But Nidbujul is the equivalent of " I'll take your cursed life," though it has not that literal meaning. Having only one small syllable to swear with, the Indians are, however, not so profuse and wasteful of profanity as their more gifted and pious white brethren. The Indian was so small by these giants that the stranger did not notice him. " Now," said his friend, " thrust the horn into her ear." He did this with a well directed blow. He struck hard. The point entered her head. At the touch it sprouted quick as a flash of lightning. It darted through the head. It came out of the other ear. It had become like a long pole. It touched the ground. It struck downward. It took deep and firm root. The male Chenoo bade him raise the other end of the horn and place it against a large tree. He did so. It coiled itself round the tree like a snake. It grew rapidly. The enemy was held hard and fast. Then the two began to dispatch her. It was a long and weary work. Such a being, to be killed at all, must be hewed into small pieces. Flesh and bones must all be utterly consumed by fire. Should the last fragment remain unburnt, from it would spring a grown Chenoo with all the force and fire of the first. The idea is common to both Eskimo and Indian that so long as a fragment of a body remains unburned, the being, man or beast may, by magic, be revived from it. It was probably suggested by observing the great vitality and power of self production inherent in many lower forms of life, and may have given rise to the belief in vampires. The fury of battles past, the Chenoo had become of their usual size. The victor hewed the enemy to small pieces, to be revenged for the insult and threat as to eating his liver. He, having roasted that part of his captive, ate it before her, while she was yet alive he did this. He told her she was served, as she would have served him. But the hardest task of all was to come. It was to burn or melt the heart. It was of ice, and more than ice, as much colder as ice is colder than fire, as much harder as ice is harder than winter. When placed in the fire it put out the flame, yet by long burning it melted slowly, until they at last broke it to fragments with a hatchet, and then melted these. So they returned to the camp. Spring came. The snows of winter, as water, ran down the rivers to the sea. The ice and snow which had encamped on the inland hills sought the shore. So did the Indian and his wife. The Chenoo, with softened soul, went with them. Now he was becoming a man like other men. Before going they built a canoe for the old man. They did not cover it with birch bark. They made it of moose skin. The Indians have several names for a canoe: Kwudun, Micmac; a Kwidun, Passamaquoddy; Intool, Micmac. My canoe, or my watercraft of any kind. Moosulk, a canoe covered with moose skin, Micmac. Skogamulk, Micmac, a new canoe. Inkanulk, Micmac, an old canoe. Rand Manuscript. To these may be added the different patterns of canoes peculiar to different tribes, as for instance the Mohawk, which is broad with peculiar ends, etc. In it they placed a part of their venison in skins. The Chenoo took his place in it. They took the lead, he followed. And after winding on with the river, down rapids and under forest boughs, they came out into the sunshine on a broad beautiful lake. But suddenly, when midway in the water, the Chenoo laid flat in the canoe, as if to hide himself. And to explain this he said that he had just then been discovered by another Chenoo, who was standing on the top of a mountain, whose dim blue outline could just be seen stretching far away to the north. " He has seen me," he said, " but he cannot see you. Nor can he behold me now. But should he discover me again, his wrath will be roused. Then he will attack me. I know not who might conquer. I prefer peace." So he lay hidden, and they took his canoe in tow. But when they had crossed the lake and came to the river again, the Chenoo said that he could not travel further by water. He would walk the woods, but sail on streams no more. So they told him where they meant to camp that night. He started over mountains and through woods, and up rocks, a far roundabout journey. And the man and his wife went down the river in a spring freshet, headlong with the rapids. One should be familiar with the almost impassable forest of Maine and Canada, even as they are at the present day, to properly appreciate the Chenook s journey. As for the speed of the canoe, I have myself gone down the Kenawha River (Virginia) in a dugout at the rate of 100 miles in a day. But when they paddled round the point where they meant to pass the night, they saw smoke rising among the trees, and on landing they found the Chenoo sleeping soundly by the fire which had been built for them. This he repeated for several days. But as they went south a great change came over him. He was a being of the north. Ice and snow had no effect on him, but he could not endure the soft airs of summer. He grew weaker and weaker. When they had reached their village he had to be carried like a little child. He had grown gentle. His fierce and formidable face was now like that of a man. His wounds had healed. His teeth no longer grinned wildly all the time. The people gathered round him in wonder. He was dying. This was after the white men had come. They sent for a priest. He found the Chenoo as ignorant of all religion as a wild beast. At first he would repel the father in anger. Then he listened and learned the truth. For the old heathen s heart changed. He was deeply moved. He asked to be baptized, and as the first tear which he had ever shed in all his life came to his eyes, he died. Footnote: This strange and touching tale was told to Mr. Rand by a Micmac Indian, Louis Brooks, who heard it from his grandfather, Samuel Paul, a chief, who died in 1843 at the age of 80. He was a living chronicle of ancient traditions. The Chenoo can be directly identified with the so-called inlander of the Greenland Eskimo. He is a cannibal, a giant, a mysterious being who haunts the horrible and almost unexplored interior. He assumes different forms. In one shape he is supposed to be a man who has become a recluse and a misanthrope. But no such thing as the Chenoo could ever have been imagined out of an Arctic country. The conception of the heart of hardest ice and the gradual civilization of the savage by kindness, the tact with which this is done, as only a woman could do it, the indication of the old nature, as shown by eating the liver of his conquered foe, and his final conversion, display a genius which is greatly heightened by the simplicity of the narrative. As there is actually a tribe of Indians in the Northwest called Chenoo, there can be little doubt as to the derivation of the name. Such a character could have originated, as I have said, only in the icy North. It could never have grown in the milder regions of the West and South. But the Chenoo, the monstrous, ferocious cannibal giant with an icy heart, is the central figure of the evil supernatural beings of the North. The Schoolcraft traditions and Hiawatha have little to say of Titans whose heads top the clouds, who tear up forest and rend rocks, and change the whole face of nature in their hideous battles or horrible revels. But such scenes are continually described by the Passamaquoddy and Micmac story tellers, and they would be natural enough to Greenlanders, familiar with whales, icebergs, frozen wastes, long winter nights, and all the frozen desolation of the North. There is a mystery connected with the eating of the liver, which is to be explained, like many other Indian mysteries, by having recourse to the Eskimo shamanism. In Greenland a man who has been murdered can revenge himself by rushing into him, that is, entering his soul, which can only be prevented by eating a piece of his liver. Rink T. and T. of the Eskimo, page 45. The Chenoo is in all essentials identical with the Kivigtok of Greenland, a man who has fled mankind and acquired extraordinary mental and physical powers. The story which I have here given is probably that of the Eskimo tale of the blind man who recovered his sight, Rink, page 99, in which a Kimgtok, after becoming incredibly old, returns to mankind to seek a shaman priest and repent. In both stories there is a Chenoo, and in both there is atonement with mankind and the higher powers. It may be observed that while the Chenoo is a giant with a heart of ice as hard as stone, the giant Hurungur of the Edda has a heart of stone. The Chenoo agrees with the Jotuns in many respects. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion, Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland, Section 29. The story of the Great Chenoo, as told by the Passamaquoddies. Passamaquoddy. What the Micmacs call a Chenoo is known to the Passamaquoddies as a Yefwakwa, or Yevokwa, and this is their origin. When the Kachich Meti Ulan, or Great Big Witch, Footnote: when legends from the Anglo-Indian manuscript collection of Mitchell are given, many of the phrases or words in the original are retained, without regard to style or correctness. Wizard should be placed here for witch. End footnote. Is conquered by the smaller witches, or Methuselich. They can kill him or turn him into a Kewahqu. He still fights, however, with the other Kewahqu. When they are ready to fight, they suddenly become as tall as the highest trees. Their weapons are the trees themselves, which they uproot with great strength. And this strength depends upon the quantity or size of the piece of ice which makes the heart of the Kewahqu. This piece of ice is like a little human figure, with hands, feet, head, and every member perfect. The female Kewahqu is more powerful than the male. They make a noise like a roaring lion, but sharper, shriller, and more frightful. Their abode is somewhere in Lasmodasdosik, in some cold region in far northern Canada. In summer they rub themselves all over with pukawigu, or fir balsam, and then roll themselves on the ground so that everything adheres to the body, moss, leaves, and even small sticks. This was often seen of old by Indian hunters. Once a newly married Indian couple had, according to Indian custom, gone on the long fall and winter hunt. One day when the man was away, an old Kewahqu came and looked into the wigwam. The wife was frightened, but she made up her mind at once. She called him Metunskul, or my father. The old Kewahqu was very proud to be called father. When she heard her husband returning, she ran out and told him that a great Kewahqu was in the camp, and that he must call him Misolhos, or father-in-law. So going in he did this, and the Kewahqu was still more pleased. So they lived with him and hunted with him. He was very skillful in the chase. When they came to broad and deep waters, the Kewahqu would swim them with his son-in-law on his back. He could run faster than any wild animal. One day he told his children to go away to a great distance. " There is a great female Kewahqu coming to fight me. In the struggle I may not know you, and may hurt you." So they went away as fast and as far as they could. But they heard the fighting, the most frightful noises, howls, yells, thundering and crashing of wood and rocks. After a time the man determined to see the fight. When he got to the place he saw a horrible sight. Big trees uprooted, the giants in a deadly struggle. Then the Indian, who was very brave and was afraid that his father-in-law would be killed, came up and helped as much as he could, and in fact so much that between them they killed the enemy. The old Kewahqu was badly but not fatally hurt, and the woman was very glad her father came off victorious. She had always heard that a Kewahqu had a piece of ice for a heart. If this can be taken out, the Kewahqu can be tamed and cured. So she made a preparation, or medicine, and offered it to him. He did not know what it was, nor its strength, so he swallowed it, and it gave him a vomit. She saw something drop, so quietly picked it up. It was the figure of a man of ice. It was the Kewahqu's heart. She, not being seen or noticed, put it in the fire, when he cried, " Daughter, you are killing me now. You destroy my strength." Yet she made him take more of the medicine, and a second heart came out. This she also put on the fire. But when a third came he grabbed it from her hand and swallowed it. However, he was almost entirely cured. Another time an Indian village was visited by a Kewahqu, but he was driven away by magic. The people marked crosses on the trees where they expected the Kewahqu to come. There was great excitement among the Indians, expecting to hear their strange visitor with his frightful noises. It was the old people who gave the advice to mark crosses on the trees. Another time an Indian of either the Passamaquoddy or Mareschite tribe was turned to a Kewahqu. The last time he was seen was by a party of Indian hunters who recognized him. He had only small strips of clothing. " This country," he said, " is too warm for me. I am going to a colder one." This story from the Passamaquoddy Anglo-Indian manuscript of Mitchell supplies some very important deficiencies in the preceding Micmac version. We are told that the heart of the Chenoo is of ice in human figure. This human figure is that of the Kewahqu himself, or rather his very self, or microcosm. It is this, and not the liver, which is swallowed by the victor, who thus adds another frozen " soul " to his own. Of the three vomited by the Kewahqu, two were the hearts of enemies whom he had conquered. He could not give up his own, however. It is much more according to common sense that the woman should have given the cannibal the magic medicine which made him yield his heart than that he should voluntarily have purged himself. In the Micmac tale he merely relieves his stomach. In the Passamaquoddy version he, by woman's influence, loses his icy heart. It is interesting to observe that the use of the Christian cross is in the additional anecdote described as magic. It is the main point in the Chenoo stories that this horrible being, this most devilish of devils, is at first human, perhaps an unusually good girl or youth. From having the heart once chilled, she or he goes on in cruelty, until at last the sufferer eats the heart of another Chenoo, especially a female's. Then utter wickedness ensues. It is more than probable that this leads us back to some dark and terrible shaman superstition, older than we can now fathom. There is a passage in the Edda which its translator, Thorpe, thinks can never be explained. I believe, he writes, the difficulty is beyond help. The lines are as follows. Following footnote from the Edda, page 112. Loki, scorched up in his heart's affections, had found a half-burnt woman's heart. Loki became guileful from that wicked woman, thence in the world. End footnote. Of which Thorpe writes, the sense of this and the following line is not apparent. They stand thus in the original. Loki of Hiarta Lardi Brindu Fan Lian Hafisthan Hugstein Konu, for which grim myth Forida 3:7 would read Loki at Hiarta Lundi Brenda, etc. Lokius committed cor in nemor assum invenit simistum mentis lapidum mulieris. Whatever obscurity exists here, it is evident that it means that Loki, having become bad, grew worse after having got the half-burnt stone of a woman's soul. That is, his own heart, half ruined, became utterly so after he had added to it the demoralized Hugstein, soul-stone, thought-stone, or heart of a woman. If we assume that stone and heart are the same, the difficulty vanishes. And they are one in the Chenoo, who, like Loki, illustrates or symbolizes the passage from good to evil, which a German writer declares is quicker than thought, that the very same Hugi which the Norse myth puts forward as swiftest of all runners. Loki, not as yet lost, gets the stone heart of a giantess and becomes an utter devil at once. The Chenoo becomes an utter devil when he has swallowed the thought stone of a giantess, and so does Loki. The girl Chenoo, Micmac. Of the old time, far up the Saguenay River, a branch turns off to the north, running back into the land of ice and snow. 10 families went up this stream one autumn in their canoes to be gone all winter on a hunt. Among them was a beautiful girl, 20 years of age. A young man in the band wished her to become his wife, but she flatly refused him. Perhaps she did it in such a way as to wound his pride. Certainly she roused all that was savage in him, and he gave up all his mind to revenge. He was skilled in medicine or in magic, so he went into the woods and gathered an herb which makes people insensible. Then, stealing into the lodge when all were asleep, he held it to the girl's face until she had inhaled the odor and could not be easily awakened. Going out, he made a ball of snow, and returning placed it in the hollow of her neck, in front, just below the throat. Then he retired without being discovered, so she could not awake while the chill went to her heart. Footnote: the Eskimo shamans and the Indian Buoan are familiar with many very ingenious and singular ways of producing prolonged illness and death. There is one known to a very few old gypsies of gradually inducing insanity and death, which I have never seen noted in any work on toxicology. In a work which I lately read, it was positively denied that there was any such thing as a "lingering poison." Footnote end. When she awoke she was chilly, shivering, and sick. She refused to eat. This lasted long, and her parents became alarmed. They inquired what ailed her. She was ill-tempered. She said nothing was the matter. One day, having been sent to the spring for water, she remained absent so long that her mother went to seek her. Approaching unseen, she observed her greedily eating snow. And asking her what it meant, the daughter explained that she felt within a burning sensation, which the snow relieved. More than that, she craved the snow. The taste of it was pleasant to her. After a few days she began to grow fierce, as though she wished to kill some one. At last she begged her parents to kill her. Hitherto she had loved them very much. Now she told them that unless they killed her, she would certainly be their death. Her whole nature was being changed. " How can we kill you? " her mother asked. " You must shoot me," she replied, " with 7 arrows." The Micmac version gives guns, but the Chenoo stories are evidently very ancient, and refer to terrors of the olden time. And if you can kill me with 7 shots, all will be well. But if you cannot, I shall kill you. 7 men shot at her as she sat in the wigwam. She was not bound. Every arrow struck her in the breast, but she sat firm and unmoved. 49 times they pierced her. From time to time she looked up with an encouraging smile. When the last arrow struck, she fell dead. Then they burned the body as she had directed. It was soon reduced to ashes, with the exception of the heart, which was of the hardest ice. This required much time to melt and break. At last all was over. She had been brought under the power of an evil spirit. She was rapidly being changed into a Chenoo, a wild, fierce, unconquerable being. But she knew it all the while, and it was against her will, so she begged that she might be killed. The Indians left the place. Since that day none have ever returned to it. They feared lest some small part of the body might have remained unconsumed, and that from it another Chenoo would rise, capable of killing all whom she met. Mr. Rand manuscript gives a detailed account of an Indian who went mad during the winter, ran away naked into the wilderness among the snow, and was unanimously declared to have turned into a Chenoo. I agree with Mr. Rand that the historical basis of these tales, if they have any, may be the same, a case of lunacy, fiction and figure adding to the incredible details. End of section 29. Recording by Mary in Arkansas.
Section 30 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 30. Thunder Stories. Of the Girl Who Married Mount Katahdin, and How All the Indians Brought About Their Own Ruin. Penobscot. Of the old time, there was once an Indian girl gathering blueberries on Mount Katahdin, and being lonely she said, "I would that I had a husband." And seeing the great mountain in all its glory rising on high, with the red sunlight on the top, she added, "I wish Katahdin were a man, and he would marry me." All this she was heard to say ere she went onward and up the mountain, but for 3 years she was never seen again. Then she reappeared, bearing a babe, a beautiful child, but his little eyebrows were of stone. For the spirit of the mountain had taken her to himself, and when she greatly desired to return to her own people, he told her go in peace, but forbade her to tell any man who had married her. Now the boy had strange gifts, and the wise men said that he was born to become a mighty magician. For when he did but point his finger at a moose or anything which ran, it would drop dead. And when in a canoe, if he pointed at the flocks of wild ducks or swans, then the water was at once covered with the floating game, and they gathered them in as they listed, and through that boy his mother and every one had food and to spare. Now this was the truth, and it was a great wonder, that Katahdin had wedded this girl, thinking with himself and his wife to bring up a child who would build up his nation, and make of the Wabanaki a mighty race. And he said, "Declare unto these people that they are not to inquire of thee who is the father of the child. Truly they will know it by seeing him, for they shall not grieve thee with impertinence." Now the woman had made it known that she would not be questioned, and she gave them all what they needed. Yet for all this they could not refrain nor restrain themselves from talking to her on what they well knew she would fain be silent. And one day they had angered her, she thought. Truly Katahdin was right. These people are in no wise worthy of my son, neither shall he serve them. He shall not lead them to victory. They are not those who make a great nation. And being still further teased and tormented, she spake and said, "Ye fools, who by your own folly will kill yourselves, ye mud wasps, who sting the fingers which would pick ye out of the water, why will ye ever trouble me to tell you what you well know? Can ye not see who is the father of my boy? Behold his eyebrows. Do ye not know Katahdin by them? But it shall be to your exceeding great sorrow that ever ye inquired. From this day ye may feed yourselves and find your own venison, for this child shall do so no more for you." And she arose, and went her way into the woods and up the mountain, and was seen on earth no more. And since that day the Indians, who should have been great, have become a little people. Truly it would have been wise and well for those of early times if they could have held their tongues. This remarkable legend was related to me by Mrs. Mary Sakis, a Penobscot, a very clever story-teller. It gives the fall of man from a purely Indian standpoint. Nothing is so contemptible in Indian eyes as a want of dignity and idle loquacious teasing. Therefore it is made in the myth the sin which destroyed their race. The tendency of the lower class of Americans, especially in New England, to raise and emphasize their voice, to speak continually in italics and small and large capitals, with a wide display, and the constant disposition to chaff and tease, have contributed more than any other cause to destroy confidence and respect for them among the Indians. Since writing the foregoing paragraph, I have read the Abnakis by Rev. Eugene Vetromile. In his chapter on the religion and superstition of these Indians he gives this story, but, as I think, in a corrupted form. Firstly, he states that Pomola, that is, Bumole, who is the evil spirit of the night air, was the spirit of Mount Katahdin. Now these are certainly at present two very distinct beings, which are described as being personally quite unlike. Secondly, in Vetromile's story the mother and child disappear in consequence of the child having inadvertently killed an Indian by pointing at him. It will be seen that this feeble, impotent conclusion utterly spoils the manifest meaning of the whole legend. Of this story Vetromile remarks that it is, of course, a superstitious tale, made up by the prolific imagination of some Indians, yet we can perceive in some vestiges of the fall of the first man in having transgressed the command of God, and how it could be repaired only by God. We can also trace some ideas of the mystery of the incarnation of the Son of God in the womb of the Blessed Virgin Mary, mixed with fables, superstitions, and pagan errors. The appearance of God to Moses in the burning bush may be glimpsed in Pomole appearing to the Indian on Mount Katahdin, and so forth. The Pilgrims and Rabelais did not point out scriptural coincidences with greater ingenuity than this. It is deeply to be regretted that the Reverend Father's entire knowledge of the mythology of the Abenakis was limited to this single story. Vide Bumole in chapter on supernatural beings. It may be, however, observed that if the name Bumole or Pomola really means "he curses on the mountains," or curse on the mountain, it was natural that the evil spirit should be supposed to be on the mountain. Pomola was perhaps at an early period the spirit of lightning, and might thus be very easily confused with Katahdin. How a hunter visited the thunder spirits who dwell in Mount Katahdin. Passamaquoddy. Nicarnu, of old times. Once an Indian went forth to hunt, and he departed from the east branch of the Penobscot, and came to the head of another branch that leads into the east branch, and this he followed even to the foot of Mount Katahdin. And there he hunted many a day alone, and met none, till one morning in midwinter he found the track of snowshoes. So he returned to his camp, but the next day he met with it again in a far distant place. And thus it was that, wherever he went, this track came to him every day. Then, noting this as a sign to be observed, he followed it, and it went up the mountain Katahdin, which being interpreted means "the great mountain," until at last it was lost in a hard snowshoe road made by many travelers. And since it was hard and even, he took off his Algonquin, or snowshoes, and went ever on and up with the road. And it was a strange path, and strange was its ending, for it stopped just before a high ledge, like an immense wall, on a platform at its foot. And there were many signs there, as of many people, yet he saw no one, and as he stayed it seemed to grow stranger and stranger. At last he heard a sound as of footsteps coming, yet within the wall, when lo! a girl stepped directly out of the precipice upon the platform. But though she was beautiful beyond belief, he was afraid. And to his every thought she answered in words, and that so sweetly and kindly and cleverly that he was soon without fear, though he saw that she had powerful metwelin, or great magic power. And they being soon pleased one with the other, and wanting each other, she bade him accompany her, and that by walking directly through the rock. Have no fear, said she, but advance boldly. So he obeyed, and lo! the rock was as the air, and it gave way as he went on. And ever as they went the maiden talked to him, answering his thoughts so that he spoke not aloud. And anon they came to a great cavern far within, and there was an old man seated by a fire, and the old man welcomed him. And he was very kindly treated by the strange pair all day. In all his life he had never been so happy. Now as the night drew near, the old man said to his daughter, "Can you hear aught of your brothers?" Then she went out to the terrace, and returning said no. Then anon he asked her again, and she going and returning as before replied, "Now I hear them coming." Then they listened, when lo! there came, as at the door without, a crash of thunder with a flash of lightning. And out of the light stepped two young men of great beauty, but like giants, stupendous and of awful mien. And like their father, their eyebrows were of stone, while their cheeks were as rocks. And the hunter was told by their sister that when they went forth, which was every few days, their father said to them, "Sons, arise! It is time now for you to go forth over the world and save our friends. Go not too near the trees, but if you see aught that is harmful to those whom we love, strike and spare not." Then when they went forth they flew on high among the clouds, and thus it is that the thunder and lightning, whose home is in the mighty Katahdin, are made. And when the thunder strikes, the brothers are shooting at the enemies of their friends. Now when the day was done, the hunter returned to his home, and when there, found he had been gone 7 years. All this I have heard from the old people who are dead and gone. This was a tale told to me by Tomah Josephs. It seems to have nothing in common with the very widely spread myth that the thunder is the flapping of the wings of a giant bird, and the lightning the flashes of its eyes. The tradition is probably of Eskimo origin, supernatural beings partially of stone being common to Greenland and Labrador. There is a strange, and entirely accidental, resemblance between this story and Rip Van Winkle, as in the distant sound of the ninepins, like a low muttered thunder, the hospitable entertainment, and finally the 7 years is one day. Apparent resemblances are very deceptive. In the Eskimo mythology, the Mesugat, or Kuradlit, who are the higher or benevolent spirits protecting mortals, are distinguished from the evil ones by dwelling in cliffs, to which there are invisible entrances. There is a remarkable resemblance between Katahdin and Hrungnir of the Edda. Hrungnir has a face of stone. He is unquestionably a mountain personified, as Miss Larne declares. His stony head pierces the blue sky. Both giants are the typical great mountain of their respective countries. Hrungnir also has a very great affinity with the Chenoo giant. He has a stony heart, an insatiable appetite, and is cruel and brutal. The Iroquois have the very stone giants, or, as Schoolcraft calls them, the stonish giants, themselves, and a very curious picture of them has been preserved. Of them he remarks, "Who the giants are intended to symbolize is uncertain. They are represented as impenetrable by darts. The connection between the stone giants of the Indians, the Eskimo, and the Norsemen, if not historical, is at least identical in this, that they all typify the mountains." The Thunder and Lightning Men, Passamaquoddy. This is truly an old Indian story of old time. Once an Indian was whirled up by the roaring wind. He was taken up a thunderstorm, and set down again in the village of the Thunders. In after times he described them as very like human beings. They used bows and arrows, taboke, and had wings. But these wings can be laid aside and kept for use, and from time to time their chief gives the Thunders orders to put them on, and tells them where to go. He also tells them how long they are to be gone, and warns them not to go too low, for it is sure death for them to be caught in the crotch of a tree. The great chief of the Thunders, hearing of a stranger's arrival, sent for him, and received him very kindly, and told him that he would do well to become one of them. To which the man being willing, the chief soon after called all his people together to see the ceremony of thunderifying the Indian. Then they bade him go into a square or box, and while in it he lost his senses and became a Thunder. Then they brought him a pair of wings, and he put them on. So he flew about like the rest of the Thunders. He became quite like them, and followed all their ways. And he said that they always flew towards the Soonsnook, or south, and that the roar and crash of the thunder was the sound of their wings. Their great amusement is to play at ball across the sky. When they return they carefully put away the wings for the next flight. There is a big bird in the south, and this they are always trying to kill, but never succeed in doing so. They made long journeys, and always took him with them. So it went on for a long time, but it came to pass that the Indian began to tire of his strange friends. Then he told the chief that he wished to see his family on earth, and the Sagamore listened to him and was very kind. Then he called all of his people together, and said that their brother from the other world was very lonesome, and wished to return. They were all very sorry indeed to lose him, but because they loved him, they let him have his own way, and decided to carry him back again. So bidding him close his eyes till he should be on earth, they carried him down. The Indians saw a great thunderstorm drawing near. They heard such thunder as they never knew before, and then something in the shape of a human being coming down with lightning, and then they ran. To the spot where he sat, and it was their long-lost brother who had been gone 7 years. He had been in the Thunder World. He told them how he had been playing ball with the Thunder boys, yes, how he had been turned into a real Thunder himself. This is why the Indians to this very day have a firm belief that the thunder and lightning we hear and see are caused by beings or spirits called in Indian Badakyak, or Thunder, because they see them, and have moreover actually picked up the Badag's Kichisusan, or Thunder Belt. It is of many different kinds of stone, but always of the same shape. The last was picked up by Peter Sabatis, one of the Passamaquoddy tribe. He has it yet. He found it in the crotch root of a spruce tree at Head Harbor on the island of Campobello. The stone is a sign of good luck to him who finds it. The thunder is the sound of wings, and the men who fly above. The lightning we see is the fire and smoke of their pipes. Of the woman who married the thunder, and of their boy, Passamaquoddy. Once a woman went to the edge of a lake, and lay down to sleep. As she awoke she saw a great serpent with glittering eyes crawl from the water and stealthily approach her. She had no power to resist his embrace. After her return to her people her condition betrayed itself, and she was much persecuted. They pursued her with sticks and stones, howling abuse. She fled from the village. She went afar into wild places, and sitting down on the grass wept, wishing that she were dead. As she sat and wailed, a very beautiful girl, dressed in silver and gold, appeared, and after listening to her sad story, said, "Follow me." Then they went up high into a mountain, through 3 rocks, until they came into a pleasant wigwam with a very smooth floor. An old man, so old that he was all white, came to meet them. Then he, taking a short stick, bade her dance. He began to sing, and as he sung she gave birth, one by one, to 12 serpents. These the old man killed in succession with a stick as they were born. Then she had become thin again, and was in her natural form. The old man had a son, Bdok the Thunder, and a daughter, Psoktanpik the Lightning, and when Thunder returned he offered to take her back to her own people, but she refused to go. The old man said to his son, "Take her for your wife, and be good to her." So they were married. In a time she bore a son. When the boy could stand, the old man, who never leaves the mountain, called him to stand before him while he fastened wings to the child. He was soon able with these wings to make a noise which greatly pleased the grandfather. When a storm is approaching, the distant rumbling is the muttering thunder made by the child, but it is Badok, his father, who comes in the dark cloud and makes the roaring crash, while Tsoktankapik flashes her lightnings. And after days, when the woman visited her people, she told them that they never need fear the thunder or lightning. End of Section 30.
Section 31 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 31. At-o-sis, the Serpent. How 2 girls were changed to water snakes, and of 2 others that became mermaids. Passamaquoddy. Pecumquess, or Thoroughfare, is 65 miles from Campobello. There was an Indian village there in the old times. 2 young Indian girls had a strange habit of absenting themselves all day every Sunday. No one knew for a long time where they went or what they did, but this was how they passed their time. They would take a canoe and go 6 miles down the Grand Lake, where at the north end is a great ledge of rock and 60 feet of water. There they stayed. All day long they ran about naked or swam. They were wanton, witch-like girls, liking eccentric and forbidden ways. They kept this up for a long time. Once, while they were in the water, an Indian who was hunting spied them. He came nearer and nearer, unseen. He saw them come out of the water and sit on the shore, and then go in again. But as he looked, they grew longer and longer, until they became snakes. He went home and told this, but now they had been seen by a man, they must keep the serpent form. Men of the village, in 4 or 5 canoes, went to find them. They found the canoe and clothes of the girls, nothing more. A few days later 2 men on the Grand Lake saw the snake girls on shore, showing their heads over the bushes. One began to sing, "Nikitia yeben Ute Quespen me ke aus." "We are going to stay in this lake a few days and then go down the river. Bid adieu to our friends for us. We are going to the great salt water." After singing this they sank into the water. They had very long hair. A picture of the man looking at the snake girls was scraped for me by the Indian who told me this story. The pair were represented as snakes with female heads. When I first heard this tale, I promptly set it down as nothing else but the Melusina story, derived from a Canadian French source. But I have since found that it is so widely spread, and is told in so many different forms, and is so deeply connected with tribal traditions and totems, that there is now no doubt in my mind that it is at least pre-Columbian. Another and a very curious version of this story was obtained by Mrs. W. Wallace Brown, who has been the chief discoverer of curious Indian lore among the Passamaquoddies. It is called Niwas, the Mermaid. A long time ago there was an Indian with his wife and 2 daughters. They lived by a great lake, or the sea, and the mother told her girls never to go into the water there, for that if they did, something would happen to them. They, however, deceived her repeatedly. When swimming is prohibited, it becomes delightful. The shore of this lake sands away out, or slopes to an island. One day they went to it, leaving their clothes on the beach. The parents missed them. The father went to seek them. He saw them swimming far out and called to them. The girls swam up to the sand, but could get no further. Their father asked them why they could not. They cried that they had grown to be so heavy that it was impossible. They were all slimy. They grew to be snakes from below the waist. After sinking a few times in this strange slime, they became very handsome, with long black hair and large bright black eyes, with silver bands on their necks and arms. When their father went to get their clothes, they began to sing in the most exquisite tones, "Leave them there, do not touch them, leave them there." Hearing this, their mother began to weep. But the girls kept on, "It is all our own fault, but do not blame us. 'Twill be none the worse for you when you go in your canoe. Then you need not paddle, we shall carry it along." And so it was. When their parents went in the canoe, the girls carried it safely on everywhere. One day some Indians saw the girls' clothes on the beach, and so looked out for the wearers. They found them in the water and pursued them, and tried to capture them, but they were so slimy that it was impossible to take them, till one, catching hold of a mermaid by her long black hair, cut it off. Then the girl began to rock the canoe, and threatened to upset it unless her hair was given to her again. The fellow who had played the trick at first refused, but as the mermaids, or snake maids, promised that they should all be drowned unless this was done, the locks were restored. And the next day they were heard singing and were seen, and on her who had lost her hair it was all growing as long as ever. We may very easily detect the hand of Lox, the mischief maker, in this last incident. It was the same trick which Loki played on Sif, the wife of Odin. That both Lox and Loki were compelled to replace the hair and make it grow again, the one on the snake maid, the other on the goddess, is, if a coincidence, at least a very remarkable one. It is a rule, with little exception, that where we have to deal with myths which have passed into romances or tales, that which was originally one character becomes many, just as the king, who has but one name and one appearance at court, assumes a score when he descends to disguise of low degree and goes among the people. But when, in addition to characteristic traits, we have even a single anecdote or attribute in common, the identification is very far advanced. When not one but many of these coincidences occur, we are in all probability at the truth. Thus we find, in the mythology of the Wabanaki, as in the Edda, the chief evil being indulging in mere wanton comic mischief, to an extent not to be found in the devil of any other race whatever. Here, in a mythical tale, the same mischief maker steals a snake girl's hair, and is compelled to replace it. In the Edda, the corresponding mischief maker steals the hair of a goddess, and is also forced to make restitution. Yet this is only one of many such resemblances in these tales. It will be observed that in both cases the hair of the loser is made to grow again. But while the incident has in the Edda a meaning, as appears from its context, it has none in the Indian tale. All that we can conclude from this is that the Wabanaki tale is subsequent to the Norse or taken from it. The incidents of tales are often remembered when the plot is lost. It is certainly very remarkable that wherever the mischief maker occurs in these Indian tales, he in every narrative does something in common with his Norse prototype. Of the Woman who Loved a Serpent who Lived in a Lake. (Passamaquoddy.) Of old times there was a very beautiful woman. She turned the heads of all the men. She married, and her husband died very soon after, but she immediately took another. Within a single year she had 5 husbands, and these were the cleverest and handsomest and bravest in the tribe. And then she married again. This, the 6th, was such a silent man that he passed for a fool. But he was wiser than people thought. He came to believe, by thinking it over, that this woman had some strange secret. He resolved to find it out. So he watched her all the time. He kept his eye on her by night and by day. It was summer, and she proposed to go into the woods to pick berries, and to camp there. By and by, when they were in the forest, she suggested that he should go on to the spot where they intended to remain, and build a wigwam. He said that he would do so, but he went a little way into the woods and watched her. As soon as she believed that he was gone, she rose and walked rapidly onwards. He followed her unseen. She went on till, in a deep wild place among the rocks, she came to a pond. She sat down and sang a song. A great foam or froth rose to the surface of the water. Then in the foam appeared the tail of a serpent. The creature was of immense size. The woman, who had laid aside all her garments, embraced the serpent, which twined around her, enveloping all her limbs and body in his folds. The husband watched it all. He now understood that, the venom of the serpent having entered the woman, she had saved her life by transferring it to the others, who died. He went on to the camping ground and built a wigwam. He made up 2 beds. He built a fire. His wife came. She was earnest that there should only be a single bed. He sternly bade her lie by herself. She was afraid of him. She laid down and went to sleep. He arose 3 times during the night to replenish the fire. Every time he called her, and there was no answer. In the morning he shook her. She was dead. She had died by the poison of the serpent. They sunk her in the pond where the snake lived. I do not omit this ghastly and repulsive legend for the following reasons. One might hastily conclude from its resemblance to the old legend of the origin of the Merovingian family, that this idea of the woman with the horrible water spirit for a lover was of Canadian French origin. But a story like it in the main detail is told by the Indians of Guiana, and that of the faithless wife, given in Rink's tales and traditions of the Eskimo, is almost the same. But in the latter the husband revenges himself by stuffing the woman full of poisonous vermin. Rink says that he had 5 different versions of this tale, and that one was from Labrador, a country often travelled by the Micmacs, and even by the Penobscots and Passamaquoddies, I myself knowing one of the latter who has been there. I conjecture that this tale sets forth the aboriginal idea of the origin of a certain disease supposed to have come from America. It is popularly believed among the vulgar that this disease can be transferred to another person, thereby removing it from the first. Of this the Reverend Thistledown Dyer, in his Folklore of Shakespeare, says, "According to an old but erroneous belief, infection communicated to another left the infector free." In allusion to which Timon of Athens (Act 4, Scene 3) says, "I will not kiss thee, then the rot returns to thy own lips again." Bonifacius' Historia Ludicra has collected all the instances known to classical antiquity of women who had serpent lovers. The kings of the early races of Central America laid great stress on the fact that they were descendants of serpents. One could fill a volume with all the Arab, Hindu, and other Oriental tales belonging to the beloved of ophidic monsters. I am indebted for this very curious and ancient tale to Governor Thomas Josephs of Peter Dana's Point, Maine. The Mother of Serpents, Passamaquoddy. There was once a couple well advanced in years. They were powerful and rich in the Indian fashion, but they were unhappy because they had no children. This was near the river St. John's, on the shore of a small lake. After the woman had gone in vain to all the medicine men and mteoulin, she heard of an old doctress, or witch, who lived not very far off, and though hope was almost dead, the witch was consulted. She gave the wife some herbs, and bade her steep them in a pot out of doors, and then let them boil. When the vessel should dance over the flame, the propitious moment would be at hand. Everything succeeded according to the witch's prediction. A few days after she appeared in the town. The mother, who was a very proud woman, had in advance hung up an Indian cradle with very fine ornaments. The old woman was very dirty, poor, and squalid. The proud woman was furious at the visit, which mortified her in every way. She drove the witch away with bitter words, bidding her begone with her rags. The old woman went away, muttering, "That woman too proud, too ugly proud, I'll see." [Footnote: The story was narrated in Indian English.] What she saw was bad for the mother. She took some more herbs from her box and threw them in the fire, crying with a loud voice, "At o sis! At o sis!" and imitated the motions of a snake. When the proud woman was confined, she gave birth to 2 large serpents. They had each a white ring around the neck and red stripes down the sides. As soon as they were born, they went rapidly to the lake and disappeared in its water. They have been seen there now and then ever since. She who gave birth to them was a Mohawk, and she is called the Mother of the Serpents. Another Passamaquoddy tale gives the following account of the origin of the serpent race. Once there was an Indian sorcerer come to a wigwam, where there was a man who had a very handsome daughter. The magician wished to win the girl. The father made up his mind that he should not have her. The magician told them that he was very wealthy, and had a great lodge filled with furs and wampum. It was of no use. Then he told the father that if he would go and cast his lines in a certain place, he would catch as many of the finest fish as he wanted. The old man went, but took his daughter with him. When they returned loaded with fish, the magician, smiling, said to the girl with great mystery, "When you have cooked these fish, always throw away the tail, and begin by eating the head first." He knew very well that her curiosity and perversity would make her disobey him. She waited with impatience till the man had left, when she hurried to cook and eat the fish. Thereby she became a mother, and the magician had his revenge. Origin of the Black Snakes, Passamaquoddy. Far away, very far in the north, there dwelt by the border of a great lake a man and his wife. They had no children, and the woman was very beautiful and passionate. The lake was frozen over during the greater part of the year. One day, when the woman cut away the ice, she saw in the water a bright pair of large eyes looking steadily at her. They charmed her so that she could not move. Then she distinguished a handsome face. It was that of a fine, slender young man. He came out of the water. His eyes seemed brighter and more fascinating than ever. He glittered from head to foot. On his breast was a large, shining, silvery plate. The woman learned that this was At o sis, the serpent. But she returned his embraces and held conversation with him, and was so charmed with her lover that she not only met him more than once every day, but even went forth to see him in the night. Her husband, noticing these frequent absences, asked her why she went forth so frequently. She replied, to get the fresh air. The weather grew warmer, the ice left the lake, grass and leaves were growing. Then the woman waited till her husband slept, and stole out from the man whom she kissed no more, to the lover whom she fondled and kissed more than ever. At last, the husband's suspicions being fairly aroused, he resolved to watch her. To do this he said that he would be absent for 3 days. But he returned at the end of the first day, and found that she was absent. As she came in he observed something like silvery scales on the logs. He asked what they were. She replied, "Brooches." [Footnote: Nisquamannal, coins of all sizes hammered out by the Indians and made into pin brooches. End of footnote. He was still dissatisfied, and said that he would be gone for 1 day. He went to the top of a hill not far distant, whence he watched her. She went to the shore and sat there. By and by there rose up out of the lake at a distance what seemed to be a brightly shining piece of ice. It came to the strand and rose from the water. It was a very tall and very handsome man dressed in silver. His wife clasped the bright stranger in her arms, kissing him again and again. The husband was awed by this strange event. He went home and tried to persuade his wife to leave the place and to return to her people. This she refused to do. He departed. He left her for ever. But her father and mother came to find her. They found her there. They dwelt with her. Every day she brought to them furs and meat. They asked her whence she got them. "I have another husband," she replied, "one who suits me. The one I had was bad and did not use me well. This one brings all the animals to me." Then she sent them away with many presents, telling them not to return until the ice had formed. That was in the autumn. When they returned she had become white. She was with young, and soon gave birth to her offspring. It consisted of many serpents. The parents went home. As they departed she said to them, "When you come again you may see me, but you will not know me." Years after, some hunters, roaming that way, remembered the tale, and looked for the wigwam. It was there, but no one was in it. But all the woods about the place were full of great black snakes, which would rise up like a human being and look one in the face, then glide away without doing any harm. End of Section 31.
Section 32 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 32. The Partridge. The Adventures of the Great Hero Pulowech, or the Partridge. Micmac. Wiyegyek Caseyok, a Tale of Old Times. 2 men once lived together in one wigwam in the woods, on the border of a beautiful lake. Many hardwood trees made their pictures in it. One of these Indians was Pulowech, the Partridge, in the Micmac tongue, but who is called by the Passamaquoddy Mitchahes. But the other was Wiyegyek, Micmac, the Tree Partridge. Now it befell that one day Pulowech was walking along the shore when it was winter, and he beheld 3 girls, fair and fine, with flowing hair, sitting on the ice, braiding their locks. Then he knew that they were of the fairy kind who dwell in the water, and verily these were plentier of old than they are now, to our sorrow, be it said, for they were good company for the one who could get them. And Pulowech, knowing this, said, "I will essay this thing, and perchance I may catch 1 or 2 of them, which will be a great comfort, for a pretty girl is a nice thing to have about the wigwam." So he sought to secure them by stealing softly along. But one cried, "Nimiha sikdap," I see a man, Passamaquoddy. And they all went head over heels, first best time, into the water, and verily that was a cold duck for December in the Bay of Fundy. But though Pulowech had never hunted for sea girls, yet he had fished for seals, who are greatly akin unto them, being almost as slippery. And wotting well that no man hath the mitten till he is refused 30 times and many more, he went about it in another wise. For this time he gat many fir boughs, strewing them about as if blown by the wind, and hiding himself behind them, again came up and made a sudden dart. Then the maids, crying as before, Ni mihe skedap, I see a man, went into a dive into the deep. But this time he caught, if not the hair, at least the hair string of the fairest, which remained in his hand. And gazing on this, it came into his mind that he had got that which was her charm, or life, and that she could not live without it, or her cherished Thajkultobi, Micmac. And taking it home, he tied it to the place in the wigwam above that wherein he slept. Footnote: the magic hair string plays a part in many of these tales. It belongs to the sorcery of all the world in all ages. End footnote. Nor had he waited long before she came, and, with little ado, remained with him as his wife. Now Pulowech, being himself addicted to sorcery, knew that there were divers knaves of the same stamp prowling about the woods, who would make short work of a wife if they could find a plump young one in the way, they being robbers, ravishers, and cannibals withal. Therefore he warned his bride to keep well within doors when he was away, and to open to none, which she, poor soul, meant to obey with all her might. But being alone at midnight, and hearing a call outside, even Pantakdui, Micmac, open the door to me, she wondered greatly who it might be, and it was a very wicked wizard, Bowden or Powwow, and he, being subtle and crafty, and knowing of her family, so imitated the voices of her brothers and sisters, beseeching her to let them in, that her very heart ached. " O sister, we have come from afar," they cried. " We missed you and have followed you. Let us in." And yet again she heard a sad and very earnest voice, and it was that of her old mother, crying, " Ntus, Riftus, Pantadue, Micmac, my daughter, open unto me." And she verily wist that it must be so. But when she heard the voice of her dear old father, shaking and saying, " Pantado iluk ke awichi," open the door, for I am very cold, she could resist no more, and springing up, opened it to those who were without. And then the evil sorcerers, springing on her like mad wolves, dragged her away and devoured her. They did not leave two of her little bones, one with another. Footnote: this Indian Little Red Riding Hood story is very effective. The wolfish sorcerers bursting in at midnight are even more terrible, from a nursery melodramatic point, than the old wolf in bed. End footnote. Now when Wigjek, the tree partridge, came in and found his friend's wife gone, he was so angry that, without waiting, he set forth to seek her. And this was not wisely done, since, falling among them, he was himself slain. Then Pulowech, returning last of all, and finding no one, sought by means of magic to know where friend and wife might be. For taking a wultus, or a wooden dish, he rilled it with water, and charmed it with a spell, and placed it in the back part of his wigwam, just opposite the door. So he laid him down to sleep, and in the morning when he arose he looked upon the dish, even the dish of divination, and lo, it was half full of blood. Then he knew that the twain had been murdered. Then gathering all his arms, he went forth for revenge, and passed many days on the path, tracking the boowan. And having the eyesight of sorcery, he one day beheld very far away, upon the exceeding high cliff, the knee of a man sticking out of the stone, and knew that a sorcerer had hidden himself in the solid rock, even as a child might hide itself in a pile of feathers. Then throwing his tomahawk, he cut away the knee, and the boowan, his spell broken, remained hard and fast forever in the ledge. And yet anon, a little further on, he saw a foot projecting from a wall, and this he likewise cut off, and with that he had slain two. And as he went further he found by the way a little poor squirrel, even Meeko, who was crawling along, half dead, in sorry plight. And taking her up he made her well, and placing her in his bosom he said, " Rest there yet a while, Meeko, for thou must fight to day, and that fiercely. Yet fear not, for I will stand by thee, and when I tap thy back, then shalt thou bring forth thy young." Then going ever on, he saw from the mountains far, in a lake below, a flock of wild geese sporting merrily, even the Senumkwak. But he wist right well that these were also of the Boowadin, whom he sought, and placing a spell on his bow, and singing a charm over his arrows that he should not miss, he slew the wild fowl one by one, and tying their heads together, he carried them in a bunch upon his back. And truly he deemed it a good bag of game for one day. And yet further on he went to a wigwam, and entering it saw a man there seated, whom he knew at once was of the enemy, for he who sat there glared at him grimly. He did not say to him, " Kuktak ugwa," come higher up, as they do who are hospitable. But having cooked some meat, and giving it in a dish to Pulowech s hand, he snatched it back again, and said he would sooner give it to his dog. And this he did more than once, saying the same thing, but Pulowech kept quiet. Then the rude man said, " Hast thou met with aught to day, thou knave?" And the guest replied, " Truly I saw a fellow s knee sticking out of a stone, and I cut it off. And yet anon I saw a foot coming from a rock, and this I also chopped. And further on there was a flock of wild geese, and them I slew. There was no one left, no, not one. And if you will look without there, you may see them all dead, and much good may it do you." Then the savage sorcerer burst forth in all his rage. " Come on, then, our dogs must fight this out." " Thou sayest well," replied Pulowech. " Truly I am fond of a good dog fight, so bring out thy pup." And that which the man brought forth was terrible, for it was no dog, but a hideous savage beast, known to Micmacs as the Weisum. But that which Pulowech produced was quite as different from a dog as it was from the Weisum. For it was only Meeko, a poor little squirrel, and half dead at that, which he laid carefully before the fire that it might revive. In another version of this story the savage stranger puts up a real dog against the squirrel, and, in the story of Glooskap, it is that great man who makes the squirrel great or small. But anon it began to revive, and grew until it was well nigh as great as the Weisum, and then there was indeed a battle as of devils and witches. He who had been 100 miles away might have heard it. But anon it seemed that the Weisum was getting the better of Meeko. Then Pulowech did but tap the squirrel on the back, and lo, she brought forth 2 other squirrels, and these grew in an instant to be as large as their mother, and the 3 were soon too many for the beast. " Ho, call off your dogs," cried the Booowin. " You have beaten. But spare mine, since, indeed, he does not belong to me, but to my grandmother, who is very fond of him." This trivial episode of begging a call off seems to have deeply impressed the Indians, who were generally sporting men, since I find it in both the Passamaquoddy and Micmac versions of the legend. But this Pulowech, who held to his own in all things like a wolverine, was the last man alive to think of, and he encouraged the squirrels until they had torn the Weisum to rags. Then he who had staked it bitterly lamented, saying, " Alack, my poor grandmother ! Alas, how she will wail when she hears that her Weisum is dead ! Woe the day that ever I did put him up ! Alas, my grandmother !" For all which the cruel Pulowech, the hard hearted, impenitent Partridge, did not care the hair of a dead muskrat. Now the host, who had thus suddenly grown so tender hearted, said, " Let us sail forth upon the river in a canoe." Then they were soon on the stream, and rushing down a rapid like a dart, and anon they came to a terribly high cliff, in which there was a narrow cavern into which the river ran, and on it, thundering through this door of death, borne on a boiling surge, the bark was forced furiously into darkness. And Pulowech sat firmly in his seat and steered the boat with steady, certain hand. But just as he entered the horrible hole, glancing around, he saw the sorcerer leap ashore. For the evil man, believing that no one had ever come alive out of the cavern, had betrayed him into it. Yet ever cool and calm the mighty man went on, for danger now was bringing out all the force of his magic. And soon the stream grew smoother, the rocks disappeared from its bed, And then from afar there was a brightness, and he was soon in the daylight and sunshine on a beautiful stream, and by the banks thereof there grew the webigpescum, or water lilies, and very pleasant it was to him to feel the wind again. So using his paddle he saw a smoke rising from a cave in the rocks, and landing and softly stepping up heard talking within. It is very characteristic of the heroes of these Indian tales that they gradually unfold or develop from small characteristics to very great ones. There is a lesson in this, and it has been perfectly appreciated by poets and similar sorcerers. Nor had he listened long ere he knew the voice of the man who had lured him into the canoe, and he was telling his grandmother how, one after the other, all the best boowen of their band had been slayed by a mighty sorcerer. But when she heard from him how her beloved, or the one who had inspired the Weisum, had been beaten, her wrath burst forth in a storm, like the raving of devils, like a mad wind on the waves. And she said, " If Pulowech were but before me, were he but alive, I would roast him." The man, hearing this, cried, " Aye, but he is not alive, for I sent him afloat down into the dark cavern." And then Pulowech, stepping in before them, said, " And yet I am alive, and do thou, woman, Baksul/buksak, roast me to death." Then she scowled horribly at him, but he said naught, and he, sitting down, looked at them. This woman was of the Porcupines, who are never long without raising their quills, and they are fond of heat. Now there was in the cave much hemlock bark, and this she began to heap on the fire. Then it blazed, it crackled and roared, but Pulowech sat still and said naught, neither did his eyes change. And he called unto himself all his might, the might of his magic did he awaken, and the spirit came unto him very terribly, so that all the boowen with their vile black witchcraft were but as worms before him, the great and terrible one. And when the fire had burned low, he brought in by his will great store of bark, so that the whole cave was filled, and closing the door he lighted the fuel. Then the Porcupines, who were those who had slain his wife and friend, howled for mercy, but he was deaf as a stone to their cries. Then the roof and sides of the cavern cracked with the heat, the red hot stones fell in heavy blocks, the red flames rose in the thickest smoke. But Pulowech sat and sang his song until the witch and wizard were burned to cinders, yea, till their white bones crumbled to ashes beneath his feet. And then he arose and went unto his home. In this Micmac legend, which is plainly a poem, there is one very striking and original element in the art with which the great knowledge and power of Pulowech are kept out of sight until towards the final unfolding. When he picks up the squirrel, it is with a full comprehension that he will be confronted with a Weisum. From the beginning to the end he is master of the situation. All goes on with him like the unfolding of a fate in a Greek tragedy, until the end, when, stern and unpitying, he sits in the cavern of fire and sees his enemies roasted alive before him. From the Rand manuscript. In this legend the hero passes the mysterious river which separates in several Indian tales the extraordinary world from that where the evil giants, Jotuns, sorcerers, or witches live. It appears to correspond exactly to the stream called Iflig, which divides the earth between the Jotuns and the gods. Edda, Vafthrud, Nismal, 16. The attempt by the Porcupine host to roast the guest alive, and its failure, bears a marked likeness to the scene in the Grimnismal, in which King Geirrod vainly strives to roast his guest Odin, and is himself slain. " Fire, thou art hot, and much too great ; Flame, let us separate." The grandeur of Odin and the behavior of the Indian are set forth in a strikingly similar manner in both narratives. If any modern poet had depicted this incident in so like a style, every critic would have cried out plagiarism. Section 34. Section 33 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 33. The Story of a Partridge and His Wonderful Wigwam. Once a man was traveling through the woods, and he heard afar off a sound as of footsteps beating the ground. So he sought to find the people that made it, and went on for a full week ere he came to them. And it was a man and his wife dancing about a tree, in top of which was a raccoon. They had, by their constant treading, worn a trench in the ground. Indeed, they were in it up to their waist. Footnote: to dance away the ground, or walk knee deep in it, was characteristic of wizards. So was the hearing of any sound at an apparently incredible distance. To an Indian mind this tale is weird and wonderful from the first words thereof. End footnote. Then being asked why they did this strange thing, they answered that, being hungry, they were trying to dance down the tree to catch the raccoon. Then the man who had come said, " Truly there is a newer and better way of felling trees, which has lately come unto the land." As they wished to know what this might be, he showed them how to cut it down, and did so, making it a condition that if they got the game they might have the meat, and he should get the skin. So when the tree fell they caught the animal, and the woman, having tanned the skin, gave it to the man, and he went his way. And being afar, in a path in the forest, he met another man, and was greatly amazed at him because he was wearing on his head a house, or a large birch wigwam of many rooms. He was frightened at first of such a sight, but the man, putting down his house, shook hands with him, and seemed to be a right honest good fellow. Then while they smoked and talked, the man of the house, seeing the skin of Hespens, or that of the raccoon, in the other's belt, said, " Well, that is a fine pelt. Where did you get it, brother?" And he, answering, told all the story of the dancing man and wife. Whereupon he of the house became mightily anxious to buy it, offering one thing after another for it. And at last the house, which was accepted. And examining it, the buyer was amazed to find how many rooms it contained, and how full it was of good furniture. " Truly," said he, " I can never carry this as you do." " Yes, you can," replied the Pil-wee-mon-so-win (Passamaquoddy), one who belongs somewhere else, a stranger. " Do but try it." So he essayed, and lifted it easily, for he found it as light as any bassinode or basket. So they parted, and he went on carrying his cabin till nightfall, when coming to a hard wood ridge near a good spring of water, he resolved to settle there. Footnote: a hard wood ridge, that is, where there is plenty of birch, ash, and such trees as are necessary for baskets, dishes, canoes, and other Indian wants. Hence it is mentioned in many tales as a desirable place to live. End footnote. And searching, he found a room in which there was a very fine bed, covered with a white bearskin. Footnote: a surer sign of sorcery. End footnote. And as it was very soft, and he was very weary, he slept well. In the morning, when he awoke, what was his astonishment and delight to see above him, hanging to the beams, all kinds of nice provisions, venison, hams, ducks, baskets of berries and of maple sugar, with many ears of Indian corn. And as he, in his joy, stretched out his arms and made a jump towards all these dainties, behold, the white bearskin melted and ran away, for it was the snow of winter. And his arms spread forth into wings, and he flew up to the food, which was the early buds of the birch on which they hung. Footnote: birch buds are the food of the partridge. The unexpected ending of this tale signifies the sudden return of spring. As told by an Indian, it is very effective. This tale was told me by Tomah Josephs. And he was a partridge, who after the manner of his kind had been wintering under a snowdrift, and now came forth to greet the pleasant spring. How the Partridge built good canoes for all the birds, and a bad one for himself. When a partridge beats upon a hollow log he makes a noise like an Indian at work upon a canoe. And when an Indian taps at a canoe it sounds afar off like the drumming of a partridge, even of Mitchihess. And this comes because that Nakarnayu of ancient days, the partridge, was the canoe builder for all the other birds, yes, for all at once. And on a certain day they every one assembled, and each got into his bark, and truly it was a brave sight to see. First of all Kichi-Plagun, the eagle, entered his great shell and paddled off, using the ends of his wings. And then came Jokokas, the owl, doing the same, and Kosku, the crane. We saw Weehais, the bluebird, Tijiskus, the snipe, and Megsetchipsis, the blackbird, all came sailing proudly after. Even the tiny Alamussit, the humming-bird, had a dear little boat, and for him the good partridge had made a pretty little paddle, only that some thought it rather large, for it was almost an inch long. And Ishmegwess, the fish-hawk, who lived on the wing, cried in amazement, " Akwed and Skuche! A canoe is coming!" when he beheld this beautiful squadron standing out to sea. But when Mitchihess, the great builder, was asked why he had not built a canoe for himself, he merely looked mysterious and drummed. And being further questioned by the birds, he shook his head, and at last hinted that when he built a canoe unto himself it would be indeed a marvel, yea, a wonder such as even birds' eyes had never beheld, an entire novelty, and something to dream of. And this went on for many days. But in due time it was noised abroad that the wonderful canoe had at last been really built, and would soon be shown. And at an appointed time all the birds assembled on the banks to behold this new thing. Now the partridge had reasoned that if a boat having two ends could be rowed in two ways, one which was all ends, all round, could be rowed in every way. So he had made a canoe which was exactly like a nest, or perfectly round. And this idea had greatly amazed the honest feathered folk, who were astonished that so simple a thing had not occurred to all of them. But what was their wonder when Partridge, having entered his canoe and proceeded to paddle, made no headway at all. For it simply turned round and round, and ever and again the same way, let him work it as he would. And after wearying himself, and all in vain, he went ashore, and flying far inland, hid himself for very shame under the low bushes on the earth, where he yet remains. This is the reason why he never seeks the seas or rivers, and has ever since remained an inland bird. Footnote: Having met Mr. Lewis Mitchell, the Indian member of the legislature in Maine, one day in Eastport, I asked him to occupy the few minutes which would pass before I should take the steamboat for Calais by telling me a story. He complied by narrating the foregoing. It is very remarkable that the Indian story tellers of ancient days should have taken it into their heads to satirize an idea which has been of late carried out completely by the Russian admiral Popoff in his celebrated circular war steamer. The story and all the Indian words in it are Passamaquoddy. The mournful mystery of the Partridge Witch, setting forth how a young man died from love. Of the olden time two brothers went hunting in the autumn, and that as far as the headwaters of the Penobscot, where they remained all winter. But in March their snowshoes gave out, as did their moccasins, and they wished that a woman were there to mend them. When the younger brother returned first to the lodge the next day, which he generally did, to get it ready for the elder, he was astonished to find that some one had been there before him, and that too in the housekeeping. For garments had been mended, the place cleaned and swept, a fire built, and the pot was boiling. He said nothing of this to his brother, but returning the next day at the same time, found that all had been attended to as at first. And again he said nothing, but in the morning when he went forth to hunt, he did but go a little way, and returning watched, from a hidden place, the door. And there came a beautiful and graceful girl, well attired, who entered the wigwam. And he, stepping softly, looking through a hole in the hut, saw her very busy with his housekeeping. Then he entered, and she seemed to be greatly alarmed and confused. But he calmed her, and they soon became good friends. sporting together very happily all day long like children, for indeed they were both young. When the sun s height was little and his shadows long, the girl said, " I must go now. I hear your brother coming, and I fear him. But I will return to morrow. Addio." So she went, and the elder brother knew nothing of what had happened. The next day she came again, and once more they played in sunshine and shadow until evening. But ere she went he sought to persuade her to remain always. And she, as if in doubt, answered, " Tell thy brother all, and it may be that I will stay and serve ye both. For I can make the snow shoes and moccasins which ye so much need, and also canoes." Then she departed with the day, and the elder, returning, heard from his brother all that had happened, and said, " Truly I should be glad to have some one here to take care of the wigwam and make snow shoes." So she came in the morning, and hearing from the younger that his brother had consented to her coming, was very glad, and went away, as in haste. But she returned about noon, drawing a toboggan piled up with garments and arms, for she was a huntress. Indeed, she could do all things as few women could, whether it were cooking, needlework, or making all that men need. And the winter passed very pleasantly, until the snow grew soft, and it was time for them to return. Till she came they had little luck in hunting, but since her coming all had gone well with them, and they now had a wonderful quantity of furs. Then they returned in a canoe, going down the river to their village. But as they came near it the girl grew sad, for she had thrown out her soul to their home, though they knew it not, by Meelabeegiv. Clairvoyance, or state of vision. And suddenly she said, as they came to a point of land, " Here I must leave, I can go no further. Say nothing of me to your parents, for your father would have but little love for me." And the young men sought to persuade her, but she only answered sorrowfully, " It cannot be." So they came home with their furs. And the elder was so proud of their luck and their strange adventure that he could not hold his peace, but told all. Then his father was very angry, and said, " All my life I have feared this. Know that this woman was a devil of the woods, a witch of the Mitchahant, a sister of the Unagamis and of the Ketaquis." And he spoke so earnestly and so long of this thing that they were afraid. And the elder, being persuaded by the sire, went forth to slay her, and the younger followed him afar. So they sought her by the stream, and found her bathing, and seeing them she ran up a little hill. And as she ran the elder shot an arrow at her. Then there was a strange flurry about her, a fluttering of scattered feathers, and they saw her fly away as a partridge. Returning they told all this to their father, who said, " You did well. I know all about these female devils who seek to destroy men. Verily this was a she Mikumwess." The Mikumwess is a Robin Goodfellow, who plays pranks on people, or treats them kindly, according to his caprice. But the younger could not forget her, and longed to see her again. So one day he went into the woods, and there he indeed found her, and she was as kind as before. Then he said, " Truly it was not by my good will that my brother shot at you." And she answered, " Well do I know that, and that it was all by your father. Yet I blame him not, for this is an affair of Nekarnayu, the days of old, and even yet it is not at an end, and the greatest is to come. But let the day be only a day unto itself. The things of to-morrow are for to-morrow, and those of yesterday are departed." So they forgot their troubles, and played together merrily all day long in the woods and in the open places, and told stories of old times till sunset. And as the Kakagus, or crow, went to his tree, the boy said, " I must return." And she replied, " Whenever you would see me, come to the woods. And remember what I say. Do not marry any one else, for your father wishes you to do so, and he will speak of it to you, and that soon. Yet it is for your sake only that I say this." Then she told him word by word all that his father had said. But he was not astonished, for now he knew that she was not as other women. But he cared not. And he grew brave and bold, and then he was above all things. And when she told him that if he should marry another he would surely die, it was as nothing to him. Then returning, the first thing his father said was, " My son, I have provided a wife for you, and the wedding must be at once." And he said, " It is well, let it be so." Then the bride came. For 4 days they held the wedding dance, 4 days they feasted. But on the last day he said, " This is the end of it all." And he laid him down on a white bear skin. And a great sickness came upon him. And when they brought the bride to him, he was dead. Truly the father knew what ailed him, and more withal, of which he said nothing. But he liked the place no longer, and he and his went away therefrom, and scattered far and wide. This strange story recalls the Undine of La Motte Fouqud. There is in it an element of mystery and destiny, equal in every way to anything in German literature. The family secret, touched on but never explained, which ends in such a death, is, speaking from an artistic point of view, very skillfully managed. It must be borne in mind that in this, as in most of these tales, there are associations and chords which make as gold to an Indian that which is only copper, or at best silver, to the civilized reader of my translations. There is a characteristic feature of this story superior to anything in Undine. It is the growth in the hero, when he knows the worst to come, of that will, or stoicism, or complete indifference to fate, which the Indians regard as equivalent to attaining motulin, or magic power. When a man has in him such courage that nothing earthly can do more than increase it, he has attained to what is in one sense at least nirvana. From an Algonquin point of view the plot is perfect. I have given this story accurately as it was told to me by Tomah Josephs, a Passamaquoddy Indian. How one of the Partridge s wives became a sheldrake duck, and why her feet and feathers are red. Nukarnayoo, of the old time, there was a hunter who lived in the woods. He had a brother who was so small that he kept him in a box, and when he went forth he closed this very carefully, for fear lest an evil spirit, Mitchahant, should get him. Footnote: the word brother is so generally applied in adoption or friendship that it cannot here be taken in a literal sense. The brother in this case seems to have been a goblin or spirit. End footnote. One day this hunter, returning, saw a very beautiful girl sitting on a rock by a river making a moccasin. And being in a canoe, he paddled up softly and silently to capture her. But she, seeing him coming, jumped into the water and disappeared. On returning to her mother, who lived at the bottom of the river, she was told to go back to the hunter and be his wife. " For now," said the mother, " you belong to that man." The hunter's name was Mitchihess the Partridge. When she came to his lodge he was absent, so she arranged everything for his return, making a bed of boughs. At night he came back with one beaver. This he divided, cooked one half for supper, and laid by the other half. In the morning when she awoke he was gone, and the other half of the beaver had also disappeared. That night he returned with another beaver, and the same thing took place again. Then she resolved to spy and find out what all this meant. So she laid down and went to sleep, wide awake, with one eye open. Then he quietly rose and cooked the half of the beaver, and taking a key unlocked a box, and took out a little red dwarf and fed him. Replacing the elf he locked him up again, and lay down to sleep, and the small creature had eaten the whole half beaver. But ere he put him in his box he washed him and combed his hair, which seemed to delight him. The next morning, when her husband had gone for the day, the wife sought for the key, and having found it opened the box, and called to the little fellow to come out. This he refused to do for a long time, though she promised to wash and comb him. Being at length persuaded, he peeped out, when she pulled him forth. But whenever she touched him her hands became red, though of this she took no heed, thinking she could wash it off at will. But lo, while combing him, there entered a hideous being, an awful devil, who caught the small elf from her and ran away. Then she was terribly frightened, and trying to wash her hands the red stain remained. When her husband returned that night he had no game. When he saw the red stain he knew all that had happened. When he knew what had happened he seized his bow to beat her. When she saw him seize his bow to beat her, she ran down to the river, and jumped in to escape death at his hands, though it should be by drowning. But as she fell into the water she became a sheldrake duck, and to this day the marks of the red stain are to be seen on her feet and feathers. Footnote: Related to me by Noel Josephs, a Passamaquoddy. Notwithstanding its resemblance to Bluebeard, it is probably in every detail a very old Indian tradition. It bears a slight resemblance to several far western legends, which refer to peculiarities in the duck. It is partly repeated in a Lox legend. End of footnote and end of section 33. Section 34 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 34. The Invisible One. Micmac Legend. There was once a large Indian village situated on the border of a lake, Nameskeet Odun Kuspenku, Micmac. At the end of the place was a lodge, in which dwelt a being who was always invisible. Footnote: In this Micmac tale, which is manifestly corrupted in many ways, the hero is said to be a youth whose teomul, or tutelary animal, was the moose, whence he took his name. In the Passamaquoddy version nothing is said about a moose. A detailed account of the difficulty attending the proper analysis of this tradition will be found at the end of this chapter. End footnote. He had a sister who attended to his wants, and it was known that any girl who could see him might marry him. Therefore there were indeed few who did not make the trial, but it was long ere one succeeded. And it passed in this wise. Towards evening, when the Invisible One was supposed to be returning home, his sister would walk with any girls who came down to the shore of the lake. She indeed could see her brother, since to her he was always visible, and beholding him she would say to her companions, " Do you see my brother?" And then they would mostly answer, " Yes," though some said, " Nay, altelovejik, alt tikuk ejik." And then the sister would say, Kugawa wisko buksich? Of what is his shoulder strap made? But as some tell the tale, she would inquire other things, such as, What is his moose runner's haul? Or, With what does he draw his sled? And they would reply, A strip of rawhide, or a green withe, or something of the kind. And then she, knowing they had not told the truth, would reply quietly, Very well, let us return to the wigwam. And when they entered the place she would bid them not to take a certain seat, for it was his. And after they had helped to cook the supper, they would wait with great curiosity to see him eat. Truly he gave proof that he was a real person, for as he took off his moccasins they became visible, and his sisters hung them up. But beyond this they beheld nothing, not even when they remained all night, as many did. There dwelt in the village an old man, a widower, with 3 daughters. The youngest of these was very small, weak, and often ill, which did not prevent her sisters, especially the eldest, treating her with great cruelty. The second daughter was kinder, and sometimes took the part of the poor abused little girl, but the other would burn her hands and face with hot coals. Yes, her whole body was scarred with the marks made by torture, so that people called her Uchi ga asku, the rough-faced girl. And when her father, coming home, asked what it meant that the child was so disfigured, her sister would promptly say that it was the fault of the girl herself, for that, having been forbidden to go near the fire, she had disobeyed and fallen in. Now it came to pass that it entered the heads of the two elder sisters of this poor girl that they would go and try their fortune at seeing the Invisible One. So they clad themselves in their finest, and strove to look their fairest, and finding his sister at home, went with her to take the wonted walk down to the water. Then when he came, being asked if they saw him, they said certainly, and also replied to the question of the shoulder strap or sled cord, a piece of rawhide. In saying which they lied, like the rest, for they had seen nothing, and got nothing for their pains. When their father returned home the next evening, he brought with him many of the pretty little shells from which Waiopki school or wampum was made, and they were soon engaged, Napawjuk, in stringing them. In Passamaquoddy, wampum is called loabop. It is said that a single bead required a full day's work to make and finish it. It is not many years since it was made much more expeditiously in certain New England villages. That day poor little Uchi Gaasku, the burnt face girl, who had always run barefoot, got a pair of her father's old moccasins, and put them into water that they might become flexible to wear. And begging her sisters for a few wampum shells, the eldest did but call her a lying little pest, but the other gave her a few. And having no clothes beyond a few paltry rags, the poor creature went forth and got herself from the woods a few sheets of birch bark, of which she made a dress, putting some figures on the bark. Probably by scraping. Birch bark, masque, peeled in water, can have the thin dark brown coat scraped away, leaving a very light yellowish brown ground. Tomah Josephs and his niece Susan of Princeton, Maine, are experts at this work. And this dress she shaped like those worn of old. This remark indicates the lateness of the Micmac version of this very old myth. So she made a petticoat and a loose gown, cap, leggins, and handkerchief, and having put on her father's great old moccasins, which came nearly up to her knees, she went forth to try her luck. For even this little thing would see the Invisible One in the great wigwam at the end of the village. Truly her luck had a most inauspicious beginning, for there was one long storm of ridicule and hisses, yells and hoots, from her own door to that which she went to seek. Her sisters tried to shame her, and bade her stay at home, but she would not obey. And all the idlers, seeing this strange little creature in her odd array, cried, " Shame !" But she went on, for she was greatly resolved. It may be that some spirit had inspired her. Now this poor little wretch, in her mad attire, with her hair singed off, and her little face as full of burns and scars as there are holes in a sieve, was, for all this, most kindly received by the sister of the Invisible One. For this noble girl knew more than the mere outside of things as the world knows them. And as the brown of the evening sky became black, she took her down to the lake. And ere long the girls knew that he had come. Then the sister said, " Do you see him? " And the other replied with awe, " Truly I do, and he is wonderful." " And what is his sled string? "" It is," she replied, " the rainbow." And great fear was on her. " But, my sister," said the other, " what is his bowstring? "" His bowstring is Ketox uwacht, the spirit road, the Milky Way." The spirits or ghost road, so called because it is believed to be the highway by which spirits pass to and from the earth. The Micmac version, belittled and reduced in every way, limits this reply to " a piece of a rainbow." There is a grandeur of conception in the Passamaquoddy myth which calls the most stupendous similes in Scripture. Thou hast seen him," said the sister, and taking the girl home, she bathed her, and as she washed, all the scars disappeared from face and body. Her hair grew again. It was very long, and like a blackbird s wing. Her eyes were like stars. In all the world was no such beauty. Then from her treasures she gave her a wedding garment, and adorned her. Under the comb, as she combed her, her hair grew. It was a great marvel to behold. Then, having done this, she bade her take the wife s seat in the wigwam, that by which her brother sat, the seat next the door. And when he entered, terrible and beautiful, she smiled and said, " Wajulkus, so we are found out." " Allah Julla," yes, was her reply. So she became his wife. This is the true end of this Indian Cupid and Psyche legend. But the Micmacs having, for no apparent reason, made the stupendous deity of the heavens a moose, have added to it another for the sake of the name, and which I give in due succession, simply as an illustration of the manner in which tales are tacked together. I have very little doubt that the story as here given is an old solar myth, worked up, perhaps, with the story of Cinderella, derived from a Canadian French source. There are enough of these French Indian stories in my possession alone to form what would make one of the most interesting volumes of the series of the Contes Populaires. The Passamaquoddy version is to this effect. There was a great being, a mighty hunter, who had a wife of wonderful magic gifts, and a boy, and the child became blind. After a long time his sight returned, and he said so. But his mother was suspicious, and did not believe him. It is evident that she suspected that he saw by clairvoyance, not by literal vision. So one day she bade her husband put on certain things, which no one could behold who did not see them in truth. Then she asked the boy, " What has your father for a sled string?" literally, for a moose runner haul. And he replied, " The rainbow to haul by." Then she asked him yet again, " What has he for a bowstring?" And he answered, " Tikotsuwatcht," the spirits or ghost road. And once more she inquired, " What has he on his sled?" To which he said, "A beaver." Then she knew that he could indeed see. T. Josephs. We can perceive by shreds and patches such as these the all but loss of an early and grand mythology which has undergone the usual transmutation into romantic and nursery legends. By great exertion we might recover it, but the old Indians who retain its fragments are passing away rapidly, and no subject attracts so little interest among our literati. A few $100 expended annually in each state would result in the collection of all that is extant of this folk lore, and 100 years hence some few will, perhaps, regret that it was not done. It may be observed that in the Edda the rainbow is the heavenly road over which the gods pass. The rainbow is not the Milky Way, but it may be observed that in this tale the two are curiously compared, or almost identified. But according to Charles Francis Keary (Mythology of the Eddas, London, 1882), there is small hint in the Edda of the use of the rainbow as a path for souls, save where Helgi says to his wife, " 'Tis time for me to ride the ruddy road, and on my horse to tread the path of flight," which is more applicable to the Milky Way than the rainbow. We owe, he says, to the learned Adalbert Kuhn some researches which have traced the path of the Milky Way as a bridge of souls from its first appearance in Eastern creeds to its later appearance in medieval German tradition. In the Vedas the Milky Way is called the God's Path. The American Indians firmly believe that the Spirit's Road is one of their very earliest traditions, and I believe with them that they had it long before Columbus discovered this country. Since the foregoing remarks were written, Mrs. W. Wallace Brown has obtained the following fragment, which was given as a song, and declared to be very ancient. There was a woman, long, long ago. She came out of a hole. In it dead people were buried. She made her house in a tree. She was dressed in leaves, all long ago. When she walked among the dry leaves, her feet were so covered, the feet were invisible. She walked through the woods, singing all the time, " I want company, I'm lonesome." A wild man heard her. From afar over the lakes and mountains he came to her. She saw him, she was afraid, she tried to flee away, for he was covered with the rainbow. She ran, and he pursued rapidly. He chased her to the foot of a mountain. He spoke in a strange language. She could not understand him at first. He would make her tell her where she dwelt. They married. They had 2 children. One of them was a boy. He was blind from his birth, but he frightened his mother by his sight. He could tell her what was coming from afar. What was near he could not see. He could see the bear and the moose. Far away, beyond the mountains, he could see through everything. The old woman ended this story by saying abruptly, " Don't know any more. Guess they all eat up by mooin the bear." She said it was only a fragment. If you could have heard her repeat this, adds Mrs. Brown, in pieces, stopping to explain what the characters said, and describing how they looked, and anon singing it again, you would have got the inner sense of a wonderfully weird tale. The woman's feet covering, and the man's dress like a rainbow, yet not one, which made their bodies invisible, seemed to exercise her imagination strangely, and these were to her the most important part of the story. The fragment is part of a very old myth, I regret to say a very obscure one. End of footnote and end of section 34. Section 35 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 35. Story of the Three Strong Men, Micmac Legend. There was a certain chieftain in the days of yore. He had a great desire for a poor girl who was his servant, and who worked for him. To win this girl he must first lose his wife. He took his wife afar into the woods to gather spruce gum, and then left her there. She soon found out that she had lost her way, and wandering, she lost it more and more for many days, until she came at last to a bear s den, where, going in, she found the chief of all the bears, who welcomed her, provided for her wants, and furnished her with pleasant food. But as the meat was raw, he went into a neighboring town for fire. And as she lived with him, she was to him in all things as he wished, and as a wife. So that it came to pass, as time went on, that a newcomer was expected, and she bade the bear provide the baby's clothes. And when the long expected infant came, it was a boy, large, beautiful, and strong. He was in everything beyond all other boys. And as the child was born in a strange way, he very soon displayed a magic power. No baby ever grew so rapidly. When 4 months old he wrestled with the bear and threw him easily upon the floor. And so the mother saw that he would be a warrior, and the chief of other men. She loathed the life she led, and wished to leave, and live as she had done in days of old. To this the bear would in no wise consent, and as her son was human, like herself, he loved his mother best, and thought with her. One day he said, " Now I can wrestle well and throw the bear as often as I choose. When I next time cast him upon the ground, catch up a club, the rest remains for you." They waited yet a while till he had grown so strong that the bear was nothing in his grasp. One day they wrestled as ever they did, and then the woman, with a vigorous blow, strengthened by hate and famishing desire of freedom and a better human life, laid him in death upon the mossy floor. They went their way back to the chieftain s town, and found him married to the servant girl. The mother only spoke, and the wild boy tore down the wigwam of the Indian chief with just a blow, and then he called aloud upon the lightning in the sky above, " Come down to me and help me in my need. Build a grand wigwam such as man never saw. Build it, I say, for my mother here." The lightning came, and with a single flash built such a home as man had never seen. And then he said, " Mother, I mean to go and travel everywhere, until I find another man who is as strong as I. When he is found I will return to thee." So on he went afar, until he saw a man who lifted up a vast canoe with many people in it. This he did, raising it in the water, but the boy bore it ashore and lifted it on land. And so the two agreed that they would go on together until they found a third equal to them in strength, if such a man were living anywhere in all the world. So traveling by hill and lake they went until one day, far in a lonely land, they saw a man rolling a mighty rock, large as the largest wigwam, up a hill. But the Bear s son, lifting the stone with ease, threw it afar over the mountain top, threw it afar beyond the rocky range. They heard it thunder down the depths below. Then the three strong men went to hunt the moose. He who had tossed the ship remained in camp to do the cooking, while the others went with bow and spear afar to find their game. Now when the sun was at the edge of noon, just balancing to fall, there came a boy, a little wretched, elfish looking child, as sad and sickly as a boy could be, who asked the man for food. He answered him, " Poor little fellow, there the pot is full of venison, so go and eat your fill." He ate indeed the dinner for the three. When he had done he did not leave a scrap, then walked into the stony mountain side as any man might walk into the fog, and in a second he was seen no more. Now when the two returned and heard the tale, they were right angry, being hungry men. The man who rolled the stone stayed next in turn, but when the little fellow came to him he seemed so famished, and he shed such tears, that this one also gave him leave to eat. Then in a single swallow, as it seemed, he bolted all the food, and yelled aloud with an insulting laugh. The man, enraged, grappled him by the throat, but the strange boy flung him away as one would throw a nut, and vanished in the mountain as before. On the third day the mighty man himself remained at home, and soon the starveling child came and began to beg, with tears, for food. " Eat," said the chief, " as other people eat, and no more tricks, or I will deal with you." But as it was with him the day before, so it went now. He swallowed all the meat in the same jeering yell. Then the strong man closed with the boy. It was an awful strife. They fought together from the early morn until the sun went down. And then the elf, for elf he was, cried out, " I now give in." So both his arms were tightly bound behind, and with a long, tough cord of plaited hide the strong man kept his prey, the lariat fast noosed about his neck. The child went on, the strong man ever following behind, holding the cord well twisted round his hand. And so they went into the mountain side, and ever on, a long and winding way, down a deep cavern, on for many a mile, the light of sorcery shining from the elf made it all clear, until at last the guide stopped in this course, and said, " Now list to me. I am the servant of a frightful fiend, a seven-headed devil, whom I deem no man could ever conquer, he and I being of equal strength. But I believe that thou mayst conquer him, since I have found, by bitter proof, that thou canst conquer me. Here is a staff, the only thing on earth that man may smite him with, and give him pain. Now do your best. It is all one to me which of you gains. So one of you be slain, for well I wot 'twill be a roaring fight." In came the evil being with a scream, and clutched the Indian with teeth and claws. There in the magic cavern, many a mile from the sun s rays, they fought for 7 days, the stubborn devil and the stubborn man, whose savage temper gave him fresher strength with every fresh wound. The more his blood ran from his body, all the more his heart grew harder with the love of fight, until he beat away the monster s 7 heads. And so he slew him, and the watching elf burst into laughter at the victory. " Now," said the elf, " I have a gift for thee. I have 3 sisters. All are beautiful, and all shall be thine own if thou wilt but unbind my hands." The strong man set him free. And so he led the man to another cave. And there he saw 3 girls so strangely fair they seemed to be a dream. The first, indeed, was very beautiful, and yet as plump as she was lovely. Then the second maid was tall, superb, and most magnificent, in rarest furs, with richest wampum bands, the very picture of a perfect bride. But fairer than them both, and much more fair as swans outrival ducks, the youngest smiled. and the young chieftain chose her for his own. With the three girls he went into the day. Far on the rocks above him he could see his two companions, and a sudden thought came to his mind, for he was quick to think, and so he called, " I say, let down a rope. I have three girls here, and they cannot climb." And so the two strong men let down a cord. Then the first fairy maid went up by it, and then the second. Now the chief cried out, " It is my turn. Now you must pull on me." And saying this he tied a heavy stone, just his own weight, unto the long rope s end, then bid them haul. It rose, but as soon as it came just to the top the traders let it fall, as he supposed they would, to murder him. And then the chieftain said unto the elf, " You know the mountain and its winding ways. Bear me upon thy back, and that in haste, to where those fellows are." The goblin flew, and in an instant he was by their side. He found the villains in a deadly fight, quarreling for the maids. But seeing him they ceased to wrestle, upon which he said, " I risked my life to bring away these girls. I would have given each of you a wife. For doing this you would have murdered me. Now I could kill you, and you both deserve death at the stake, vile serpents that you are. But take your lives, you are too low for me. And with them take these women, if they wish to wed such incarnate brutes as you." They went their way. The women followed them along the forest paths, and ever on. Into this story they returned no more. Then the strong man said to his young bride, " I must return unto my village. Then I'll come again to you. Await me here." But she, as one to elfin magic born, replied, " I warn you of a single thing. When you are again at your wigwam door, a small black dog will leap to lick your hand. Beware, I say. If he succeed in it, you surely will forget me utterly." As she predicted, so it came to pass. And so she waited in the lonely wood beside a mountain till a month was gone, and then arose and went to seek her love. All in the early dawn she reached the town, and found the wigwam of the sagamore. She sought a neighboring hiding place where she might watch unseen, and found a tree, a broad old ash, which spread its stooping boughs over the surface of a silent pool. An old black Indian had a hut hard by. His daughter, coming, looked into the spring, and saw a lovely face. The simple girl thought it was hers, her own grown beautiful by sorcery which hung about the place. She flung away her pail, and said, " Aha ! I ll work no more. Some chief shall marry me." And so she went to smile among the men. Then came the mother, who beheld the same sweet, smiling, also girlish face. She said, " Now I am young and beautiful again. I ll seek another husband, and at once." She threw her pail afar, and went away, losing no time to smile among the men. And then in turn the old black Indian came, and looking in the spring beheld the face. He knew right well that it was not his own, for in his youth he had never been fair. So looking up above he saw the bride, and bade her come to him. And then he said, " My wife has gone away, my daughter too. You were the cause of it. It is but right that you should take the place my wife has left. Therefore remain with me and be my own. He fares but ill who weds unwilling witch." When night came on they laid them down to sleep, and then the bride murmured a magic prayer, begging the awful spirit of the wind, the giant eagle of the wilderness, to do his worst. A fearful tempest blew, and all night long the old black Indian was out of doors, working with all his power to keep the lodge from being blown away. As soon as he had pinned one sheet of bark into its place, another blew away, and then a tent pole rattling in the rain bounded afar. It was a weary work, but all night long the young bride slept in peace, until the morning came, and then he slept. Then she arose, and walking to the wood, sat down beside a stream and sang a song. There are many men in the world, but only one is dear to me. He is good and brave and strong. He swore to love none but me. He has forgotten me. It was a bad spirit that changed him, but I shall love none but him. And as she sat and sang, the sagamore, her husband paddling by in his canoe, heard the sweet song intoned in magic style, and all at once recalled what had been lost, the two strong giants, the cavern and the elf, the seven-headed monster and the fight, the sisters and the evil-minded men, and the black dog who leaped to lick his hand. It flashed upon him like some early dream brought out by sorcery. He saw her sit beside the stream, and still he heard her song, soft as a magic flute. He went to her, and in a minute he was one again. Footnote for Magic Style. Not only the words, but the peculiar intonations of them were essential to produce the proper effect of a magic song. An intelligent white man has left it on record that it required 2 years to learn one of these incantations of only a few lines. End footnote for Magic Style. And then she said, " The world is ever false. I know of another. Let us go to it." And then again she sang a magic spell, and as she sang they saw the great Culu, the giant bird, broad as a thunder cloud, winging his way toward them. Then he came, they stepped upon him, and he soared away. But to this earth they never came again. This very singular legend was obtained for me by Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. It is from the Micmac, and is in the original from beginning to end a song or poem. For this reason I have given it a plain metrical form, neither prose nor poetry, such being quite the character of the original, but I have not introduced anything not in the original. This story consists of a very old Indian legend mingled with a European fairy tale drawn through a French Canadian source. The incident of the elf who eats the food of 3 men is to be found in another tale. In one version the bride, finding that her husband, though utterly deprived by magic of his memory, has married again, sails away on the great bird, leaving him forever. I have naturally rejected this senseless termination in favor of one found in another form. The calling on the lightning to build a wigwam is probably a mistake. It is more likely that it was summoned to destroy the chief s wigwam. But the narrator, confused with the subject of the hero s strength, changed the original. The invocations of lightning, and subsequently of the storm bird, are probably entirely Indian, though there are Norse invocations to Hroesvelgar, or the Eagle of the Northwest, as we read in Scott s Pirate. The black whelp, or small black dog, is in this tale ominous of evil. It causes oblivion. In the Edda, to dream of the same thing is the most evil of all Atli s bad dreams. Vide the second lay of Gudrun, 41. Seem to me from my hand whelps I let slip, lacking cause of joy. And in the same song, 24, he takes a potion which causes oblivion. But there is even a third point in the Atlamal in Groenlindsku, which resembles one in the Indian tale. It is where the half enchantress Kostbera warns Hogni against leaving her. From bourne thou art going, give ear to counsel. Few are fully prudent. Go another time. In the Norse lay we are told that to dream of a white bear indicates a storm, but here it means a strange and terrible event. Long before I met with this, I observed that the introduction or mention of a white bear skin in these Indian stories invariably intimates some strange magical change. But it is most remarkable of all that while the poems of the Edda have nothing but a very few incidents in common with the traditions of the Western tribes, they are inspired throughout with a strange and mysterious sentiment or manner wonderfully like that of the Wabanaki. As regards literal resemblance, the following coincidences may here be noted. In a widely spread Norse tale, a very small goblin sustains a long and obstinate contest with an immense white bear. The Norsemen invoke the eagle giant of the winds, as Scott has shown in his song of the Reimkennar. The same being is invoked in this legend. The whelp, as an omen of evil, is mentioned in the Edda. In this tale he causes forgetfulness. A potion of oblivion is also mentioned in the Norse poem in close connection with the omen of the dog. If we accept the termination of this tale as given in the Micmac poem, it amounts to this. A certain woman causes the whelp to lick the hero s hand. This causes forgetfulness. The hero marries her, and thereby loses his first wife. In the Edda, Brynhild, who has morally the first claim to Sigurd, says of Kriemhild, " She presented to Sigurd the pernicious drink, so that he no more remembers me." In the saga of Thorstein, Viking son, the hero, is made by the witch Dis to utterly forget his bride Hunoor. The Kalmuk tale of how the Shemkwan was slain contains striking analogies to this of the three strong men. ^ Sagas from the Far East. London, 1873. In it the hero associates with three men, who take turns to cook. Their food is devoured, as in this tale, every day by a little old witch who is very strong. He overcomes her by craft. His companions, instead of drawing him up by the rope as agreed on, leave him to perish, in order to possess themselves of a treasure. There can be no doubt as to the Hindu origin of this, and many more plots found among the Red Indians. But a careful study of the Norse story convinces me that the tale did not come to the Wabanaki through any other than a Norse source. Since writing out the foregoing poem with the comment, I have received from Louis Mitchell the Penobscot version of it. It is about twice as long as the Micmac story, and differs from it very materially. In it the hero conquers the goblin by getting possession of his red cap. In the Norse tales the same incident occurs in different forms. He then fights with a copper demon, also with one of silver and another of gold. Each devil, while he is sharpening his sword, exclaims, " Hurry, hurry, I am hungry." The last of the three, the Kchimitchichant, or Great Devil, has three heads, which replace themselves when cut off. But the hero summons a lion, Pitalo, and an eagle, who devours each a head, when the demon, to save the last, surrenders. There are old " aboriginal " incidents in this Passamaquoddy tale, but the European elements predominate to such an extent as to call for the following remark from the Indian writer: This story is ended. When Indians in it, as they do in many others, speak of kings and queens or ships and ivory, I think they got it all from Europe. But perhaps when the Indians came here from Asia they brought these stories with them. Thus they very often mention ivory, calling it white bone. They also mention cities. But these things are not new, for they were handed down from one generation to another. I have to add that, while the story agrees with an universally spread Aryan fairy tale, it is very remarkable that it should add to these several strictly Eddaic details, such as the white bear. Section 36 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 36. How a Woman Lost a Gun for Fear of the Weewillmekq. There was a man and his wife who had got together all they had for the fall hunt. They went up to the St. John's River. They left the village of Foxerbeka. They went 25 miles beyond it. They passed the falls on the upper side to get some game. They cooked and ate. They got ready to start again. They launched the canoe. ^ This story and the preceding are taken word for word from the Indian narration. The singular precision of minute details is very characteristic of many of these legends. They shoved the canoe 25 feet from the shore. The woman turned and upset it. It went like lightning down the rapids. They had hard work to get ashore, and lost their gun, traps, kettle, and everything. They escaped with great trouble. They had trouble to save their canoe. The man was in great grief at the loss of his gun. He sat down and sang, Digi, Sigi, Pesuk, Kiwin, Dich im Digil, Mil Wug Nuch. I am sorry. I am in great trouble. There came 2 Indians down to the portage where the man and his wife sat. They asked him why he was so sad. He told them all. One of them was a Mteoulin. He asked of them, " Could you tell your gun if you saw it?" The woman cried quickly, " I could." He was not pleased at her forwardness, but put the question again, when she as pertly answered, " Yes, for her husband." He looked sternly at her, and said, " Are you sure?" To which she cried, "Yes, yes." Then he said, " If you are very bold, and not afraid of anything, you may get it again." And this too she took on herself, saying, " Oh, yes, I m not afraid, I ll get it," making no account of her husband. Then, by the order of the man, she went to a ledge just below the falls, where they are 75 feet high. There was a little projecting rock on which she could just sit, a horrible place. Below it was a dreadful eddy, in which nothing could live. He helped her down to it, and she was in mortal terror, as such glib tongued women generally are when there is the least danger. Then the man went away, and as she sat there, trembling and half dead with fright, she saw something come up out of the eddy, even out of the worst of it. It rose. It was an awful sight, a kind of monstrous head, with great forked horns and terrible eyes. She was stiff as a stone with fear. The lost gun lay crosswise on the prongs of the horns. It moved slowly on through the eddy, glaring at her. It came nearer and nearer. The gun was within her reach, but she was too frightened to touch it. Then the monster passed by and sank into the water, and was seen no more, nor was the gun. They got her back with trouble from the place where she sat. The Mteoulin was furious with rage at her, that he had taken such pains for nothing. He said, " This serves you right for your imprudence and forwardness. Learn your proper place, and never undertake to do what is none of your business." He then condoled with the husband, but said, " If you could give me all you could think of, I could never get your gun again." By this women may learn not to speak too quickly or propose to do men s duties. Husami nuzama, wikut we lene aga se mi rigam ma we o pitlin. Passamaquoddy. Too quick with the tongue, slow with the hands. Footnotes. Though the Weewillmekq is a worm inhabiting the forest and found in dry wood, it is certainly identified or confused by the Passamaquoddy Indians with the alligator or some kind of a horrible water goblin, which appears to have many points in common with the Chepitchcalm or dragon of the Micmacs. This story was related to me by Tomah Josephs, now Indian governor at Princeton, Maine. Among various notes I find the following: "The Weewillmekq becomes human at times, even now. 6 years ago," said T. J., "I was in the woods collecting boughs, and I saw a Weewillmekq on a tree. The thunder kept approaching the tree on which it was, and finally struck it. It seemed to me as if the worm had attracted the lightning." August 2, 1883. The Weewillmekq is a small worm, sometimes 2 or 3 inches long. It is seen sometimes in the water as large as a horse. Then it has horns. It is a very horrible looking little worm. This mysterious being is called Weewillaumiq in Penobscot. The correct pronunciation is very early Weewillaumequa for both Penobscot and Passamaquoddy, but this would be a difficult utterance for anyone who has never listened to the Algonquin soft gutturals. Mrs. W. Wallace Brown informs me that the Weewillmekq is a snail. This would account for its being thought to inhabit both land and water. End footnotes. Story 2. Mugamot Adam, The Dance of Old Age, or The Magic of the Weewillmekq. Passamaquoddy legend. Of old times. There lived in a village many Indians. Among them was a handsome young man, very brave, a great hunter. And there was a beautiful girl. What was her name? Malehansquas, or Kaliwadazi. I don't remember which. But she was proud and high-tempered, and, what was worse, a great witch, but nobody knew it. She wanted the young man to marry her, but he was very busy getting ready for the fall and winter hunt, and had no time to attend to such a thing, and told her so very plainly. Yes, he must have been very plain with her, for she was very angry and said to him, " You may go, but you will never return as you went." She meant that he would be ill or changed. He gave no heed to her words. He did not care for her nor fear her. But far away in the woods, far in the north, in midwinter, he went raging mad. The witch had struck him when far away with her magic. He had with him an elder brother, a great brave, a very fierce man. He, not being able to do aught else, did the most desperate thing a Wabanaki Indian can do. He went down to the river and sang the song which calls the Weewillmekq. Wikwamo Weewillit, Wikwamo me chok misko, Samawo we Willimik, Kardap kisuma sowa sewa. I call on the Weewillmekq. I call on the terrible one, on the one with the horns. I dare him to appear. It came to him in all its terrors. Its eyes were like fire, its horns rose. It asked him what he wanted. He said that he wished his brother to be in his right mind again. " I will give you what you want," said the Weewillmekq, " if you are not afraid." " I am not afraid of anything," said the Indian. " Not of me ?"" Not of you, nor of Mitche, the devil himself." " If you dare take me by my horns and scrape somewhere from one of them with your knife," said the monster, " you may have your wish." Now this Indian was indeed as savage and brave as the devil, and he had need to be so to do this, for the Weewillmekq looked his very worst. But the man drew his knife and scraped from the horn till he was told he had enough. " Go to your camp," said the worm, " put half the scrapings unto a cup of water. Make your brother drink it." " And the other half ?" asked the Indian. " Give it to the girl who made all this trouble. She needs medicine too." He returned to camp and gave the drink to his brother, who recovered. When the hunt was at an end they went home. They arrived at night. There was an immense lodge in the town, and a dance was going on. The younger brother had prepared a cool drink, sweet with maple sugar, fragrant with herbs, and in it was the powder of the horn of the Weewillmekq. The witch, warm and very thirsty from dancing, came to the door. He offered her the cup. Without heeding who gave it, she drank it dry, and turning to her partner, went on in the dance. And then a strange thing happened, for at every turn of the dance she grew a year older. She began as a young girl. When at the end of the room she was 50 years of age, and when she got back to the door whence she started, she fell dead on the floor, at the feet of him who gave her the drink, a little wrinkled, wizened up old squaw of 100 years. Aha, yes. Widinet atuk hajin mugamat adam. This is the story of the Dance of Old Age, but you may call it Sektiga, the Dance of Death, if you like it better. Footnote: This extraordinary story was related to me by Noel Joseph at Campobello, August 26, 1883. I am indebted to Mrs. W. Wallace Brown for the incantation song. The Weewillmekq has, as it appears in several tales, an extraordinary resemblance to the Norse dragon. It cures mental diseases. It seems to be the same with the Chepitchcalm. End footnote. Another version of the Dance of Old Age, Passamaquoddy legend. It was in the autumn, the time when Indians go up the rivers to their hunting grounds, that two young men left home. They ascended the stream. They came to a branch where they parted, one going alone, another with his married brother. This latter, with the brother, had left in the village a female friend, a witch who had forbidden him to go hunting, but he had not obeyed her. And she had cause to keep him at home, for when he was afar in the woods and alone, he met one day with a very beautiful girl who fascinated him and gave herself to him. And when he said that he did not know how to conceal her from his friends, she told him that she was a fairy, and could make herself as small as a newly born squirrel, and that all he need do was wrap her up in a handkerchief and carry her in his pocket. When alone he could take her out, enjoy her company, and then reduce and fold her up and put her away again. He did so, but from that hour, while he carried the fairy near his heart, he began to be wicked and strange. This was not caused by her, but by the girl at home. He was entirely changed. He grew devilish. He refused to eat, and never spoke. His sister-in-law began to fear him. When she offered him food, he cried out, " Unless I can devour one of your children, I will have nothing." When his brother returned and heard all this, he too offered him meat, but met with a refusal, and the reply, " Give me one of your little children." To which he answered, " The child is so small that it will not satisfy you. Let me go and get a larger one." Then he ran to the village and informed his friends of what had come over his brother. And as they knew that he was about to become a Kewahqu (Chenoo), they resolved to kill him. But there was a young man there, a friend of the sufferer, who said that he could save him. So all who were assembled bade him try. And when night came he went apart, and began to sing his mteoulin, or magic song. When it ended there was a loud sound as of some heavy body falling and striking the earth, which fairly shook. The next morning he called all his friends and the married brother, and showed them a human corpse. " Now leave me," he said. " Go to my friend and tell him that I have food for him." The Indians did so, and in horror left the two cannibals to devour their disgusting meal. When the insane youth was satisfied, his friend asked, " Have you had enough?" He replied that he had. The human body which supplied the meal was probably in reality a deer, or some such animal. Then the magician said, " You are bewitched by the girl who forbade you to go hunting. She knew you would find a maid better than she is. Now come with me." They went to a small lake. They sat down by its side. The sorcerer began his magic song. And as he sang the waters opened. From the disturbed waves rose a huge Weewillmekq, a creature like an alligator, with horns. And as the terrible being came ashore the magician said, " Go and scrape somewhat from his horn and bring it here." The young man had become fearless. He went and did as he was bid. He scraped the horn and brought the scraping. " Now, my friends," said the magician, " let us try this on a tree." There was a large green beech growing by them. It was simply touched with a fragment from the horn, when another color spread all over the bark as rapidly as the eye could follow it. In an instant it was dead, and a few minutes more it fell to the ground, utterly rotten, as if it were a century old. " Now," said the sorcerer, " we will experiment with this on the witch who wishes to destroy you." So as it was night they went to the village. A dance was being held, and the beautiful tall witch having paused to rest, the two men approached her. The young man placed his hand on her head. He held it in a scraping of the horn of the Weewillmekq. As he did so she grew older in an instant. She became very old. A pale color rippled all over her. She fell, looking 100 years, dead on the floor, shriveled, dried, and dropped to powder. " She will not trouble you any more," said the sorcerer. " Her dance is over." This is the same story as the preceding, but I give it to show how differently a tale may be told by neighbors. In one it is the Spreeti Ainur Ia Formai, the wrath of rejected love, which inspires the witch to revenge. In the other it is jealousy. In one she inflicts madness. In the other she turns him into a cannibal demon, as Loki, when only half bad, was made utterly so by getting the " thought stone " or heart of a witch. This legend was sent to me by Louis Mitchell. It is written not by him, but by some other Passamaquoddy, in Indian English. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 37. Tales of Magic. Mteoulin, or Indian Magic. The study of magic, as it is believed in or understood by the Indians of America, is extremely interesting, for it involves that of all supernaturalism, or of all religion whatever. But if we, declining all question as to the origin of monotheism, limit ourselves definitely to what is known of Shamanism alone, we shall still have before us an immense field for investigation. Shamanism is the belief that all the events and accidents of life are caused or influenced by spirits, and as fear of suffering is in all men, but particularly the savage, the strongest moral emotion, the natural consequence, is a greater fear of evil invisible beings. The result of it is a faith that everything which is obscure or invisible is supposed to be the work of mysterious agents, generally evil. Thus, all disease whatever, all suffering, pain, loss, or disaster, or bad weather, is at once attributed either to a spirit or to some enemy who practices witchcraft. The shaman is the priest or doctor who professes to be able, by his counter-charms, to counteract or neutralize this devil's work. It will be long ere the scholar definitely determines whether Shamanism as it now exists originated spontaneously in different countries where the same causes were to be found, or whether it is historical, that is, derived from a single source. I believe that while darkness, hunger, fear, and similar causes could not fail to create a rude religion anywhere, as Moncure Conway has shown, yet that the derivation from one beginning, or at least later modifications from it, has been very great indeed. Investigation indicates that it was in Assyria, at a very remote age, that Shamanism had, if not its origin, at least its fullest development. The reader who will consult Lenormant's work on Chaldean magic will learn from it that the fear of devils and the art of neutralizing their power were never carried to such an extent elsewhere as in the land of Bel. Now, as Shamanism has at the present day its stronghold among the Turanian races of Central Asia, it may greatly strengthen the theory, somewhat doubted of late, of the early Akkadian predecessors of the Chaldeans and their Turanian origin, if we can only prove that their magical religion was the same as that of the Tartars. So far as my reading has aided me, I am inclined to believe that they are identical. Magic went so far among the former that, while they discovered natural remedies for natural ills, they never doubted that one was as much the result of sorcery as the other. This theory spread everywhere. Shamanism, or a vague fear of invisible evils and the sorcerer, may indeed have sprung up independently in Tartary, Central Africa, Finland, and North America. But it is almost incredible that the use of a drum inscribed with magical figures, the spirit flight of the angakok or shaman, and 20 other characteristics of the art should have become without transmission common to all these countries. Shamanism has probably been at the root of all religions. There was a great deal of it in all of those Semitic races. And, admitting this, it is not difficult to see how from Chaldea and Babylon it may have found its way into Africa, where black savages, who would have rejected a higher religion, would grasp greedily at what they sympathized with. The only real difference between the voodoo and powwow practices is that the former is, so to speak, the blacker and more revolting. This is because a low state of culture has induced the believers in it to retain more of the coarse witchcraft on which Shamanism is based, or out of which it grew. For wherever Shamanism exists, there is to be found in company with it an older sorcery or witchcraft, which it professes to despise, and against which it does battle. As the Catholic priest, by Bible incantations or scriptural magic, exorcises devils and charms cattle or sore throats, disowning the darker magic of older days, so the Shaman acts against the real wizard. Rink tells us that among the heathen Eskimo the Shaman is sacred and witchcraft a deadly crime, but that the latter is the secret survival of a more ancient religion. Voodoo, whether practiced as it is today in Philadelphia, New York, Havana, or Senegambia, deals with alleged devils, poisons, chicken bones, the ivory root, unnatural orgies, all, in short, that can startle and astonish ignorant natures. It is the combination of the oldest faith with its successor. Far higher forms are those of the magic of the black Takowri, whom one meets divining about the streets of Cairo, or of the Arab proper, which brings us fairly to the Kabbalah and the Jew, Cornelius Agrippa and Eliphas Levi. It is not difficult to understand how Shamanism, with its drums and darkened rooms, its conjuring of evildoers and extraction of diseases in tangible forms, should have spread from Central Asia to the Laplanders and Eskimo, and thence to the Red Indians. Very little attention has been paid to the intercourse actually existing at the present day between these races. I have met with a Passamaquoddy Indian who spoke French well, who had been educated at a mission school, and who had been among the Eskimo. As regards legends and folklore, no one can read the Eskimo tales and those of this volume and not feel that the Algonquin is to the man of the icy north what the gypsy is to the Hindu. As regards the early religion of both races, it is simply identical, and it is far too peculiar in its many similar details to have simply sprung up, as many might assume, from the common likeness in customs of all savages. For there is in both a great deal of literary culture, especially in the Algonquin, and it would be little less than miraculous that this too should have assimilated by chance. It does not help the opposition to point out that Algonquin legends declare that their ancestors came from the west. Even so, they came from the Pacific coast, where Eskimo shamanism exists in its most decided forms. But, in any case, it cannot be denied that in the Red Indian mythology of New England and of Canada and New Brunswick we have a collection of vigorous, icy, powerful legends, like those of a strong northern race, while those of the middle continent, or Chippewa, are far feebler and gentler. Hiawatha Manobozho is to Glooskap as a flute to a war trumpet. It is absurd to laugh at or pity the Indian for believing in his magic. Living as he does in the woods, becoming familiar with animals, and learning how much more intelligent and allied to man they are than civilized man supposes, he believes they have souls and were perhaps originally human. Balaam's ass spoke once for every Christian. Every animal spoke once for the Indian. If a child can be put to sleep by singing to it, why cannot insensibility to pain or a cure be caused by the same process? He is told that the wafer becomes the body of Christ. This may confirm his belief that the Indian god Manobozho turned bits of his own flesh or his wife's into raccoons for food. If it is difficult for any educated or cultivated man to conceive how, if any condition or phase of supernaturalism be admitted, any other can be denied, how can the Indian be logically blamed for believing anything? But the greatest cause of all for a faith in magic is one which the white man talks about without feeling, and which the Indian feels without talking about it. I mean the poetry of nature, with all its quaint and beautiful superstitions. To every Algonquin, a rotten log by the road, covered with moss, suggests the wild legend of the log demon. The Indian corn and sweet flag in the swamp are the descendants of beautiful spirits who still live in them. Meeko the squirrel has the power of becoming a giant monster. Flowers, beasts, trees have all loved and talked and sung, and can even now do so, should the magician only come to speak the spell. And there are such magicians. Why should he doubt it? If the squirrel once yielded to such a power in man, it follows that some man may still have the power, or that he himself may acquire it. And how much of this feeling of the real poetry of nature does the white man or woman possess, who pities the poor, ignorant Indian? A few second-hand scraps of Byron and Tupper, Tennyson and Longfellow, the jingle of a few rhymes and a few similes, and a little second-hand supernaturalism, more accepted than felt, and that derived from far foreign sources, does not give the white man what the Indian feels. Joe, or Noel, or Sabattis may seem to the American Philistine to be a ragged, miserable, ignorant Indian, but to the scholar he is by far the Philistine's superior in that which life is best worth living for. The magic of the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot, like the magician himself, is called Meteoulin, Mdeoulin, or Mteoulin. It is the same effectively as da, which is from the same root. It is a power, but opinions differ as to how it is acquired. It is certain, as I was told by an old Passamaquoddy Indian of Sebayk near Campobello, that some children are born Mteoulin. They manifest it even while babes, by being capricious, eccentric, and malicious. Others acquire the art as they grow older. From all that I have heard, I infer that Mteoulin takes two forms, one of witchcraft, the other of magic. The former is innate, or may be acquired. The latter, for aught I know, may be sometimes inborn, but is generally acquired by fasting, abstinence of other kinds, and ceremonies. The two are distinctly different. Rink found in Greenland and Labrador that the Eskimo, as I have said, made this difference. I will now give word for word the remarks of certain Indians on this subject, beginning with those of an intelligent and prosperous old man, who was certainly enlightened and Christianized very much beyond the average of his race. I had asked him if there were any Mteoulin or magicians living. He replied, "There are. Many at St. John and Sebayk are still Mteoulin. I saw this myself 35 years ago at St. John's. There was a deaf Indian there. The white men were abusing him. They spat on him. By and by a Mteoulin from St. John's came, a man of 35 or 40. I saw this. The Mteoulin asked them not to abuse the deaf and dumb Indian. They turned on the Mteoulin. Then he screamed so horribly, so awfully, and looked so like a devil that the men were frightened. They fell on their knees and could not move. They let the man go." This is precisely what is narrated by many writers of the shaman's screaming and distorting of the features. Very few people know of what the human voice is capable. It can not only be trained to divine song, but to such demoniacal howling as to deafen and appall even the guardians of a lunatic asylum. In Lapland, Central Asia, or on Nootka Sound, the initiated are trained in remote solitudes to these utterances, to which no one can listen without terror. My informant continued, 2 or 3 weeks after, I was in another place. We spoke of the Mteoulin. The white folks ridiculed them. I said there was one in Fredericton, and I said I would bet $10 that he would get the better of them, and they bet that no Indian could do more than they could. So the Mteoulin came, and first of all he screamed so that no one could move. It was dreadful. Then he took 7 steps through the ground up to his ankles, just as if it had been light snow. When I asked for the $10, the white man paid. I gave it to the Mteoulin. Among the Greenland Eskimo, the sorcerer, writes Rink, after meeting with Tomasuk or guardian spirits, sometimes manifests it by his feet sinking into the rocky ground just as if in snow. He uses the very words of the Indian who described the same thing to me. And very recently in Philadelphia, in fact, while I was writing the preceding remarks, a spiritualist named Gordon performed the very same trick. Having been detected, a full account of the manner of action appeared in the press of that city. It was done by a peculiar method of stooping, and of concealing the stoop behind a skirt. It was a very odd coincidence that the explanation should thus present itself while I was seeking it. This shaman Eskimo trick was known to the Norsemen. In the saga of Thorstein, it is said that Ogantun, a noted sorcerer, when stabbed at, thrust himself down into the ground so that only the soles of his feet could be seen. And of Kol it was said that he could pass through the earth as well as walk upon it. Women are sometimes Mteoulin. There is one at Psesuk, Bar Harbor, now, this summer. You have met her. She is Blank's wife. Footnote. I am acquainted with all the parties, but for obvious reasons suppress their names. End footnote. If you offend her, she can hurt you in strange ways. She is a good doctor. Once she cured a man. When he got well, he could not pay her for the medicine. His name is Louis Blank. She asked for her money. She asked many times. She could not get it. He was going to the woods far away to trap. He said he would pay her when he returned, but she wanted it then. She said, "I will never forget this. I will be revenged." He went far up the St. John River with his traps. He set them in the stream for beaver. All that he caught that winter was sticks, and sometimes an eel. Then, at the end of the day, he would say to his man, "It is of no use." And then they could hear the witch laughing behind the bushes and tittering when he came home. So it went on long. Then he was sorry and said, "I wish I had paid that woman what I owed her." And at once they heard a voice from the bushes or rocks say, "Louis, that will do, it is enough." And the next day they caught 2 beaver, and every day 2, and so on till the season was over. This happened in 1872, in Miramichi waters. There does not appear to be any single approved method of acquiring mteoulin. Some, as I have said, are born to it, but they appear to be wizards or witches. Others are formally trained from boyhood by the experienced magicians. Others acquire certain gifts by certain ceremonies or penances. Of this kind was the power obtained in the manner narrated in the following story, which I heard from an old Passamaquoddy. There was once a young man who wished to become a very wise and brave warrior like his father. And his father said to him, "I get all my luck of every kind from my dreams. You can have such dreams. Any man can if he will do a certain thing, but that thing is not easy for a young man like you. You must sleep 7 nights with a virgin and never touch her." The young man thought this over days, and then asked his father how it could be arranged or managed. "I will tell you," replied the old man. "Find a girl. The more beautiful she is, and the more you want her, the stronger the magic will be. Go to the parents for their daughter as a wife. Cheat them so. Before you marry, get 7 bearskins, and let no man except one know anything about it. Make him clean them. One skin should be cleaned every 24 hours. 7 days must pass so." The young man was accepted by the parents. He sent the 7 bearskins to the young woman. They were married. They went to their wigwam. He lay on the bearskins. He directed his wife to make another bed and sleep on it. They lay apart. The bride thought this was strange. She told her mother of it. The mother said, "Never mind. By and by it will be all right." The wife thought it was all wrong. When 7 nights had passed, the bridegroom disappeared. He was not seen in his village for 25 or 30 years. Then he returned to his father. He could divine all things by dreams. He had but to take the magic bearskin and sleep on it and dream. He could tell where to find good hunting or fishing. He foredreamed war with the Mohawks. Can any man do this? They say so. And I have known many who tried it in vain. They could not pass the trial successfully. There are stones in the forest with names on them. They give great power to dream. I have seen in my dreams the mteoulin of ancient times, the magicians, my father told me, of long ago. I have seen them diving under the waters from one island to another. I have seen them dive 10 miles. When I was young, J.N., who was a great mteoulin, offered to teach me the art. I could have become one, but I would not. I did not think it was right. Once old J.N. and my grandfather hunted in the woods. It was near Katahdin, the great mountain. Katahdin, like the Intervale near North Conway, is haunted and enchanted ground, abounding in fairies and other marvelous beings. But there is not a mile square of New England which has not its legends. And they wanted everything. They had got out of everything. One night old N. said, "I can bear this no longer. Would you like a nice pipe of tobacco? We have had nothing but meat for 4 weeks." So he went away for a short time, perhaps it was an hour. He returned with a box. There was in it 3 pounds of tobacco. There was cheese, rice, and sugar. There was 50 pounds of provision in all. This famous mteoulin was long a popular governor of the Passamaquoddies. I have a curious old brass candlestick, said to be 150 years old, which he owned all his life. The following remarkable reminiscences of this very clever old sagamore were given me by Mary Sakias, a Penobscot. The old governor was a great mteoulin. He had got it among the Chippewas. He said that it would come to pass that he would die before the next snowstorm. No, he did not care himself, but my husband's mother did when she heard this, and she cried. And then he said, "Well, I will try to live, or else die in a month, but it will be a hard fight." So he made him a bow and strung it with his wife's hair. In a Chippewa legend, a boy confers magic power on a bow by stringing it with his sister's hair. And having done this, he shot an arrow through the smoke hole of his wigwam. This is also mentioned in a legend where it is said that every arrow killed a supernatural enemy. All this was at Nessaik, near Eastport. Then he said to his wife, "Take one of your leggins and put it on my head." She did so. Then he took medicine. A rainbow appeared in the sky, and a great horsefly came out of his mouth, and then a large grasshopper. He cried to his wife, "Do not kill it," and then came with a stone spearhead. This is all in detail perfectly shamanic. The smell of the fresh fish after such a fight is the same in an Eskimo legend. The horsefly, gan, is Lap. Now, said the governor, this is all right so far, but the great struggle is yet to come. It is a Weewillmekq who has done this. You know what that is. The Passamaquoddies call it Weewillmekq. It is a worm an inch long, which can make itself into a horrid monster as large as a deer. Yes, and much larger. It is Mteoulin. Yes, it is a great magician. I am going to fight it. You must come with a small stick to hit it once, and only a mere tap. In the legend of Partridge, a mere tap stuns the water fairy. But she would not go, so he went and fought with the Weewillmekq. He killed it. It was a frightful battle. When he returned, he smelt like fresh fish. His wife bade him go and wash himself, but let him bathe as much as he could, the smell remained for days. The pond where he fought has been muddy and foul ever since. The governor could with a gimlet bore a hole in any tree in the woods, and draw from it as he pleased any kind of wine or other liquor. Once he was far in the forest with some white gentlemen. He wished to entertain them. He did this, to their astonishment. He produced tobacco in a miraculous manner when it was wanted. Then, returning to Eastport, he went to Mr. Pierce, who kept a store, and showed him that a certain amount of wine had disappeared from his barrels, and paid him for it. He never drank wine or spirits himself. He once went hunting. He took his wife with him. She was enceinte. It was in midwinter. She had a great yearning for green corn. He put a dish on the ground, and there fell from above ears of fresh boiled green corn into it. "There," said he, "as I promised, you have it." She had a silver cross and beads. One day she lost it and grieved very much. He said, "Put that wooden dish upside down near the fire." It was done, and when she turned it up, the cross was under the dish. And he said the Ketoks, or spirits, had brought it. The following legend, told me by Tomah Josephs, sets forth another manner by which Mteoulin may be acquired. There were 2 Indian families camped away at some distance from the main village. In one lived a young man, and every night he would go to the other wigwams to see some girls. His mother warned him that he would come to harm, for there was danger abroad, but he never minded her. Now one night, at the end of winter, when the ground was bare of snow, as he was walking along he heard something come after. It had a very heavy, steady tramp. He stopped and saw a long figure, white, but without arms or legs. It looked like a corpse rolled up. He was horribly frightened, but when it attacked him, he grew angry. The object, though it had no arms, fought madly. It twined round him, it struck itself against him, and thrashed itself, bending like a fish all about. And he, too, fought as if he was crazy. He was one of those whose blood and courage go up, but never down. He could die, but never give in till dead. Before daylight, the ghost suggested a rest or peace. The Indian would not hear of it, but fought on. The ghost began to implore mercy, but the youth just then saw in the north Kival lo Kesso, the break of day. Then he knew that if he could but endure the battle a little longer, he should indeed get a great victory. Then the ghost implored him, saying, "Let me go, and whatever you may want you shall get, and good luck all your life." Yet for all this he would not yield, for he knew that by conquering he would win all the spirit had to give. And as the first sun-ray shone on him, he became insensible, and when he awoke it was as from a sleep. But by his side lay a large, old, decayed log covered with moss. He remembered that during the fight he had seemed once to plunge his fist, by a violent blow, completely into the enemy, up to his elbow, and there was a hole in it corresponding to this wound. He had torn away the other's scalp lock, stripping the skin down to the waist. He found a long, hairy-looking piece of moss ripped from the end of the log to the middle, and all about lay pieces of moss and locks of his own hair, testifying to the fury of the fight. He was terribly bruised and torn, but that he did not heed, for now he was another man, and a terrible one. His mother said, "I warned you of danger," but he had conquered the danger. He had all the strength of 5 strong men, and all the might and magic of the spirit. Yes, the spirit itself was now in him. After this he could do anything, and find game where no one else could. To conquer a ghost gives power. To conquer the dead, or to fight terrible spirits, to thereby absorb their power, and finally to keep them in a struggle until the day shines on them, is both Norse and Celtic, if not indeed world. But the grim spirit of this narrative is Norse. It is that of the hero wresting from a corpse's hold the sword of victory. "Farewell, daughter. Fleet give I thee 5 men's bane, if thou it believe." But the great element or chief cause of magic power among the Indians is that of will. It manifests itself in many forms, mere courage being one. Thus the Weewillmekq confers supernatural ability or other favors only on those who are not afraid of it. The demon log, as we have just seen, gives strength and prosperity to a man for simply fighting like a bulldog. Beyond courage, pluck, or bottom is with these Indians as nearly allied to magic as poetry was among the Greeks, or with an Eschenmayer. When the true magician gets mad, and continues to get madder, till the end he is invincible. Allied to this is perseverance. The rabbit is rewarded with skill as an enchanter merely for continuing to try. His very failures have this in them, that he keeps on resolutely, though in a wrong road. No one can fail to be struck in these legends of the northeast Algonquins how often a boy or adult, when asked if he can do a difficult thing, replies, "I can try." All of this apotheosis of pluck, perseverance, and patience is far more developed among these legends than in those of the Chippewas or other western and southern tribes, at least so far as I am familiar with them. It exists wherever there are red Indians, but the eastern Algonquin seems to have thought it out more and made more of it than others have done. Therefore his cycle of myths, or his Edda, occupies a higher place. It is less chaotic, it is more consistent. It is a chorus in which every voice is trained to respond or to correspond with the leader. In this respect it has a remarkable resemblance to the Scandinavian myths and poems. In its theory that magic power may be obtained by penitence, I do not mean here repentance, that it is by self-inflicted pain. It agrees with the Hindu, and in fact more or less with all religions. But it is only, I believe, in the Red Indian and Hindu creeds that it is distinctly admitted that man can attain the power to do both good and evil, or whatever he pleases, if he will only pay for it by suffering. The doctrine of power through penance is so simple and obvious in its origin that it would long precede monotheism. A man exercises himself with great exertion in lifting stones, as in an Eskimo tale, till he is strong. He practices shooting arrows and running after them, as in the story of the chief's son, till he can outrun them. Then the secret of such marvelous deeds is supposed to exist in the bow, and it becomes a fetish. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 38. A very important part of Metaoulin is the materials employed. In Old World magic, these are exclusively objects which startle or disgust. Parts of the human body, dead reptiles, or things singular and rare. Among the Indians, very commonplace articles are employed indifferently with those of the former kind. The magic consists not in them, but in the magician and his methods. He has had, let us say, his dreams, or received, while alone in the forest, his inspirations, which have told him what to do. He takes the objects suggested, and with them performs his wonder-works. Sometimes he tells others to do the same, with the same things, but in this case he is still the motive force. It is his enchantment. In illustration of this, I give the following legend. Far in the woods was an Indian town. Near it lived two old people, who had two beautiful daughters, and no son. The girls were very shy, they seldom let themselves be seen. They would not listen to the young men. The chief of the tribe had a fine son, a great hunter, and skilled in mysteries. [Footnote: In Passamaquoddy, Nimpowlin, a man learned in mysteries, a scholar. This is my own Indian name. It is apparently the same with Boudin, that is powwow man. End footnote. The young man wanted one of the girls. His father went to their parents and obtained their consent, but the girls refused to be married. There lived in the village a young man who was neither strong, handsome, nor clever at any kind of work. Hearing that the chief's son had failed to get one of the shy or proud girls, he said, but all in jest, for he had but a poor opinion of himself, that he was the right kind of man to get them. If they had, for example, only seen me now, he exclaimed, they would have wished to be married at once. Then they all laughed, and proposed that they should go that night and try to see the girls, and how they would receive the plain-looking youth. So they went quietly, about supper time, and entered so suddenly that the girls had not time to hide behind the curtain, and so were obliged to receive the visitors. After supper they engaged in playing Mingwadokojik. In this game a ring is hidden in the ashes or sand, and each player, with a pointed stick, makes a plunge until the ring is hit and brought out. This is Indian poker. T.B. So the evening passed and nothing was said of marriage, and at last the guests went away, and for some time the young man made a jest of his having gone courting. One day he was far and alone in the woods, when he met an old woman of very strange appearance. She was wrinkled and bent with extreme age, and her head was braided up with a very great number of sakalobik, or hair strings, which hung down to her heels. After greeting him civilly, she asked him if he was really anxious to marry one of the beauties whom he had visited. "O Nagumi, grandmother," he replied, "I do not care about it." "Only if you did," she replied, "I can give you the one you want, if you will only say so." Now the young man saw that the old woman was in earnest, and he replied that in fact he would be very glad to get one of the girls, but that no girl worth having would look at him. Then the old dame, taking one of her hair strings, said, "Roll this up and carry it in your pouch for a while, and then go, and catching an opportunity, toss the cord upon her back." [Footnote: One of the infallible ancient methods to make anything into a fetich or amulet is to carry it a long time about the person. Familiarity, as Heine observes, Huisbilder, gives a silent life or apparent sympathy to even old clothes. Thus domestic well-known objects become fairies, and thus they talk to children. End footnote. But take care that she does not know that you have done this, and let it be indeed a secret to all. So he took the sakalobe, and visiting the girls once again, threw it on one of them, more hopeful of success this time. And the cast succeeded, though she said nothing then. But the next day, alone in the woods, he met her, for she had followed him, and she said, "Tamalin, where are you going?" "I am going hunting," he replied. "But if you have not lost your way, what are you doing here?" "I am not lost in the woods," she replied, but said no more. Then he, seeing how it was, said, "It would be better, though, if I returned with you to your parents, and told them that I found you lost, and showed you the way home." And having done this, the girl's father, noting that she liked the young man, asked him if he wished to marry her, and as both were willing, and something more, the wedding feast was soon ready, the friends invited, and the couple settled down. Some days after, the husband, seeing his wife wearing the magic hair-string, asked her, "Where did you get that pretty sakalobe?" "I found it," she replied, "in my ntubunk," usual sitting place in the wigwam. This caused the young man to reflect how kindly he had been treated by the old fairy or witch, and how easily he, without any merit, had won his wife, and then to think of the deserving young chief's son who had failed. So, taking him into the woods, they found the old woman, who, kind as ever, did for the chief's son what she had already done for his friend, and gave him also a magic hair-string, and using it in the same way, he in like manner won the other sister. And it was indeed well, for she was the one whom he wanted most. And the two men, whose wives were sisters, Wachusjik, were on the best of terms and much together. Now the young chief reflected that his brother-in-law had been very kind to him for little cause, and thought how he could repay him, so he asked him one day if he would like to be a swift runner. Truly I would, replied the other. Then go and gather some feathers, and let them blow when the wind is high, and chase them. You will soon be able to outstrip the wind, and when the ark comes it will never depart from you. Then he did this, and became so swift that no man or beast could escape him. Yet again the chief's son said, Would you like to become strong and very active? As he of course said yes, the friend replied, Dress yourself in the worst and raggedest garments, and attack the first man you find. He will catch you by the clothes, but do you slip out of them and run. This he did. The first man whom he met was a lunatic, who gladly grappled for a fight. So he slipped out of the clothes and ran. But the madman thought the apparel made the man, and beat it a long time, and left it for dead. But after he had done this with many men, he indeed became strong and active. Then the chief's son said, I will teach you quickness of sight, so that you may perceive animals while hunting, though other men may not. Take a handful of moose's hairs, hold them firmly in a roll between your thumb and finger, hold them up in a high wind, and let them go. So you will be able to perceive in time all the moose. And to see deer, or any other animal, you must take their hair, and treat it in the same way. So he did, and by means of this magic became so keen of sight that he beheld every beast. Yet again the chief's son said, Would you see birds where no other men can? And he, assenting, was told to strip the feathery part from a bird's quills, chekakadega, and blowing it into the air, look carefully in the direction in which it flew, and having practiced this also, he became very perfect in the art. Footnote: The secret of these spells is very apparent, but the teacher would make the pupil believe that the successful result would greatly depend on the color and kind of the fur or feathers employed. It is curious to observe how, in the over-refinement of sport among gentlemen, the idea that this or that is good form, and the correct thing which must be done, has had the effect of establishing much which is mere fetish. A fox in England and a bear in Canada must be killed in a certain way by men of caste. Now, having learned all these things, he asked the chief's son how he could learn to see the fishes of the sea, and being told that he must collect all kinds of fishes' bones, and burn them and pound them to dust, he did so. And having blown them up into the wind, he could see all manner of fish, and call them to him. This young man went afar in his thoughts, for reflecting that the whales were giant-like in power, he wondered what might be done by magic with them. And his friend said that it was true that the whales could give to men unearthly power and exceeding long life. For, said he, they never die until they are killed, and by their aid one may live on till life borders on immortality. So burning a piece of whalebone, put up a weekjun, he pounded it into powder, and standing on a rock that jutted out into the sea, the sorcerer blew the dust seawards, and ere long he saw dark spots far away, and as they grew to be more numerous, they became larger, and yet more numerous anon. And for every grain of dust which he blew there came a whale, and yet he blew again 7 times. Then the whole school of immense creatures came towards him, and he that was largest, or the sagamore, of the whales, swimming close to the man on the rock, said, Why hast thou called me? He replied, Make me strong. And the whale answered, It is well. Put thy hand in my mouth. And doing this, he found and took out a golden key. Footnote: This is a manifestly modern edition. There is every indication that the story itself is ancient, probably Eskimo. End footnote. Keep that, said the whale. While you have it, you will be safe against man, beast, or illness. The foe shall not harm you. The spirits which haunt the wilderness shall pass you by. Hunger and pain shall not know you. Death shall not be your road. So the young man thanked the great magician and went home. And as it had been promised, it came to pass. All was ever well with him. Trouble and trial were with him no more. Those who were in his village never knew hunger. The wild game abounded and came to them when called. No enemy attacked them. The sun and moon smiled on them. They sang the songs of the olden time and played the flute in peace. In time the old chief drew near the end of his life, and his son asked the friend if his father's days could not be prolonged. But the magician thought it best to let him pass in peace, and he did so. Then the young chief offered his place and power to his brother-in-law, Wichusul. but he refused it, and passed his life in aiding his friend in every way by his power and wisdom. Kispea devoxit. Here the story ends. This legend is little more than an enumeration of the recipes popularly employed to obtain certain powers. It may be observed that it is limited to all that a real Indian requires. It is very different from what a white man or an Asiatic savage would have wanted, and there is just enough truth and common sense in the methods recommended to make the whole plausible. The reader will observe that the magic hair string and locks of hair play the same important part in metaoulin that they did in Old World magic. This is hardly one of the coincidences which can be attributed to spontaneous development from similar causes. It may be such, but there may also be an Eskimo side gate through which it entered from the other side. Another magic means was the influencing high and mysterious powers. Of this the following is an admirable illustration. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 39. Tumilkunteu, or the Broken Wing, Micmac Legend. An Indian family lived on the seashore. They had 2 sons. The eldest of these was married, and had many small children. They lived by fishing. They chiefly caught eels. It came to pass that the weather was so stormy that they could not fish. The wind blew terribly night and day. The waves were like dancing hills. Hunger made them fierce. One day the father told his boys to walk along the shore and see if no fish had been cast on the beach. A young man went. He went far along, and as he went the wind was ever worse. It blew so fiercely that he could hardly stand. It seemed to come from a point of land. He resolved to pass it, and when there he saw the cause of the tempest. Upon a Quisopskeek, a high and rocky ledge, a bold cliff, but surrounded by the water, sat the Wind Bird, or Storm Sagamore himself, flapping his wings and thereby raising all the wind. Then the young man, who was brave and wise, resolved to outwit the wind god, and approaching him and addressing him as Nikalskamich, my grandfather, he inquired, " Are you cold?" And he answered, " Nay." But the young man insisted that he must be suffering, and offered to carry him on his back to the mainland. Footnote: it would appear that while the bird flapped his wings he did not fly. I believe this was the same with the Norse Hurrasvelgr. End footnote. And the offer being accepted, he carried the mighty bird from one weedy, slippery rock to another, up and down, jumping anon and wading through the pools. But at the last rock he, with full intention, stumbled and fell as if by accident, but managed it so well as to break one of the wings of the eagle, as he indeed meant to do. Yet he made a great show of being very sorry, and having set the wing, bade the bird keep quiet, and not move his wings for many days. Not till the wound was healed should he stir them. " Sit still, Nitixamich," he said, " and I will bring you food. I will be attentive. You shall want nothing." And the god sat still. There was a calm on the water. No leaves moved in the forest. There was no wind in all the world. The young man went home. There was not a breeze. The canoe went smoothly over the sea. The eels could be seen in the depths. The Indians caught fish by thousands. Never before had they caught so many. And the sagamore of the bird sat still. The Wind Bird waited to get well. The young man fed him every day. There can be too much of what is good. Good turns to evil, sweet to sour. After many days of quiet calm, the sea was covered with ogakpikik, a scum which is caused by sickness among the fish, and which is thrown off by them, for they suffer in still water. Then the fisherman can no longer look down into the sea. Then he cannot use the spear. Then the young man, examining the wing of the storm bird, said, " Grandfather, it is much better. Move it but a little now, that I may see." So he moved it. He gave a flap, and lo, a slight ripple passed over the surface of the sleeping sea. And striking lightly with his wings, again there came a breeze, and the Ogapigik, or the scum, was blown away, and the Indians fished again, and all was well. So they had the Wind Bird for a friend, and the sea was smooth or stormy as they willed. But these Indians wished for more than they could manage. They grew tired of catching small fish. They wanted whales. " Let us go and catch the Bootup," said the elder brother. " How will you take him ?" asked the younger. " I will entice him with the Pecpoogwokan," said the elder, " with my pipe." So he sat by the sea. He played on the pipe. He played, but no whale came. So they went back to their small fishery. This is manifestly the beginning and end of a very ancient Indian mythical tale. The Micmacs have tacked on to it a ridiculous fragment of an indifferent French nursery tale, without an end and without any connection with the Indian beginning. The tradition is probably entirely Eskimo. Among the Greenlanders there was a caste of whale fishers, separate and apart, and this story, in its second stage, was applied to teach Nesoter ultra crepidam, that all should stick to their trades, and that though a sorcerer may rule the winds, it did not follow that he could win the whales. I have spoken before of the curious identity of the Indian storm king, or wind bird, with that of the Norse Hrosvelgar. When among the Chippewas, west of Lake Superior, I met with a white man who had received the name of Thunder Bird from the Indians still further west. The magicians of all countries, be they of Africa, Asia, or North America, are invariably represented by travelers as holding their flocks in subjection, and never being doubted as to power or skill. But there are skeptics or agnostics among the men of woods, as well as among those of civilized cities. There are shrewd fellows who can not only detect impostors, but turn their tricks to their own advantage. An amusing illustration of this is given in the following story. Fish Hawk and Scapegrace, Micmac legend. Footnote: Wiskumagwasu and Magwis. The Magwis, or Scapegrace, is a kind of seagull. End footnote. Two men met and talked. One was Fish Hawk, the other was Scapegrace. Now the Fish Hawk can fly higher than any other ocean bird, and he is proud and particular as to his food. He is only beaten by the eagle. When he dives and takes a fish, the eagle pursues him. He lets it drop. The great sagamore of the bird catches it, but to less than the chief he yields nothing. But the Scapegrace will eat anything. He is heavy in flying, he is slow and of low degree. So when the Scapegrace proposed to the Fish Hawk that they should become partners, the proud bird was angry in his heart, but said nothing, as he was crafty, and as it occurred to him that he could punish the other. And this he was the more willing to do because the Scapegrace actually proposed to fly a race with him. So he said, " Let us go together to a certain Indian village." And they went off together. The Fish Hawk arrived there far before the other. And on arriving he said, " Beware of him who will come after me. You will know him by these signs. He is ugly and heavy. He will bring with him his own food. It is coarse and common. In fact, it is poison. He wishes to kill you. He will offer it. Do not eat of it, or you will die." Then, having been very well entertained himself, he took his departure. Scapegrace soon appeared, but was treated with great reserve. He offered his food, and the people pretended to eat it, but took good care to quietly throw it away. Then he told the chief that he was seeking a wife, and asked if there were girls to marry in the town. To which the chief replied, " Yes, there is a mother with several daughters, of the Amalchoogwek, or Raccoon tribe." He went to see the girls. A bad name had gone before him. One of them stood before the lodge. She saw him and cried, " Bchkweswichukvit," Scapegrace is coming." They received him as if he had been sickness. He was welcomed like filth on fine clothes. They cried out, " Lumia !" Go home. He asked the mother if she had daughters. She answered, "Yes." He asked her if she would give him one. She replied, " I will not." So he went his way. Now when he had gone, Fish Hawk came again, and asked if Scapegrace had been there. He inquired if all had passed as he predicted. They said it had. Then it occurred to him to pass himself off as a great prophet, a wise magician, well knowing that he could make much of it. So he said, " It is well. Remember that you would have all died but for my foresight. That wizard would have poisoned you all. But have no fear. In future I will watch over you." Then he said to a man of the people that if at any time he should see a large bird flying over the village, it would be an omen of great coming danger. Then he said, " Think of me, call on me, and I will come." So he departed. The man thought it all over for a long time. He was shrewd and wise. He foretold the coming of Scapegrace, he reflected. Now he pretends to be a great sorcerer. We shall see. Sure enough, in a few days he saw a bird flying on high. " That," said he, " must be the Wis-kuma-gwasoo." He called him, and he came. " You spoke," he said, " of danger to our town. There is great danger. In a few days your town will be attacked by a Kookwes. (Footnote: In Passamaquoddy, Kewahqu, a cannibal giant who was also a sorcerer. End footnote.) Unless you save yourselves, you will all be devoured." " What shall we do to be saved ?" asked the man. " When will he come ?"" In 7 days," replied the Fish Hawk. " Before that time you must take to your canoes and flee afar. You must get beyond his reach. But you cannot before that time get beyond the horrible roar of his voice, and all who hear it will drop dead." "How can we escape this second danger?" asked the man. " You must all close your ears, so that you can hear nothing. When the time is over you may return." The man s name was Oscoon. (Footnote: Micmac, the liver. End footnote.) He led the people away. He closed their ears. He did not close his own. Once he heard a faraway whoop. It was not very terrible, but he said nothing. After a time the scouts who were sent out returned. They reported that the Kookwes had departed. They had not even seen him. It was a great escape. The people thought much of Oscoon, and they made him their chief. In a few days the Fish Hawk returned. He spoke to Oscoon. " Did the giant come?" "He did." " You escaped?" " By following your advice we did." " And in which direction did he go?" (Footnote: Here the Fish Hawk inadvertently betrays himself. In the Edda, Loki changes himself into a falcon and flies to Jotunheim to make mischief, as usual. Odin also changes himself to a hawk or eagle when he is chased by the giant Suttung. There is a strong Norse color to all this tale. The Fish Hawk is very Loki like and tricky. End footnote. Surely you, who know so much about him, must know better than we do. Then the Fish Hawk saw that he was found out. He flew away, and never returned to the town to play the prophet. He who would cheat must match his words well. As in the preceding tradition, there has been tacked to this a fragment of a very poor French tale about a king, a great city, a royal carriage, and the forest of wild beasts, borrowed from so many old European romances. But what is here given is apparently really Indian, and it shows with spirit and humor how men tricked one another and rose in life by trickery in the days of old. There are naturally contradictory opinions in such a subject as to what constitutes the morality of magic. The old shaman or Manitou regarded witchcraft as wicked. The Roman Catholic has taught the Indian that all sorceries and spells, except his own, are of the devil. Hence it came that I got from two Passamaquoddy Indians, next door neighbors, the following opinions. Tomati. There was once a man who hated another, so he prayed until he became a snake, etc. Another Indian. If a man wanted to be Matuolan, he must go without food or sleep, or saying his prayers for 7 days. Yes, that certainly. He must go far into the woods. He must go again when his power was used up. The faith in and fondness for magic were so great among the Algonquins that there is not one even of their most serious histories into which it has not been introduced. The Passamaquoddies will narrate an incident of their wars with the Mohawks. The first time it will all be probable enough, but hear it again, when the storyteller has become more trustful, and some of the actors in it or the scene will be sure to end like a Christmas pantomime in fairyland. With them, Basulan covered everything. It entered into every detail of life. I do not think that it was so deeply felt even by the ancient Babylonians or the modern Arabs or Hindus as by our red men. It is no wonder they prefer the Catholic religion to the Protestant. There is a Micmac legend, which is so magical and mystical, so inspired with Eskimo shamanism, that it would not be remarkable if it had been originally a sacred song. This is the Giant Magicians. There was once a man and his wife who lived by the sea, far away from other people. They had many children, and they were very poor. One day this couple were in their canoe far from land. They came upon a dense fog. They were quite lost. They heard a noise as of paddles and voices. It drew nearer. They saw dimly a monstrous canoe filled with giants, who greeted the little folk like friends. " Uchkin ta mi witjik, my little brother," said the leader. " Where are you going? "" I am lost in the fog," said the poor Indian, very sadly. " Ah, come with us to our camp," said the giant, who seemed to be a good fellow, if there ever was one. " Truly ye will be well treated, my small friends, for my father is the chief, so be of good cheer." And they, being much amazed at this gentleness, sat still in awe, while two of the giants, each putting a tip of his paddle under their bark, lifted it up and put it into their own, as if it had been a chip. And truly the giants seemed to be as much pleased with the little folk as a boy would be who had found a flying squirrel. Footnote: a story like this of giants in a canoe would very naturally originate about the Bay of Fundy, where, in the dense and frequent fogs, all objects assume greatly exaggerated apparent dimensions. One often beholds there, on the shore, "men as trees walking." End footnote and end of section 39.
Section 40 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Lau. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 40. The Giant Magicians. There was once a man and his wife who lived by the sea, far away from other people. They had many children, and they were very poor. One day this couple were in their canoe, far from land. There came up a dense fog. They were quite lost. They heard a noise as of paddles and voices. It drew nearer. They saw dimly a monstrous canoe filled with giants, who greeted the little folk like friends. "Okin Tami Wejak, my little brother," said the leader. "Where are you going?" "I am lost in the fog," said the poor Indian, very sadly. "Ah, come with us to our camp," said the giant, who seemed to be a good fellow, if there ever was one. "Truly, you will be well treated, my small friends, for my father is the chief, so be of good cheer." And they went, being much amazed at this gentleness, sat still in awe, while two of the giants, each putting a tip of his paddle under their bark, lifted it up and put it into their own, as if it had been a chip. And truly the giants seemed to be as much pleased with the little folk as a boy would be who had found a flying squirrel. Footnote 1. A story like this of giants in a canoe would very naturally originate about the Bay of Fundy, where, in the dense and frequent fogs, all objects assume greatly exaggerated apparent dimensions. One often beholds there on the shore men as trees walking. End of footnote. And as they drew near the beach, lo! they beheld 3 wigwams, high as mountains in size according to that of the giants. And coming to meet them was the chief, who was taller than the rest. "Ha!" he cried. "Son, what have you there? Where did you pick up that little brother?" "No, my father, I found him lost in a fog." "Well, bring him home to the lodge, my son." So the giant took the small canoe in the palm of his hand, the man and his wife sitting therein, and carried him home. Then they were taken into the wigwam, and the canoe was laid carefully in the eaves, but within easy reach about 150 yards from the ground. There an abundant meal was set before them, but the benevolent host, mindful of their small size, did not give them more to eat than they would have needed for about 10 years to come, and informed them in a subdued whisper, which could hardly have been heard 100 miles off, that his name was Oscoon. Footnote 1. Mr. Rand suggests that this may indicate the dark color of his tribe. Eskimo legends speak of people among them who were black. End of footnote. Now it came to pass a few days after, that a company of these well-grown people went hunting, and when they returned, the guests must needs pity them that they had no game in their land which answered to their size, for they came in with strings of such small affairs as 2 or 3 dozen caribou hanging in their belts, as a Micmac would carry a string of squirrels, and swinging 1 or 2 moose in their hands like rabbits. Yet what with these and many deer, bears, and beavers, they made up in the weight of their game what it lacked in size, and of what they had they were generous. Now the giants became very fond of the small folk, and would not for the world that they should in any way come to harm. And it came to pass that one morning the chief told them that they were to have a grand battle, since they expected in 3 days to be attacked by a Chenoo. Therefore the Micmacs saw it was even with the giants as with his own people at home, they having their troubles with the wicked, and the chiefs their share in being obliged to keep up their magic and know all that was going on in the world. Yea, for he would be a poor powwow and a necromancer worth nothing who could not foretell such a trifle as the day and hour when an enemy would be on them. But this time the Sakumo, or Sagamore, was forewarned, and bade his little guests stop their ears and bind up their heads and roll themselves in many folds of dressed skins, lest they should hear the deadly war-scream of the Chenoo. And with all their care they hardly survived it, but the second scream hurt them less, and after the third the chief came to them with a cheerful countenance, and bade them arise and unpack themselves, for the monster was slain, and though his 4 sons with 2 other giants had been sorely tried, yet they had conquered. But the sorrows of the good are never at an end, and so it was with these honest giants, who were always being pestered with some kind of scurvy knaves, or others who would not leave them in peace. For anon the chief announced at this time a Coquez, a burly beastly villain, not 2 points better than his cousin the Chenoo, was coming to play at rough murder with them. And verily by this time the Micmac began to believe, without betting an ace on it, that all of these tall people were like the wolves who, meeting with nobody else, bite one another. So they were bound and bundled up as before, and put to bed like dolls. And again they heard the horrible shout, the moderate shout, and the smaller shout, until Soel Moonaduadigul, which being interpreted meaneth that they hardly heard him at all. Then the warriors returning gave proof that they had indeed done something more than kick the wind, for they were covered with blood, and their legs were stuck full of large pines, with here and there an oak or hemlock, for the fight had been in a forest, so that they had been as much troubled as men would be with thistles, nettles, and pine splinters, which is truly often a great trouble. But this was their least trial, for, as they told their chief, the enemy had well nigh made Jack Drum's entertainment for them, and led them the devil's dance, had not one of them by good luck, opened his eyes for him with a rock which drove it into his brain, and, as it was, the chief's youngest son had been so mauled that, coming home, he fell dead just before his father's door. Truly this might have been deemed almost an accident in some families, but lo! what a good thing it is to have an enchanter in the house, especially one who knows his business, as did the old chief, who, going out, asked the young man why he was lying there, to which he replying that it was because he was dead, his father bade him rise and walk, which he did straight to the supper table, and ate none the less for it. Now the old chief, thinking that perhaps his dear little people found life dull and devoid of incident with him, asked them if they were weary of him. They with golden truth indeed answered that they had never been so merry, but that they were anxious as to their children at home. He answered that they were indeed right, and that the next morning they might depart. So their canoe was reached down for them, and packed full of the finest furs and best meat. And when they were told "Taba dikwa," or get in, then a small dog was put in, and this dog was solemnly charged that he should take the people home, while the people were told to paddle in the direction in which the dog should point. Footnote 1. Strange as it may seem, there is not the least exaggeration in this. Lieutenant Colonel Barclay Kennan told me that when surveying in the far North Pacific, he had an Eskimo dog which in the thickest fog would scent the land at a great distance and continually point to it. End of footnote. And to the Micmac he said, 7 years hence you will be reminded of me. And then, tukubu sijik, off they went. The man sat in the stern, his wife in the prow, and the dog in the middle of the canoe. The dog pointed, the Indian paddled. The water was smooth. They soon reached home. Their children with joy ran to meet them. The dog as joyfully ran to see the children, wagging his tail with great glee, just as if he had been like any other dog, and not a fairy. For, having made acquaintance, he without delay turned tail and trotted off for home again, running over the ocean surface, as if it had been hard ice, which might indeed have once astonished a good man and his wife, but they had of late seen so many wonders that they were past marvelling. Now this Indian, who had in the past been always poor, seemed to have quite recovered from that complaint. When he let down his lines the biggest fish bit. All his sprats were salmon. He prayed for goslings, and got geese. Moose were as mice to him now. Yea, he had been the best in the land, with all the fatness thereof. So 7 years passed away, and then as he slept there came unto him divers dreams, and in them he went back to the land of the giants, and saw all those who had been so kind to him. And yet again he dreamed one night that he was standing by his wigwam near a sea, and that a great whale swam up to him and began to sing, and that the singing was the sweetest he had ever heard. Then he remembered that the giant had told him he would think of him in 7 years, and it came clearly before him what it all meant, and that he was ere long to have magical power given to him, and that he should become a Megawuoxu. This he told his wife, who, not being learned in darksome lore, would fain know more nearly what kind of a being he expected to be, and whether a spirit or a man, good or bad, which was, indeed, not easy to explain, nor is it clearly set down in the chronicles beyond this, that whatever it might be, it was all for the best, and that there was a great deal of magic in it. That day they saw a great shark cruising about in their bay chasing fish, and this they held for an evil omen. But soon after there came trotting towards them over the sea the same small dog who had been their pilot from the land of the giants. So he, full of joy as before at seeing them, and the children, wagged his tail and danced for glee, and then looked earnestly at the man as if for some message. And to him the man said, "It is well. In 3 years' time I will make you a visit. I will look to the southwest." Then the dog licked the hands and the ears and the eyes of the man, and went home as before over the sea running on the water. And when the 3 years had passed, the Indian entered his canoe, and paddling without fear, found his way to the land of the giants. He saw the wigwams standing on the beach. The immense canoes were drawn up on the water's edge. From afar he beheld the old giant coming down to welcome him, but he was alone. And when he had been welcomed, and was in the wigwam, he learned that all the sons were dead. They had died 3 years before, when the shark, the great sorcerer, had been seen. They had gone, and the old man had but lingered a little longer. They had made the magic change, they had departed, and he would soon join them in his own kingdom. But ere he went, he would leave their great inheritance, their magic, to the man. Therewith the giant brought out his son's clothes, and bade the Indian put them on. Truly this was as if he had been asked to clothe himself with a great house, since the smallest fold in them would have been to him as a cavern. But he stepped in, and as he did this he rose to great size. He filled out the garments till they fitted. He was a giant of Giant Land. With the clothes came the wisdom, the metulin, the manitou, the power of the greatest and the wisest of the olden time. He was indeed Megamowasoo, and had attained to the mystery. This very remarkable and evidently ancient tale is one of that kind which the keepers of tribe chronicles among the pagan Indians do not tell to the world, and which they conceal from white man. It is not a fragment, nor is it unfinished, as some readers may suppose. Its plot is of a much higher nature than the novel, which ends in a marriage, to an Indian whose ideas of earthly happiness were not in money. Houses and lands, personal power, was the one thing to be most desired. As a Passamaquoddy said once to me, to be rich in those days meant to be a great hunter, and always have plenty of meat for everybody. Hence the desire to be great and strong, and to be able to entice wild animals, to run like the wind, to be crafty in all things, especially in making war, hence to have prophetic dreams. All of this was to be attained by metulin, or magic. The highest ambition of an Indian was to become Megamowasoo, a mystical being which is explained differently as fairy, faun, sylvan deity, but which means one who enjoys all the highest privileges of humanity, allied to the supernatural. This is what the hero of this story gets by favor of the giant. It may be observed that in this tale the Indian cannot explain to his wife what he nevertheless perfectly understands, that is, the exact nature of a Megamowasoo. The giant, by speaking of his own kingdom, gives the true key of the whole mystery. He has attained magic power so far as one can exercise it in their life. Like Glooskap, he can be, or unlike him, prefers to be habitually a giant. He has battled with the Chenoo and the Kookwes. He has, like Hercules, fulfilled his mission, and now he departs for his own realm, that of the Megamowasoo, as Arthur went to fairy lands, as Buddha to the unknown Nirvana, that is, to something beyond the conception of poet or theosophist. I suspect that the period of 7 years, and again of 3 years, had been employed by the Indian in preparing himself by penance for his metulin. The respect of the Indians for the number 7 is so remarkable that if it be true that Deus imparibus numerus gaudet, they are in that respect at least like deities. Whenever 7 or a white bear skin occurs in these tales, there always lies hidden a magical mystery. It is not the least remarkable feature of this tale that it abounds in that quiet small humor which recalls the adventures of Captain Lemuel Gulliver. The Indian, like the Norseman, was such an implicit believer in his own myths, and he had evolved them so entirely from himself without borrowing, since we may regard him as one in this respect with the Eskimo, that no human characteristic detracted from the dignity of the Manitou. There is a strong suggestion in this story that the giants were whales. This, and the incident of their inhabiting a mysterious country beyond the sea and the fog, would identify them with the enchanted land of the Eskimo, visited by the Angakok in their trances, and by others in kayaks. This country was named Akilanec, a fabulous land beyond the sea. The whole story of Malaise, the man who travelled to Akilanec, is in every detail extremely like an Indian tale. Rink, page 169. It has also a Norse affinity. The land of the giants was supposed by both Icelanders and Indians to be in the North Atlantic. There is a Norse tale of a man who changed to a whale, which indicates a common origin with the one here given. It is believed that the metulin can, when speaking, make themselves heard to whom they will, at any distance. They can confer with one another secretly when miles away, or make themselves known to many. I was informed by an Indian in all faith that an old witch, who died in 1876, 12 miles from Pleasant Point, was heard to speak in the latter place when at her last. A very intelligent Passamaquoddy told me that when Osalik, Sarah, Hequin died, he himself heard all she said, though 65 miles distant. I am certain that he firmly believed this. This woman died a strange death, for she was found standing up dead, in the snow with her arms extended and hands sticking out. It is generally believed that she was killed by Ever Matullin. There are really very few ideas in modern mesmerism not known to Eskimo or Indian shamans. Clairvoyance is called by the Passamaquoddies Mila Begivhi. End of section 40. Recording by Alex Lau. www.twitter.com/AlexOfTheDay. End of the Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland.